Chapter 1. Where it all began. 5 great nations existed in a fragile peace, their delicate harmony often disrupted by proxy wars fought via their hidden ninja villages. While the elemental nations maintained a veneer of civilization through uneasy truces and alliances, the true battles raged on in the shadows. Shinobi served as both weapons and shields in these conflicts and acted as the standard for how powerful a nation was. Among the 5 great hidden villages, Kanahagakure, located in the Land of Fire, consistently emerged as the victor in these conflicts. Time and time again, its shinobi demonstrated unmatched strength and resolve, enabling the village to secure dominance over its neighbors and establishing itself as a symbol of power and strategic brilliance in an unstable world. This unwavering prowess not only fortified its reputation, but also instilled a sense of security among its allies. However, after years of chaos and 2 brutal ninja wars, the world eventually slipped into an era of uneasy silence. This newfound calm, largely free from the ravages of open battle, served as both a respite and a stark reminder of the fragility of peace, as the scars of conflict lingered just beneath the surface. Using this rare opportunity, civilian villages rebuilt and the elemental nations as a whole entered a fragile peace that felt more like a lull between storms instead of true harmony. Yet, beneath the surface, tension simmered, and those who ruled the great ninja villages knew that the tranquility could shatter at any moment, as old grudges and unhealed wounds threatened to plunge the world into chaos once more. Yet, beneath this fragile facade of stability, one man remained deeply unsettled. Minado Namices, a confident shinobi with shimmering blonde hair and striking purple eyes from Konoha, understood the precarious nature of peace all too well. He knew that within the calm lay the dormant seeds of chaos, biding their time in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to take root and unleash turmoil once more. The blonde's instincts, sharpened by years of battle, warned him that such peace rarely lasted. As he walked the streets of Kanahagakure, the eerie stillness surrounding him felt like the calm before an impending storm, each silent moment amplifying his unease. This sense of foreboding only heightened Minado's awareness of his own capabilities. His intuition was as impressive as his skills. With just 2 jutsus, the Hiration and the Rasengan, he had achieved what many thought impossible, securing his place in history before the age of 20. Each technique demonstrated not only his mastery of chakra, but also his strategic thinking. With these abilities, he could change the course of battles, single-handedly shifting the tides of conflict in an instant. The Hiration no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God, was a masterstroke of innovation originally conceived by Tobirama Senju, the Night-Aim Hokage. A formidable space-time jutsu, it granted Tobirama the ability to teleport instantly across vast distances, making him a nearly untouchable force on the battlefield. However, it was Minado Namices who took this already devastating technique and refined it to a level that bordered on the mythical. His genius lay not just in replicating the jutsu, but in enhancing it by creating his own unique seal, a chakra marker he could place on enemies, allies, or strategic locations. With this seal, Minado could warp through space in the blink of an eye, appearing before his foes as a deadly specter. His enemies barely had time to react before they found themselves facing certain death. His presence felt only in the last, fleeting moments before their death. The Deadly Blonde's other signature jutsu was the Rasengan, a creation of pure ingenuity that showcased his exceptional skill and creativity as a shinobi. The jutsu took the form of a spiraling sphere of pure chakra, glowing with an intense blue light, embodying both power and devastation. The Rasengan was remarkable not only for its sheer destructive force, capable of obliterating obstacles and enemies alike, but also for its fluidity and elegance in execution. What also made this jutsu particularly fearsome was that it required no hand seals, allowing for immediate deployment in the heat of battle. This meant that Minado could unleash it with little to no warning, catching opponents off guard and delivering a devastating blow before they could react. The only requirement that kept the jutsu from wider use was the demand for unparalleled mastery of chakra control, a feat that few could achieve. But in the hands of a prodigy like Minato, this technique unleashed devastation akin to a hurricane, cleaving through defenses with terrifying and relentless efficiency. Its raw power, coupled with its fluid execution, transformed it into a formidable weapon capable of altering the very course of battle in the blink of an eye. With these two techniques, Hiraishin and Rasengan, executed in flawless harmony, Minado became an unstoppable force of death and destruction on the battlefield. Each jutsu complemented the other, allowing him to strike with breathtaking swiftness and precision, leaving his adversaries no chance to regroup or retaliate. Yet, even with his extraordinary abilities, the impending chaos loomed like a dark cloud over the horizon, a foreboding threat that could shatter the fragile peace he had fought so valiantly to uphold. This unrest soon materialized with the eruption of the Third Great Ninja War, sparked by a volatile mix of escalating tensions and territorial disputes among the elemental nations. The war was ignited via a series of escalating tensions, primarily instigated by Hanzo of the Salamander, the ruler of the Land of Rain. His aggressive maneuvers against various nations stirred unrest and suspicion, setting the stage for conflict. Rogue Shinobi, known as Ronin, contributed to the chaos by launching targeted attacks on supply caravans and remote outposts, drawing the larger villages into escalating conflicts. These bold actions stirred the pot further, igniting hostilities fueled by past grievances and unaddressed tensions. The situation was further exacerbated by fierce competition for limited resources, fertile land for agriculture, and essential natural materials like chakra-infused minerals that had become increasingly scarce. As nations vied for dominance, the Land of Water's desperate attempts to secure fresh fishing grounds clashed with the Land of Earth's need for lumber, while the Land of Wind sought new water sources to counteract its arid climate. Alliances shifted like the winds, breeding mistrust and suspicion among once friendly allies, as old friendships crumbled under the weight of survival and ambition. Political maneuvering among the feudal lords who ruled the elemental nations only exacerbated the situation as each sought to gain an upper hand, often at the expense of their citizens. Ultimately, it was the bold actions of a Wagakure, the village hidden in the stones, that transformed simmering disputes over territory and resource management into a raging, full-fledged war. The village's strategic decision to launch a surprise attack on Kanahagakure, targeting key supply lines and communication routes, marked the tipping point, igniting full-scale hostilities. This assault not only sought to undermine Kanahagakure's strength, but also aimed to assert Iwagakure's dominance in the region. What began as isolated skirmishes quickly spiraled into a widespread conflict, engulfing numerous villages from the land of fire to the land of earth, and even reaching the distant shores of the land of water. The devastation spread like wildfire as alliances were forged and broken overnight, leading to catastrophic battles that laid waste to entire landscapes. Once thriving villages found themselves on the brink of ruin, as the fragile peace shattered under the weight of ambition and hostility, leaving countless lives in turmoil and despair. In the heart of the maelstrom, amidst the chaos of war and death, Minado stood resolute, his eyes fixed on the hardened warriors from Iwagakure no Sato, the village hidden in the stones. The battle unfolded before a strategic bridge just beyond the borders of the land of fire, where the air hummed with tension and the acrid scent of battle lingered like a dark omen. Minado shifted his weight slightly, the sun glinting off his blonde hair as he surveyed the landscape. Konoha's forces, though brave, were vastly outnumbered by the advancing enemy, an unyielding wave of stone-skinned shinobi, clad in dark armor and moving with military precision. The sound of their heavy footsteps reverberated through the ground. With a steadying breath, Minado rolled his shoulders back, pushing away the fatigue that threatened to creep in. His posture exuded confidence, even as he felt the weight of responsibility bearing down on him. "We won't back down," he murmured, more to himself than to anyone else, as he clenched his fists at his sides, feeling the familiar pulse of chakra ready to burst forth. As he turned to face his comrades, he raised his voice, cutting through the noise of the battlefield. "Konoha, listen up," he called, his tone commanding and unwavering. The shinobi around him snapped to attention, their eyes locked onto their leader. He could see the mix of fear and determination in their expressions, mirroring his own resolve. "Today we fight not just for ourselves, but for our home and our families." Minado stepped forward, his movements fluid and deliberate, demonstrating the calmness that belied the conflict brewing around them. "They may outnumber us, but they don't know our strength or our resolve." His words rallied the troops, igniting a spark of hope within them. As the enemy closed in, Minado pointed towards the advancing Iwagakure warriors, his finger steady. "We strike hard and fast. Stay close to me and remember our training. We are shinobi of Konoha." He took a deep breath, feeling the weight of his kunai at his side. With a sudden burst of energy, he dashed forward, his feet barely touching the ground as he moved with blinding speed. "Prepare yourselves," he shouted, his voice echoing over the din of battle. "Let's show them what true shinobi can do." As he leaped into action, the chakra surged within him, ready to be unleashed. His heart raced with adrenaline, and he felt the familiar thrill of battle coursing through his veins. The first wave of a Wagakure shinobi charged at him, their weapons raised, but Minado's expression remained cold and focused. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight, the air crackling with the energy of his signature technique. As he reappeared behind the enemy line, he couldn't help but smirk. They wouldn't know what hit them. To his enemies, Minado seemed like a kami of death, moving through their ranks with an eerie grace. He navigated the battlefield effortlessly, striking down foes as easily as one might pull weeds from a garden. His presence filled onlookers with fear. With each swing of his kunai, the sun caught the blade just before it found its target. The sharp whistle of the weapon, slicing through the air, was the only warning his enemies received. Minado's movements were precise, showcasing the years he had spent perfecting his techniques. His instincts guided him as he anticipated his enemies' moves. When one Awagakure warrior swung a heavy club, Minado ducked and sprang up, slicing through the man's defenses with ease. Another enemy lunged at him, but Minado vanished, teleporting a short distance away, leaving only an afterimage behind. The battlefield was filled with the sounds of combat, the clash of steel, cries of the wounded, and whispers of fear. Yet Minado remained calm, focused on cutting down the opposition. With each life he took, his confidence grew, driving him deeper into the fight, determined to protect his comrades and restore the peace they all sought. Before the battle could truly escalate, it was over. In less than 10 minutes, Minado Namices had dispatched over 1,000 Awagakure shinobi, their bodies falling like leaves in a tempest. The battlefield, once filled with the clamor of conflict, fell silent, save for the whispers of disbelief and terror among the survivors. When the yellow flash, as he would be hailed, departed from the battlefield, the only remnants of his presence were the lifeless bodies of his foes, the echoes of their confusion, and the palpable despair that hung in the air like a heavy fog. The ground bore witness to the devastation he had wrought, each fallen enemy a marker on the road to his eventual triumph. His victory was so overwhelming that it broke the will of the enemy. Even the strongest among the Awagakure forces soon realized that continuing the fight would lead only to ruin. This was not a war of attrition. They were facing death given mortal form, a man who could end lives in an instant, with a face as expressive as stone and eyes devoid of anything resembling mercy. In the wake of his triumph, Minado's reputation soared to new heights, earning him the moniker the Yellow Flash. His victory, despite overwhelming odds, not only secured the battlefield, but also cast a long shadow over the history of the 5 great nations. Word of his extraordinary feat spread like wildfire, showcasing his exceptional skill and solidifying his place as a legendary figure. The Tsuchikage, once confident in his village's strength, now felt despair as he watched the battlefield. The fierce winds whipped around him, carrying the cries of his men and the sounds of clashing steel. He clenched his fists against the stone wall behind him, but even that couldn't steady his growing unease. As he observed Minado carve through Awagakure's ranks, it was clear the blonde jonin moved with lethal precision. His kunai glinted in the sunlight, each strike taking down an enemy before they could react. Doubt began to creep into the hearts of Awagakure's warriors, their bold shouts turning into murmurs. Can we really defeat him? One soldier whispered, watching a comrade fall lifeless to the ground. The Tsuchikage felt the air shift, tension rising as fear spread among the ranks. What if the yellow flash is invincible? Another soldier muttered, his voice shaky as they witnessed Minado's onslaught. The Tsuchikage realized their confidence was crumbling. He summoned his chakra, determination burning in his eyes. Rally yourselves, he shouted over the chaos. We cannot let this one shinobi shake our resolve. Fight for our village. Fight for your families. But Minado's relentless attack weighed heavily on them, and that Tsuchikage's call felt like a desperate plea against a tide of fear. At this critical moment, the Tsuchikage felt the crushing weight of defeat press down on him. He surveyed the battlefield, the anguished cries of the wounded mingling with the acrid smell of smoke. It was infuriating to witness the destruction of his warriors, his comrades, all falling before the relentless advance of Konoha's forces. Stubbornly, he had resisted this moment for far too long. But now, with his remaining warriors on the brink of annihilation, he was forced to take a step forward, each footfall heavy with anger and reluctance. He clenched his jaw as he removed his Kage hat, a bitter symbol of his authority, and held it in trembling hands. This act was significant. He refused to bow before the Hokage as tradition demanded. Instead, he found himself kneeling before Minado, who was merely a jonin at the time. He slammed the hat on the ground, dust and dirt clinging to it as if it were a weight he could hardly bear. The air thickened with tension, and time seemed to freeze, drowning out the sounds of battle in an unsettling silence. The Tsuchikage felt the gravity of his decision smother him, grappling with his pride as it clawed at his resolve. How could he, a proud leader, surrender to a mere child? Yet, he had to confront the truth. The needs of his remaining warriors outweighed his own stubborn pride. This surrender was not just an acknowledgement of defeat. It was a desperate attempt to protect those who remained. As he forced himself to meet Minado's gaze, he was struck by the fierce determination radiating from the blonde jonin. That look was infuriatingly resolute, as if Minado had already claimed victory. With a deep, angry breath, the Tsuchikage steeled himself for the consequences of his choice. There was no turning back now, and the bitter taste of surrender lingered in his mouth. But perhaps, just perhaps, this decision could spare the lives of his people. He envisioned the faces of the families eagerly awaiting their warrior's return, blissfully unaware of the sacrifice he was about to make. Their unearned hope weighed on him like a stone, igniting a fire of frustration within. With each passing second, he became painfully aware that this surrender would cast a long shadow of dishonor and guilt over his village, staining their legacy and haunting their pride for generations. How could they accept this defeat? The echoes of this moment would reverberate through the halls of history, a constant reminder of their failure and his decision to bow before a mere jonin. It felt like a betrayal, an act of cowardice that would forever tarnish the name of Awagakure. How could he face the families who would mourn their fallen? Their hopes had been shattered by his capitulation, and it ignited a rage within him that he could barely contain. As he knelt there, the weight of his decision felt suffocating, pressing down on him like 1,000 boulders. He could almost hear the furious whispers of his ancestors, urging him to fight, to resist, to uphold the honor of a Wagakure. Yet, the harsh reality loomed larger than his pride. This act was necessary to spare the lives of those who remained. The sacrifice he made today would haunt him, but perhaps it was a necessary evil, a bitter pill he had to swallow for the greater good. With a visage as stony as his village's namesake, the Tsuchikage swallowed his pride and did his duty. He stood before the enemy and bowed, laying the symbol of his authority at the feet of his enemy. Then, because of who he is, stood tall to stare into the purple eyes of the man he swore, in his heart of hearts, to one day kill. Was he aware that this moment would create a scar on their legacy of IWA that would not easily fade? Yes. Did that unpleasant fact matter more than the lives of his remaining shinobi? No. This moment not only brought an end to the fierce conflict, but also marked a significant and unsettling shift in the balance of power among the great nations. The Tsuchikage's reluctant surrender, though driven by necessity, would also not go unnoticed by the other hidden villages, both great and minor. It would send shockwaves through their political landscape, altering the delicate equilibrium that had held the shinobi system in balance for so long. Allies would question their loyalties, enemies would find new opportunities, and every leader would take stock of their own strength, wondering how far they would go to avoid a similar fate. This single act of submission, of laying down his pride before a mere jonin, would become a symbol of the shifting tides, forever altering the perception of a Wagakure's power. New alliances would form, old ones would crumble, and the battlefield that had claimed so many lives would become the birthplace of a new era of uncertainty and conflict. The consequences of this moment would be felt long after the dust had settled. This defeat sparked a deep, festering vendetta between Konoha and IWA, a wound that time could never heal. The loss cut deeper than the battlefield. It struck at the pride of a Wagakure's warriors. Seeing their Tsuchikage humiliated by a mere jonin was a bitter insult, more painful than the battle itself. The symbolic surrender was a public declaration of failure, witnessed by both friends and foes. As Iwa's shinobi retreated, their shame turned into something darker. Their bitterness became a shared vow, spreading like wildfire through the village. They would not allow this disgrace to stand. In hushed meetings and secret discussions, they began to plan their revenge. From that moment on, they trained harder, fought more ruthlessly, and never forgot their promise of revenge. The shame they bore would drive them forward, ensuring that the conflict between Konoha and IWA was far from over. For the first time, the daimyos, the feudal rulers of the elemental nations, witnessed how a single shinobi could transform a catastrophic defeat into a resounding victory. It became clear that victory didn't require vast armies. In the hands of the right warrior, a lone shinobi could be wielded like a surgical tool to dismantle a far larger foe. This revelation sent shockwaves of discomfort through the daimyo's understanding of warfare, fundamentally altering their perceptions of power and strategy on the battlefield. With the news of Minado's stunning triumph spreading like wildfire, They were compelled to confront the unsettling truth that their traditional views could no longer hold. Underestimating the power of shinobi was no longer an option. These warriors were not merely instruments of war, but crucial assets capable of reshaping the course of history in ways they had previously overlooked. This awareness threatened to disrupt the fragile equilibrium of power within the elemental nations, as the influence of the shinobi world began to assert itself more boldly over political affairs. The daimyos realized that, given the extraordinary abilities of shinobi, they needed to strengthen their alliances with the villages. They understood how vital shinobi were for maintaining peace and stability across the lands. However, a sense of guarded suspicion arose among the feudal lords, prompting them to set aside their differences and come together to create the Shinobi Accords. This initiative was not just about cooperation. It was a strategic move to control the growing power of shinobi. By defining ranks, jutsu classifications, and criteria for great and minor hidden villages, the daimyos aimed to establish a system that allowed them to maintain their authority while incorporating shinobi into the political framework. The accords were designed to promote collaboration while ensuring the daimyos retained their influence. This careful balancing act sought to bring stability and order to a landscape that had become increasingly unpredictable. However, not everyone embraced this brand of order and stability. While most celebrated the end of the brief conflict and the creation of the Accords, Iwagakure simmered with fury, their anger morphing into an almost fanatical zeal for vengeance, not just against Minado, but against the entire Namices line. This seething resentment threatened to unravel the very foundations of the Accords, casting a shadow over the fragile harmony that the daimyos had worked so hard to establish. 2 years after what would come to be known as the Battle of the Bridge, Minado Namices was jubilantly elected as the first Kage under the Articles of the Shinobi Accords. With thunderous applause, he ascended to the prestigious position of Yandame Hokage of Kanahigakure, the village hidden in the leaves. Once marred by the ravages of war, Konoha now embraced him as a beacon of strength, a leader who breathed new life into their hopes, resilience, and an unwavering commitment to protection within the village. Under his inspiring guidance, the village blossomed, transforming its past scars into a steadfast dedication to safeguarding its bright future. Konoha flourished as its people united in a shared vision of hope and resilience, each day drawing closer to the ideals Minato embodied. Yet, amid the peace he had worked so tirelessly to secure, Minato found himself sitting alone in his office, staring at the mountains of paperwork before him. The joyful atmosphere outside seemed to clash with the weight of his responsibilities, which felt heavier with each passing day. The setting sun cast a dull orange glow through the windows, filling the room with shadows that mirrored his growing unease. Suddenly, he looked up, feeling a pulse of chakra that prickled at his senses just moments before a ripple of air signaled the arrival of two ANBU. They silently materialized, kneeling before him, their expressions concealed beneath their masks. Yet their tense postures conveyed a sense of urgency that immediately drew his attention. Lord Hokage. One of them spoke quietly, his voice respectful but carrying an underlying tension. Urgent intelligence. Minado looked up slowly, his blue eyes carrying a weariness he didn't bother to hide. He extended a hand, and the ANBU placed a scroll into it. Another one? Minado muttered softly, mostly to himself, as he unrolled the scroll. His eyes moved swiftly over the contents, but with every passing word, his face seemed to lose a shade of warmth. Iwagakure and Kumogakure. Alliance. Attack within the week. He let out a long, measured breath before rolling the scroll back up, the movement slower than usual, as though the weight of the news physically tired him. When Minado's voice was calm, but the fatigue beneath it was unmistakable. Between 2 to 4 months at most, Hokage-sama, the Yanbi replied, his head still bowed. It all depends on how long it takes IWA to gather their 2 Jinchuriki. For some reason, they don't stay within the village and are allowed to roam freely. IWA currently have their ANBU out searching for them. Minado leaned back in his chair, staring up at the ceiling for a moment as if searching for answers. His fingers drummed on the desk once more, now out of frustration rather than boredom. Damn, I thought we had more time to prepare, he sighed quietly. His gaze dropped back down to the 2 masked figures before him. It's always like this, isn't it? The moment we start to rebuild, another threat rises. The second ANBU, who had remained silent, finally spoke, though his voice was hesitant. Do you have orders for us, Hokage-sama? Minado let his head drop into his hand, rubbing his temple with his fingers. Gather all the first class and elite jonin and have them organize the village defenses, alert the council scratch that keep this information restricted to the shinobi side of the council until further notice. And if the civilians ask any questions, tell them we're running emergency preparedness drills. Useless bunch of fossils. He thought bitterly. They're always in the way. Why didn't I fire the lot of them when I took the hat? Is there anything in the Accords that could help us? Minado asked, his voice steady, though the weight of responsibility pressed down on him like a heavy cloak. He already knew the answer might not be what he hoped for, but that didn't stop him from trying to find a way forward. When Minado became Hokage, he had anticipated moments like this, moments where clarity and precision would be essential. One of his first actions had been to overhaul the village's shinobi training. He had placed particular focus on the ANBU, ensuring they were not only physically and martially superior to other shinobi, but that they also possessed near photographic knowledge of the Shinobi Accords, knowledge that could prove vital in times of uncertainty like this. The 2 ANBU exchanged a brief glance, their masks concealing any emotion, but their body language betraying a silent understanding. After several tense moments, one of them shifted slightly and broke the silence. No, Okage-sama. Nothing in the Accords directly addresses or limits wars between the hidden villages. The second ANBU straightened, adding smoothly, it's generally believed the feudal lords intentionally avoided adding such restrictions. Minado's brow furrowed as he leaned forward, his hands folded on the desk. Why? It is believed the feudal lords thought the Kages would never have signed the Accords if they restricted their ability to engage in war, the first ANBU explained. Minado's jaw tightened slightly, and they were probably right, he thought with growing disgust. He fell silent for a moment, then let out a sigh. I'm not surprised, but this. I wanted peace for a little longer. I wanted him to grow up in a world that wasn't so. He cut himself off because there was no need to explain what he had in mind. The AMBU knew well enough who he meant. Go, he said simply. Yes, Hokage-sama. They responded in unison. As the two disappeared as swiftly as they had came, Minado sat back in his chair, staring at the scroll again. He closed his eyes, a deep sadness washing over him. Peace, it seemed, was always just out of reach. Minado stood, his grip tightening around the scroll. He had prepared for this, but IWA and Kumo's aggression still set his blood boiling. His anger simmered, a volatile heat barely held in check. His jaw clenched tightly, the muscles in his neck and shoulders rigid as if ready to snap. As his anger rose, his chakra control slipped, manifesting as an intense pressure that made the air crackle with raw power, distorting the space around him and sending ripples through the atmosphere. Shadows flickered and danced as his aura pulsed, causing the floor beneath his feet to fracture. Deep cracks spidered outward, and fragments of the floor began to float into the air. Sweat beaded on his brow as he battled the storm raging within, while the very walls trembled in response to his escalating emotions, as if the entire space were alive with his fury. Noticing the damage being caused to his office, the once pristine walls now marred by deep cracks and the lingering energy crackling in the air, Minado realized that the containment seals meant to keep his display of temper private were failing. With a sudden surge of will, he forced himself to rein in both anger and chakra, feeling the pulsating energy within begin to settle. With the weight of fury somewhat abated, he exhaled sharply, releasing the pent-up tension in a final, decisive breath. Once certain that his temper was under control, Minado vanished in a brilliant flash of yellow light, leaving behind a swirl of disturbed air and an office in need of repair. Minado reappeared at home, his heart racing as he quickly scanned the familiar surroundings, the need to find Kushina driving his urgency. Each room passed in a blur. The kitchen was still and quiet, the remnants of breakfast untouched on the counter. The air held the faint scent of spices from their earlier meal, but there was no sign of her there. Moving swiftly, he navigated through the hallway, glancing into the study where piles of scrolls lay scattered, remnants of his latest paperwork. Nothing. Then his eyes fell on the living room. Relief washed over him as he spotted her nestled on the couch, comfortably surrounded by plush cushions. She was obliviously munching on sweet, juicy grapes and engrossed in a scroll, its content apparently forgotten as she occasionally looked up, a playful smile dancing on her lips with each bite. Her fiery red hair spilled around her shoulders like a vibrant waterfall, and the warm glow of the lamp beside her highlighted her features, making her appear almost ethereal in the soft light. In that moment, all the tension in Minado's chest began to ease, the chaos of his earlier emotions slowly giving way to the comfort of home. After 2 years of marriage, the young Hokage still hadn't grown accustomed to the joy that washed over him each time he returned home to his beautiful wife. Her smile was like sunlight, instantly lifting his spirits and filling the room with warmth. That joy was a hard-won prize. He had fought for this, bled for this, and endured several devastating blows to his manhood. And that was before he'd even had a chance to begin courting the fiery redhead, whose vibrant energy and crystalline blue eyes had captivated him for so long. Yes, he had fought for far too long and taken the lives of too many shinobi who coveted what was rightfully his to consider giving up now. When she looked up and saw him, her smile illuminated the entire room. But as soon as she noticed the tension etched on his face, that light dimmed. A flicker of worry crossed her features as she gently set the scroll aside, her posture shifting to one of concern. Leaning forward slightly, she instinctively reached for him, her hand extending as if to draw him back from the edge of whatever was troubling him. Breaking the tension, she offered a soft smile. "You're home early," she said, patting the seat beside her. Her voice was filled with warmth, a comforting contrast to the unease hanging in the air. Instead of speaking, Minado just sat down, laid his head back, and closed his eye. The weight of the silence grew heavier between them, stretching out with each passing second. Kushina's gaze continued to bore into him, her expression unwavering, a mixture of concern and apprehension etched on her features. "What's wrong?" After a brief hesitation, he finally opened his eyes, meeting his wife's worried gaze. He shifted in his seat, his fingers clenching slightly as he braced himself for the words he had to share. "Two of the ANBUI stationed to the Fire Country border returned with news," he said, his voice barely above a whisper laced with gravity. He paused, trying hard to swallow in a dry throat and barely succeeding. He could see the tension tightening in her posture, so he got on with it. "The Wagikure and Kimogikure have formed an alliance of mutual convenience, meaning both villages find it mutually convenient to obliterate the leaf from the face of the elemental nations," he continued bitterly. His tone was steady, but there was a definite bite to it. "And to make matters worse, they plan to attack us at some time during the next 2 to 4 months. Kushina's expression tightened, but she didn't interrupt. "Given our histories, especially with Idai, I'm not surprised they want to attack us, but I thought we'd have more time to prepare," he continued, his gaze drifting to her belly, where hope for peace intertwined with their future. "Time for peace, time to advance, time for our child." Kushina squeezed his hand, her touch warm and grounding, and offered a reassuring smile. "We'll get through it, Minado. You're not alone in this." Leaning into her, he found a fleeting moment of calm in her presence, a brief respite from the chaos outside. Yet, deep down, he knew the storm was coming. The scroll had confirmed it, and the weight of that knowledge hung heavily in the air between them. He took a deep breath, steadying himself as he sat up, his heart racing as he locked his gaze with Kushina's vibrant blue eyes. "I've always known that the peace wouldn't last. Since the end of the last war, I've dedicated as much time as possible to refining all my jutsu, especially my Hiration." "The Hiration, really?" Kushina's eyebrows shot up, surprise flooding her features. "You actually managed to improve it?" "Yeah," he replied, scratching the back of his neck, feeling a bit embarrassed under his wife's incredulous gaze. as the redhead absently rubbed her swollen belly with one hand. Her other hand fidgeted with the hem of her shirt, a nervous habit she had developed over the years. She watched Minado closely, noting the subtle shifts in his posture, a telltale sign that he was nervous or uncertain, something she found strange. Though she wasn't an expert in space-time jutsu, she understood enough to appreciate the immense challenge inherent in upgrading a complex technique that many considered the pinnacle of the art. She scratched her chin absently. But Minato thrives on solving challenges like this, she thought, a knot of suspicion growing wherever it could find space, thanks to the baby taking up so much space where her belly should be. So why was Minato so concerned when he first started talking about upgrading his jutsu? What is he really hiding? As if sensing her contemplation and growing suspicion, he sucked in a room full of air, his chest expanding as he prepared to share his excitement and concerns. When he finally looked at her, his beloved purple eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Anyway, he continued, a bright smile lighting up his face. After a lot of trial and error, I finally managed to complete my new jutsu. I've named it Hiration no Jutsu, Kasen no Requiem, Flying Thunder God, Requiem of the Flash. Kushina narrowed her eyes, suspicion weaving through her curiosity. She leaned forward slightly, her body tense with anticipation. That's nice. A bit of mouth full, but nice. So what aren't you telling me? Minato offered her a half-hearted smile. I've never been able to hide anything from you, Haim. He exhaled deeply, his shoulders relaxing as he gathered his thoughts. I created a dual-layered level 10 seal. I want to instill all my knowledge, experience, and the formulas for every jutsu I've ever learned into it. Her eyebrow arched. Curiosity ignited like a flame. She tilted her head, a small frown forming on her lips. So you're saying you created a seal that can contain not only the formula for a jutsu, but also your experiences using it. Her interest was undeniable. As a proud Uzumaki, how could she not be captivated? Yes, he replied, his tone matter of fact, but his eyes sparkling with pride. Kushina rolled her eyes and snorted, a playful grin breaking through. He speaks as if what he's proposing isn't one of the greatest feats of seal craft ever conceived. Purple met blue as Minato leaned in closer, his urgency palpable. His voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. I didn't want to rush, but IWA and Kimo aren't giving me a choice. I'll have to expedite my plans. How? She asked, leaning in even further, her interest piqued. At first, I intended to wait until after you gave birth to apply the seal, but now I believe we should act as soon as possible. Once I finish the seal, I want to add it to you immediately so it can integrate with the one that contains the 9 tails. That way there won't be any interference between the two during the rest of your pregnancy. Kushina's thoughts immediately raced to their son. Is it safe? She felt a rush of concern, knowing this wasn't part of Minato's original plans. It was a question that needed to be asked. Yes, Minado answered without hesitation, sincerity shining in his eyes. I would never do anything that could endanger our child. My only goal is to give our son every advantage possible. Once the seal merges with your chakra, it will gradually transfer all the stored information directly into him. Kushina leaned back into the couch, her fingers tracing small circles on her belly as she contemplated the implications. This means by the time he's born, he'll have instinctual knowledge of every technique Minado's ever used, giving our son to have a hell of a head start in his ninja life. The realization hit her like a tidal wave, and she shot up, and her body immediately informed her that that was a bad idea. Ouch, she yelled, instinctively grabbing her belly. Shit, that hurt. Are you okay? Minado asked, concern flooding his features. He reached out, his hand hovering protectively near her, his instincts kicking in as he assessed her reaction. I'm fine, she replied, chuckling softly, her breath coming in quick bursts. I just sat up too quickly. Give me a moment to catch my breath. Minado watched her closely, placing his hand over hers on her belly, a warm connection forming as they sat in silence. His thumb brushed over her fingers gently. After he was certain his wife was okay, he continued, his voice steadying. Once the transfer is complete, he will possess the knowledge to use all my jutsu safely. Though, for his safety, everything will be embedded directly into his subconscious, so that the little monster won't be able to access it until he's mentally mature enough to handle it. Kushina's eyes widened, excitement bubbling to the surface. That's incredible, she exclaimed, her hands gesturing animatedly. But how does the seal transfer knowledge? Minado chuckled, encouraged by her enthusiasm. He leaned back slightly, crossing his arms with a confident grin. The seal creates a profound connection between your energies, linking your chakra to his. As he develops, the seal will gradually impart the techniques and principles of all the information implanted within it. It's like planting a seed that will grow within him, ensuring he has the skills he needs to protect himself. Kushina nodded slowly, her expression fierce and determined. She took a deep breath and reached for his hand, intertwining their fingers tightly. I see. If it helps keep our son safe, then I agree. You can use the seal on me. A radiant smile broke across Minado's face, relief washing over him like a warm tide. Thank you, Kushina. This means everything to me. I just want to ensure he has every advantage in this unpredictable world. Kushina leaned in closer, her gaze unwavering, determination etched on her features. Together, we'll make sure he's ready for whatever comes. Some revered him as Sakudo no Kami, the god of speed, a title that evoked admiration and awe. The name inspired tales of heroism, with villagers speaking in hushed tones about the miraculous feats he accomplished in the blink of an eye and a flash of yellow lightning. Others, however, whispered in fear the name Kinpatsu no Shinigami, the Blonde Reaper. Minado favored this title most, as it struck dread into the hearts of his enemies, painting him as a relentless specter of death on the battlefield, while also paying homage to one of his most notable features. Though the titles differed, both captured a singular truth. He was a force of nature, a warrior whose presence turned the tide of conflict. With each flash of yellow light, he transformed the chaos of battle into an orchestrated symphony of victory for his allies and a cacophony of death and devastation for his foes. Yet, as the echoes of past triumphs lingered in Minado's mind, the weight of the present pressed down on him. The intelligence reports his spies had recently acquired weighed heavily in his thoughts. It had taken IWA nearly 3.5 months to locate their Jinchuriki and assemble the remainder of their forces. Then, an additional 2 weeks were spent coordinating their plans with Kyumo. The Hokage smiled, noting with satisfaction that everything he had seen thus far aligned perfectly with his ANBU's initial assessment. The accuracy of the intelligence gathered was vital, and it reinforced his confidence that Konoha was as prepared as it could be. With this knowledge weighing on him, Minado turned his attention to the atmosphere surrounding Konoha. He knew his people well, sensing the palpable tension in the air, thick, charged, and ready to explode at a moment's notice. This issue had to be dealt with swiftly. Anxiety, fear, and determination mingled with baser emotions could create a volatile concoction with the potential to easily lead to disorder or dissent among the rank and file and the highborn alike. Minado understood that the consequences of failure could spiral out of control, igniting another full-scale ninja world war. Such a catastrophe had to be averted at all costs. The simplest way to ensure that was to swiftly and decisively defeat his enemies with an overwhelming ferocity, a display of strength that would be remembered for generations. As he looked through another document detailing Konoha's war preparations, Minado's resolve crystallized. This was not just a struggle for territory. It was a fight for the soul of Konoha and its very survival against foes intent on its complete extermination. His thoughts were interrupted by the sudden appearance of a hawk-faced ANBU, who materialized in a swirl of leaves, dropping to one knee before him. The shinobi's breathing was labored, and the urgency in his voice left no room for doubt that the situation had escalated. Hokage-sama, urgent news from the border. Iwagikyu's forces are mobilizing from the east, using their Jinchuriki to spearhead the assault. Meanwhile, Kyumo has begun their advance from the west, focusing on a flanking maneuver. They're using elite squads, likely led by their Reikage himself. It looks like they intend to catch us between two fronts. The ANBU paused briefly to catch his breath before continuing. They'll reach our outer defenses within the next few hours. What are your orders? Minado stood, his purple eyes glowing with a fierce intensity as chakra flared around him in a swirling aura of blue mixed with yellow lightning. The energy crackled in the air, pulsing with each breath. "Gather the full council," he commanded, his voice steady. The chakra around him seemed to surge with his words, rippling through the room like a silent storm. We go to war. The battlefield was a storm of chaos, stretched wide across the rocky terrain as Iwagakure and Kumogakure forces converged on Konoha from two separate flanks. Iwa's boulder-clad warriors charged from the east, their numbers like a rolling avalanche, while Kumo's lightning-clad shinobi streaked in from the west, their speed and ferocity matching the rumbling thunder overhead. The plan was simple: split Konoha's defenses and overwhelm them with a pincer attack. But they hadn't counted on the one man who could be everywhere at once. Minado Namices, the Sakudo no Kami, god of speed, stood at the center of the fray, his eyes calm but sharp as the storm of battle raged around him. In his hand, He held a single three-pronged kunai engraved with his Hiraition no Jutsu, flying thunder god seal. Konoha's forces were outnumbered, but numbers meant little in the face of Minado's unbridled speed. The IWA Shinobi launched their signature technique, Doton, Doriden, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. A torrent of rock and debris tore through the air toward Konoha's eastern front. At the same moment, Kumo's finest unleashed their lethal Raiton. John, Lightning Release, False Darkness, spears of lightning slicing through the sky, aimed to pierce Konoha's defenders on the western side. But before either assault could land, a blur of yellow light flashed across the battlefield. Minado's Hiraition, Dorai, Flying Thunder God, Guiding Thunder, activated, teleporting him in an instant between the two fronts. A dozen kunai streaked through the air, embedding themselves in the earth, each one marked with his jutsu. The seals ignited in a flash as he vanished and reappeared again and again, blocking attacks, redirecting forces, and delivering swift death to any who dared approach. At the Eastern Front, he appeared amidst Iwa's charging lines. Before they could react, he unleashed a Rasengan, a swirling sphere of chakra slamming into an IWA commander, tearing through armor and sending him hurtling into his own ranks. The IWA Shinobi panicked, scattering like leaves in a gale as Minado vanished once more, reappearing on the western flank. The Kumo Shinobi were fast, but Minado was faster. He caught their commander mid-attack, countering the Raiton, Raringu Kainon, Lightning Release, Lightning Cannon, with a perfectly timed Hiraition Goshimawashi no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God. Mutual round robin, teleporting the lightning back toward its source, decimating Kumo's front lines with their own attack. Amid the chaos, the Konoha forces surged, capitalizing on the confusion sown by their Hokage. The once coordinated assault from IWA and Kumo crumbled as they found themselves torn apart from within, their numbers falling like leaves before an unstoppable gale. And in the center of it all, Minado moved like a wraith, a flash of yellow light followed by the silent fall of bodies. The battlefield was his, and his enemies knew it. With every flicker of his Hiraition, another life was snuffed out, another attack was thwarted, until all that remained was the echo of their fear and the memory of a man who could not be caught. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, the forces of IWA and Kumo were in full retreat, their once mighty army shattered. The victory was Konoha's. And standing amidst the ruin of their enemies, Minado sheathed his kunai, his heart still and his mind sharp. Today he had earned once again the name Kinpatsu no Shinigami, the Blonde Reaper. No sooner had the victorious Hokage returned from the battlefield than he heard the urgent cries of his wife. Kushina's voice thundered through the halls, raw with pain and laced with the unmistakable promise of imminent violence. Before Minado could mold his chakra to run back to said battlefield, it seemed safer in his opinion. Bawako Sarutobi, a skilled midwife, and the spouse of the former Hokage, appeared at his side in a subtle burst of chakra and grabbed his arm. Her expression was both serious and reassuring, but it was her grip that said louder than words, "Don't even think about it. You're not going anywhere." Minado, she spoke in a calm voice that gave no hint of the danger the man knew he was in if the next words out of his mouth didn't please her. Kushina is in labor. You need to be with her. She's about to give birth to your firstborn. Resigned to his fate, Minado tried to swallow in a dry throat and failed miserably. She's going to kill me, he thought despondently. One fact everyone knew about the Uzumakis was that their tempers were short, and when lost, the outbursts were legendary. Unfortunately for him, Kushina took this clan trait and dialed it up to 11. They didn't call her the Red Death of Konoha because she was particularly good at coloring apples. With that thought barely settled in his mind, a burst of dense chakra was unleashed moments before Kushina's voice erupted through the halls. Minado, I know you're out there somewhere. Why get my hands on you? You blonde, sweet-talking fucker. I won't just kill you for daring to deflowering me and getting me pregnant. I'm going to rip off your balls by pulling them out through your throat. Then I'm going to take those useless sacks of meat and make you swallow them before I do it all over again. Buwako visibly cringed and was thankful that the unlucky father-to-be was too busy going white in the face to notice. Though, purely for intellectual reasons, and as a medical provider, she had to wonder if Kushina's inventive interpretation of a vasectomy was even possible. She smiled. More importantly, if it was possible, then what were the patient's chances of survival post-surgery? Meanwhile, Minado was having an existential crisis and regretting several of his more prominent life decisions, while his loving wife very eloquently told the entire village, at the top of her lungs, what kind of person her husband was, debated the identity and possible species of his probable ancestors, and how deficient they were regardless of how pretty he turned out. Each syllable was laced with an intensity that was only matched by the level of pain she was obviously in and her desire for revenge against the man that put her in this condition in the first place. Minado's heart raced, caught between fear and a strange pride in Kushina's fierce spirit. He admired her strength, but self-preservation was kicking in hard. I'll just head back to the battlefield and come back when she's a little calmer, he thought, his hand inching toward his trusty three-pronged kunai. But just as he was ready to make a break for it, Bawako's sharp eyes caught his movement. With a quick slap, she knocked the kunai from his grasp. The clang of metal on the floor echoed like a death knell. Shit, Minado swore under his breath. Then he felt a firm squeeze on his arm. He turned, and his heart sunk as Buwako's cold gaze bore into him. No, you don't, Hokage-sama, Buwako scoffed, her voice dripping with mock seriousness. Let's go meet your wife. You just got back from the field. It will be a shame to throw your life away just now. But Minado stammered, desperation creeping into his voice. He wasn't sure if Buwako was threatening him with physical harm or if she'd let Kushina do it instead. Both options were unpalatable. You need to save it for later, she finished, cutting him off and yanking her captive forward. We're on a tight schedule, and it will be your fault if she decides to gut you before you ever lay eyes on your child. As his steps brought the condemned ever closer to reality and the angry container of chakra that vaguely resembled his wife, he looked desperately for any means of escape. Every step felt heavy, as if he were being led to his executioner, not his wife. When they finally got to the door of the master bedroom, Minado, silently prayed to any kami that would listen. Please get my wife and child through this saffle. And if you've still got enough energy left, let me survive. When the door creaked open, he froze. Kushina lay there, deep in labor, her fiery red hair plastered to her sweat-covered face, looking like a fierce warrior ready for battle. As her sapphire eyes locked onto his, a visible spike of chakra radiated off her body, warping the air with intensity. Minado felt the raw power behind it, and every thought of safety vanished. Minado, get in here, she roared, her voice booming like thunder, and another pulse of red chakra that faintly resembled chains lashed out, rattling the windows. How are you doing? He asked stupidly, stepping inside, already regretting it. Idiot, how do you think she's doing? Shut up, she shot back, her face scrunching up in pain as another contraction tore through her. The flare of chakra around her pulsed violently, glowing a darker shade of red for a split second before settling. Give me your hand now. Minado's heart sank as Buwako released him, knowing he was exchanging one form of disaster for another. Kushina, you're doing great, just don't you dare tell me to breathe, she barked, grabbing his hand with the ferocity of a bear trap. Her chakra surged again, wrapping around his arm like a heated whip. I'll breathe easier after this baby's out. Then I'll decide if I want to be a single mother or not. Each contraction seemed to send more of her chakra spiraling out uncontrollably, flickering and flaring in time with her screams. Minado winced as she squeezed harder. He looked at his poor hand and swore, "Shit, I'm gonna need that later." Trying to ease the atmosphere, he chuckled dryly and said, I would appreciate it if you didn't kill me. I'd like to at least see our son get married before I die. Yet grandkids would be nice, he decided nervously, since this kid's definitely going to be an only child. Buwako stood at the foot of the bed, arms crossed, an amused smile tugging at her lips as she watched how the future parents interacted. Kushina, you're doing great. The baby's almost here. Just keep pushing. Kushina looked at Buwako, eyes blazing with anger. The nurse met her gaze calmly, with just the hint of a challenge in her smile. Minado stared at the silent confrontation and silently gave Buwako a thumbs up. He also vowed to make sure she would receive A-ranked mission pay for this. Then, just in case, he also made a mental note to ensure that, on the off chance Kushina maimed her by mistake, the Saratobi clan would receive appropriate compensation. Another contraction caused the mother to close her eyes, ending the visual duel. Her breaths came in sharp gasps, almost in rhythm with the aura of energy expanding and contracting around her. Minado, she growled through clenched teeth, if you ever make me go through this again, I'll send you straight to the Shinigami myself. Minado tried to ignore the very real threat and swallowed hard, as he stared with obvious trepidation at the vaguely formed chains drawing ever closer to him. Instead of focusing on his imminent demise, he used his free hand to gently stroke his wife's belly. You're doing amazing, Kushina. Just a little more. Shut up, she snapped, her chakra spiking again, causing the chains to come closer and solidify even more. She squeezed his hand with bone-crushing force. Your words aren't helping. Do something useful. The very floor trembled beneath the weight of her chakra enhanced declaration. Minado thought about the kunai he'd lost, completely forgetting that thanks to his upgraded jutsu, he technically didn't need one to teleport anymore. Fear makes us all forgetful idiots sometimes. Useful? Right. He thought, quickly going through his options. Okay. Do you want water? A blanket? I can. Minado's frantic words were cut off as her grip tightened further. I'll just stay right here and shut up. Oh, Kushina yelled, another contraction hitting her like a boulder to the gut. Minado, hey, you. Spikes of red chakra punctuated each statement, and the man in question wondered if he could survive as a shinobi with one hand. While Minado was mentally comparing the merits of learning one-handed signs, his wife was otherwise occupied. Sweat poured down her face, and another explosion of chakra shook the bed as she screamed again. Why, is this taking so fucking long? Everyone in the room, including Kushina, knew the answer. It was the same reason that her pregnancy lasted 10 months instead of the standard 9. Kushina could be forgiven for not remembering. Again, pain makes people forgetful. Minato, on the other hand, didn't have the balls to tell her the truth, and Buwako, while knowing the answer, dismissed the question entirely as unimportant. Instead, she stepped closer to check on the baby's progress. You're doing great, Kushina. The baby's crowning. Keep pushing. This is the hardest part. Kushina shot a glare of fury at the far to chipper midwife, the chakra around her flashing with the intensity of her rage. You think this is the hardest part? Just wait until I get my hands on Minado. Shocked by the sudden transition, all the poor blonde could do was drop his head and lament his luck, and wonder why he was being so unfairly targeted. Minado gulped, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he kept whispering reassurances. You've got this, Kushina. Just think of the ramen we'll have when this is over. I'm going to make you eat ramen through a straw, she growled, her chakra pulsing violently again, sending a shockwave through the air. Why is she threatening me with ramen? He frowned, lamenting his luck again. If she didn't drag me to Ichiraku's stand all the time, I wouldn't eat the vile stuff the regular way. Never mind through a damn straw. As if she sensed the insult to her favorite food, Kushina shot her husband a glare that promised death. Luckily, before she could make good on her threat, another contraction hit, and this time Kushina let out a primal wail. Ah! Seeing the baby's position, Buwako got between her patient's legs and encouraged, Okay, Mom, one more big push. Her tone was firm but calm. He's almost here. With a final, furious push, Kushina grunted in pain, the veins in her forehead popping as she gave it everything she had. A massive surge of chakra exploded outward, causing Minado to stumble out of his chair, and suddenly, the room was filled with a piercing cry, Naruto's first sound as he entered the world. There he is, Minado exclaimed as he stood on shaky legs at his wife's shoulder. Our little ninja is here. Kushina collapsed back onto the bed, her chest heaving with exhaustion. Her chakra receded, and the room returned to normal as Naruto's cries filled the space. Relief washed over her face as Biwako gently placed their son in her arms. Finally, she murmured, her voice hoarse. I thought I was gonna have to, strangle you before I got a hold of him. Ignoring the implied threat, Minato grinned, his heart swelling with pride as he looked at his family. You did it, Kushina. You're amazing. The redhead's expression softened as she cradled Naruto against her chest, her earlier anger fading into pure love. Yo, I don't think this means I've forgiven you for putting me through this in the first place. Minato chuckled, squeezing her shoulder gently. Understood. How about this? I'll make it up to you with a book of half-off ramen coupons and one trip to the finest all-you-can-eat barbecue restaurant. The easiest way to appeal to his wife's gentler nature was always through her stomach. Food, a vacation, and no more babies for a long time, she grumbled, though her smile betrayed her affection. Yeah, I guess that'll do. As they gazed down at their newborn son, the exhaustion and chaos of the day faded into the background, leaving only joy and relief. Minato, for once, felt safe again in his wife's presence, until the next crisis, of course. Kushina managed a weak, exhausted smile. Our son, he's going to be one a handful, she muttered, her voice trembling from both fatigue and awe. The nurse swiftly gathered the newborn, cleaning him with practiced hands. He's got a strong set of lungs on him, the nurse commented softly, wrapping him in a blanket before gently handing him to his parents. For a moment, everything seemed right. Minato and Kushina shared a quiet, tender look as they held their child for the first time. He's beautiful, Minato whispered, his voice thick with emotion. Just like you. Kushina's lips curved into a slight smirk, but her eyes were filled with love. He better not get your hair, she joked weakly, brushing a trembling hand through the baby's soft blonde strands. But the moment shattered instantly. Naruto vanished from their arms in the blink of an eye, as though he had never been there. What? Kushina gasped, her eyes going wide in shock. A low, ominous chuckle echoed through the room. By the door stood a man cloaked in shadow, his face hidden behind an orange, swirled mask with a single, cold eye visible. In his arms was Naruto, small and fragile, held with terrifying ease. Give me back my son, Minato snarled, his voice sharp with anger. In an instant, he was on his feet, drawing his three-pronged kunai, its blade catching the dim light. Who are you? He growled, his stance low, every muscle tense and ready to strike. Meanwhile, he ran through his mental Rolodex, searching for anything that could clue him in on this unknown ninja's identity. But he came up with nothing. The masked man's lone eye glinted with dark amusement. You'll have to take him from me, Hokage-sama, he said mockingly. But first, you'll have to save your wife. With a lazy gesture, he pointed over Minato's shoulder. Minato spun around, his heart sinking as he saw Kushina in obvious distress. A scream ripped from her throat, her chakra erupting in a violent surge. The seal containing the 9 tails, already weakened by childbirth, began to fray at the edges. Shit, Minato swore. He hadn't had time to reinforce the 5-element seal, keeping the 9 tails at bay. The raw power of the chakra beast within her pulsed, threatening to break free at any moment. Before he could act, the seal shattered, dark chakra spilling into the air like a spreading stain of death. Kushina gasped for breath as a fiery red fox appeared momentarily above her abdomen before vanishing. Her ruby hair fanned out around her in a tangled mess, her eyes clouded with pain. Each breath was shallow and ragged, her body visibly straining under the destruction of the complex seal. The cry of a baby snapped Minado's attention back. He turned to lock eyes with the masked man, analyzing every detail, the way he breathed, his movements, the subtle shifts in his posture. Nothing escaped Minado's scrutiny. You only get one warning. Release my son now, Minado said, his voice sharp and cold, fury coursing through him. His tone was calm, but the intensity behind his words was unmistakable. The masked man tilted his head, lightly hefting the baby, the faintest hint of amusement in his posture. His silence was unsettling, like a predator toying with its prey. But Minado wasn't done. His mind raced, each thought like wildfire. This man hadn't appeared out of nowhere. Someone had given him this location. Who could have betrayed them? His sanctuary, the most protected place in the village, had been compromised, and Minado needed answers fast. How did you find this place? He demanded, his voice as sharp as a kunai slicing through the thick tension. No one knew where we were. So who told you? His suspicion crackled in the air, each word heavy with distrust. Think, Minado, think. His mind raced ahead of him, grasping for a logical explanation. Who else knew about this? The barrier was flawless, and only a few had access to the location. Was there a spy? His thoughts swirled like a storm. But the masked man gave no response, his eerie quiet more unsettling than any retort. It was as if the silence was mocking him, a weapon sharper than any blade. Minado's heart pounded harder, his frustration building with every second that ticked by. No, there has to be something else. Someone in the village. But who? The stillness was suffocating, and for the first time in a long while, Minado felt a deep unease creeping into his bones. Then, in a single, chilling moment, the masked man acted. Without a word, he hurled the newborn toward the wall, the motion swift and deliberate. Time seemed to slow. Minado's heart nearly stopped as his son's tiny form sailed through the air, fragile and defenseless. His eyes widened in shock, every muscle in his body screaming to move faster to save his child. The masked man's voice cut through the thick tension like a blade, twisted and cold. I didn't come here to talk, he snarled, his words dripping with malevolence. I came for the 9 tails, and I'll tear apart everything you hold dear to get it. No, Minado roared, his voice raw with panic and fury as he threw himself forward, his body already reacting before his mind could fully grasp the horror of what was happening. His heart pounded, each beat echoing in his ears, drowning out all other sounds as the world seemed to collapse around him. The masked man's cold, calculating gaze barely registered. There was only Naruto, helpless and fragile, sailing through the air. Time seemed to slow, the space between Minado and his son stretching out into a nightmare of endless seconds. His breath hitched, chest tightening with a mixture of terror and adrenaline. He could feel the sharp pull of his muscles as he pushed his body to its absolute limit, moving faster than he ever had before, a blur of desperate motion. Naruto's tiny body, barely out of the womb, was tumbling through the air as though he were nothing more than a lifeless object. The sight broke Minado. Not my son. Not like this, his mind screamed, the primal urge to protect overpowering every other thought. His fingers twitched, readying to reach out and catch the child, as chakra surged through him, a surge of raw energy crackling in the air around him. Minado's sharp blue eyes tracked every movement, his pulse quickening as the distance closed. His feet barely touched the ground, his form a streak of yellow light as he sped toward his son. His hands stretched out, trembling, desperate to close the gap before it was too late. The masked man's laughter echoed faintly in the background, a twisted reminder of the malice that still loomed. With a swift and precise movement, Minado's hand shot out, catching his son just before he could collide with the wall. His heart pounded against his ribs as adrenaline surged through his veins, each beat echoing in his ears. The world seemed to narrow down to the tiny, fragile form cradled in his arms. Naruto, safe for the moment. There wasn't time to exhale in relief. Minado's grip tightened around Naruto, his mind racing as he felt the oppressive presence of the masked man looming behind him. His eyes darted toward the distant horizon. His decision was made in a heartbeat. In an instant, Minado's chakra flared, his Horatian mark already locked on their home. The space around him twisted with a pulse of energy as he infused his chakra into Naruto, sending him away. The baby disappeared in a flash, teleporting safely to their house, far from the chaos and danger of the battlefield. But that relief was short-lived. With his son safe, he turned to face his enemy, but what he saw turned his blood cold. "Kushina!" he shouted, his eyes darting around the room. But it was empty. Chapter 2. Confrontation begins. Minado stumbled forward, breath ragged, hands clenched into tight fists. His gaze moved over the overturned furniture and scattered papers. Silence hung heavily in the air. The masked man was gone, leaving only the echo of his sinister laughter. Kushina was nowhere to be found. Despair took hold, and he slumped against the wall, shoulders sagging as he tried to catch his breath. "None of this makes any sense," he muttered as he struggled to compose himself. His heart pounded harder when his gaze fell on the nurse. Bawako Sarutobi, the third Hokage's wife, lying in a pool of her blood. Her throat had been slit, her chest punctured by a single, precise stab wound, piercing her heart. Minado stood frozen for a heartbeat, the sight of her lifeless body twisting his stomach in a sickening knot. "No," Minado whispered, his voice trembling with shock and anger. "Why? If the whole reason for this attack was to take Kushina, then why kill Bawako?" The room remained still, offering no answers, just the hollow echo of loss. Moments before, the room had been filled with life and tension, but it now felt like a tomb. Silence wrapped around Minado like a heavy cloak, cold and oppressive, the air thick with an unsettling dread. His breath came in short, uneven bursts, the weight of panic pressing down on his chest. Every beat of his heart echoed in his ears, deafening in the suffocating stillness. His hands trembled for a brief moment before his training took over. He had to find Kushina. Without hesitation, his fingers flew through the familiar motions, deftly forming a seal as he activated the special mark on her wrist, his failsafe to reach her in an instant. His muscles coiled as chakra surged through his body, but his mind was a storm of frantic thoughts. Please, let her be safe. The jutsu took hold, pulling him through space in a blinding flash of yellow lightning. Desperation coursed through his veins, his body tense as if anticipating the worst. He barely registered the crackle of energy around him, the world distorting and bending as he moved through the void between moments. The sensation of weightlessness vanished just as quickly as it came, and he landed firmly on the ground. His pulse quickened as his eyes darted wildly, scanning every inch of his surroundings with desperate urgency. His hands instinctively clenched into fists at his sides, ready to defend. But then his heart seemed to stop, his body frozen in place. The sight that greeted him made his blood run cold. Kushina's head lifted weakly, her eyes dull, but still holding a flicker of defiance. Minato, she rasped, her voice barely a whisper. You shouldn't have come. It's a trap. Minado dropped to his knees beside her, his heart pounding as his hands hovered over the glowing chains. I'll get you out of here, he said, his voice trembling with equal parts rage and fear. Just hold on. She shook her head slightly, wincing as the chains tightened in response. He's too strong. You need to leave, Minado. Save yourself. Never, Minado whispered fiercely, his hands crackling with chakra as he prepared to break the seal. I won't leave you. Kushina chuckled weakly, though the sound was hollow, devoid of her usual fire. Don't bother, she murmured, her gaze drifting downward to her exposed abdomen. Black ink oozed from the shattered remnants of the five-element seal, its glow fading into darkness. Minado followed her gaze, and what he saw there chilled him. The ink, once a symbol of protection, now dripped down her belly like lifeblood, the seal's intricate markings slowly unraveling like a painting caught in the rain. His breath caught in his throat. No. It's already too late, she whispered, her voice faltering, fragile like glass on the verge of breaking. Most of her is already gone. Minado's hands trembled as he stared at the broken seal, the weight of her words sinking in like a blade piercing his chest. Her head drooped to the side, and she struggled to lift her gaze. Each shallow, labored breath betrayed her strength against overwhelming pain. Minado, she rasped, her voice exhausted yet fierce, a flicker of defiance glimmering in her eyes. Get away from here. You can't help me. You had to find her before she destroys the village. Before he could respond, a slow, mocking clap echoed through the clearing, slicing through the heavy tension that enveloped them. The sound reverberated ominously, drawing both of their attention. A swirling vortex materialized in the air, pulsating with dark energy, its edges crackling like a thunderstorm. From its depths, shadows twisted and coiled, forming the shape of a figure that stepped forth with deliberate slowness. How touching, the masked man mocked, a twisted grin spreading across his face from behind his mask. But I wouldn't advise getting too close, Hokage-sama. You might not like what happens next. Minado turned his gaze to their captor, fury burning in his eyes. His fists clenched at his sides, muscles taut with tension. "Let her go," he snarled, his voice a fierce growl that sliced through the heavy air. As he spoke, a surge of chakra radiated from him, causing the very air around them to tremble. The temperature dropped, the atmosphere thickening with his killing intent, making it feel like a storm was brewing. Shadows deepened, and the surrounding foliage seemed to wilt under the weight of his rage, leaves trembling and branches creaking as if the earth itself recoiled from his fury. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Kushina, as if his presence alone could shield her from further harm. "I promise you, whoever you are, you won't get away with this." Each word was punctuated by a flare of chakra and killing intent, crackling in the air like static electricity. The masked man chuckled softly, tilting his head as if considering Minado's words. "Oh, but I think I already have, and your time is running out." His voice dripped with sinister amusement. Minado's mind raced as he struggled to piece together the implications of the masked man's taunts. What is he talking about? And where's the nine tails? Anxiety tightened his chest as he recalled the immense power of the beast. The seal on Kushina had shattered, and yet the monstrous chakra of the nine tails wasn't rampaging through the village. His heart pounded in his chest, and a cold sweat formed on his brow as he considered the devastation the beast could unleash. Why isn't she running rampant through the village? Thoughts whirled chaotically in his mind. The village they had fought so hard to protect remained eerily quiet, and that unsettling calm only deepened his dread. Was it possible that the nine tails had not fully manifested, or is something else keeping it at bay? Minado's protective instincts flared as he considered the implications. He needed to understand the situation fully, not just for Kushina's sake, but for the entire village. With that thought lingering in his mind, Minado's gaze hardened as he locked onto the masked figure just a few feet away, his eyes narrowing with determination. The air crackled with tension, heavy and charged, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Every instinct within him screamed to prepare for the worst. As a powerful sensor, he was adept at reading chakra. He could discern its elemental type and purpose through sheer sensation. The swirling energies around him felt chaotic. He focused intently, sensing the energy swirling around the masked man. The malevolence radiating from him felt thick and suffocating, as if the air itself promised death and chaos. This guy isn't just a threat. He's a disaster waiting to happen, Minado thought, adrenaline surging through him. As he calibrated his senses, he could feel the remnants of the nine tails chakra pulsing nearby, echoing with desperation and rage. The duality of emotions, his wife's pain and the beast's fury, created a tempest within him. "I need to figure out what he's planning, and fast," he realized, urgency clawing at his mind. Every second spent in uncertainty only drew the village closer to danger, and the stakes had never felt higher. "Where is the nine tails?" Minado asked cautiously. He had the beginnings of a plan, but he needed to feel this guy out and figure out what his true intentions were. Because if you've got him stashed in your back pocket, then you're crazier than I think you are. The grin behind the man's mask widened. "Crazy? Oh, Hokage-sama, you're mistaken. I am very much in my right mind, and this is just the beginning. With that, he raised his hand, his lone visible eye gleaming as the last wisps of the Nine-Tails chakra escaped Kushina's seal and swirled around his fingers. Prepare yourself, because you're about to witness the true power of the strongest Biju. In that moment, Minado's heart sank, and every plan he could have processed evaporated. No, you can't do this, he shouted, his voice laced with desperation. You have no idea what you're unleashing. He clenched his fists tightly, muscles tensing as he prepared to spring into action. He's insane, Minado thought, panic surging within him. The chilling realization settled like a stone in his stomach. With the Biju freed, the life of his wife was running out. Please, just let her go, Minado pleaded, his voice raw with emotion. She's done nothing to you. You don't have to do this. The masked man chuckled darkly, a sound that sent chills down Minado's spine. Oh, but you see, I have to do this. It's not just about her. It's about unleashing chaos and proving a point. He stepped closer, the shadows swirling around him. The Nine-Tails will be free, and with it, the true power will rise. You can't stop it, Hokage. Each passing second brought Kushina closer to a fate he couldn't bear to imagine, her vitality slipping away with the chaotic energy that surged around them. He could almost hear the ticking clock, the urgency mounting as he fought against the dread creeping into his heart. I won't let you take her from me, he declared fiercely, determination igniting within him. I'll fight you with everything I have. The masked man's grin widened beneath his mask. Then come at me, Hokage. Show me what you're made of. But know this, you will fail. With that, a final, menacing pulse reverberated through the air as the massive form of the Biju slowly manifested behind him. Do you like my new pet? He asked, his voice dripping with malice. The nine-tailed fox was a colossal force of nature, its very presence radiating power and menace as easily as a person breathes. Its fiery orange fur shimmered with an otherworldly sheen, every movement sending ripples of energy through the air. Behind it, the 9 massive, bushy tails swirled like storm clouds, each one brimming with enough raw strength to shatter mountains or level entire landscapes in an instant. Do you really think you can stop this? The masked man taunted, his voice laced with mockery. In case you haven't noticed, you're already too late. Minado looked at the gigantic fox, shock etched across his face. Have you lost your mind? Did you release it just so it could kill everyone, including yourself? How do you plan on controlling that thing? The masked man's response came with a chilling calmness, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. With this, he said, his voice smooth yet laced with malice, the words dripping with anticipation. As he spoke, his lone visible eye morphed from black into the unmistakable form of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The swirling patterns within the eye pulsed with dark energy, emanating an ominous aura that seemed to distort the air around him. With a slow, deliberate motion, he tilted his head, allowing Minado to fully absorb the menacing sight before him. You see, Hokage, he continued, his tone almost taunting, this is the true power of the Uchiha. With the 9 tails at my command, I can reshape this world into one of my own design. The atmosphere thickened, charged with an unsettling power that made the hairs on the back of Minado's neck stand on end. Shadows flickered and danced around the masked figure, as if they were drawn to him, further enhancing his menacing presence. You could try to stop me, but know this: your efforts will be in vain. Well, fuck, Minado swore, feeling the weight of the situation crash down on him. The realization that he faced an opponent with such power sent adrenaline coursing through his veins. The ground trembled beneath him as the Nine Tails loomed large, and he knew this wasn't just a battle, it was a looming catastrophe. Clenching his fists, Minado steeled himself. "You think you can control that beast?" he challenged, his voice steady. "You're underestimating the chaos you've unleashed." The masked man chuckled darkly, his expression hidden behind the mask. "Oh, but you have no idea what I'm capable of, Hokage-sama. This is just the beginning." As Minado scanned the masked man's face, a chilling thought struck him. Could this be the work of an Uchiha traitor? A dark suspicion crept into his mind. Has the clan turned against the Leaf, or is this guy from a lost branch looking for revenge? The Sharingan, the manipulation, it all pointed to an Uchiha. Whether he came from within the village or not wasn't important right now. "Who helped you?" Minado demanded, his voice laced with urgency. "What have we done to bring this on us? Why have the Uchiha turned against the village?" The masked man merely smirked, clearly enjoying Minado's growing frustration. "You'll find out soon enough. Let's just say the bonds of loyalty have grown weak. It won't be long before you see the true face of betrayal." Minado's heart raced, both with anger and urgency. "I won't let you destroy everything we've built. Whoever you're working with, I'll make them pay." "Oh, really?" The masked man stepped forward, a wicked grin spreading beneath his mask. With a flick of his wrist, the chains binding Kushina tightened, and a sharp gasp of pain escaped her lips. "I'm going to destroy that village you call home," he taunted, his voice dripping with malice. "And when I do, you'll know that it was your precious bonds that made it so easy. How sweet it will be to watch everything you love burn to the ground." He leaned in closer, the glint of sadistic pleasure in his lone eye sending chills down Minado's spine. "You thought you could protect them, but you failed. They'll all suffer because of you." The words hung heavily in the air, filling Minado with a cold dread. He tightened his grip on his kunai, desperation coursing through him as he thought of Kushina. He glanced between the masked man and the looming threat of the Nine Tails, calculating his next move while his heart raced with the need to save his wife. The masked man stepped closer, a cruel smile creeping across his face. "Just imagine the chaos that will unfold, Hokage. Friends turning on friends, families torn apart. You will be the architect of their destruction, and you'll have no one to blame but yourself." "You underestimate me," Minado said, his voice steady and quiet, yet laced with urgency. The confidence in his tone stood in stark contrast to the chaos around him. With a burst of chakra, Minado hurled his kunai toward the masked man, but just as it flew, the man vanished into a swirling vortex. The kunai clattered uselessly to the ground. "Too slow," the masked man taunted, reappearing beside the Nine Tails, his hand resting on its fur like a master petting his obedient dog. "You can't touch me, Hokage. This is over before it even began." Minado stood still for a moment, his expression unreadable, before slowly lowering his hand. "You're wrong," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "This is just beginning." In a flash, Minado vanished, the world blurring around him as he reappeared beside Kushina. His fingers brushed her cheek for the briefest of moments, his heart aching at her pained smile. "Hold on," he whispered. Then he was gone again, reappearing in front of the Nine Tails. His chakra flared like a beacon, illuminating the darkness around him. The masked man narrowed his eyes. Bold but futile. Minado remained silent, for words were unnecessary. No matter what his unseen opponent might say or do, his resolve was unshakable. Failure was not an option, not when the lives of his village, his wife, and his newborn son hung in the balance. With that weight on his shoulders, his mind worked with the precision of a finely tuned machine. Every thought and calculation was deliberate, focused solely on the gravity of the situation. There could be no misstep, no hesitation. Each decision he made from this point forward had to be flawless. There was no room for doubt and no margin for error. His mind sharpened, narrowing in on the only path forward, victory. As if in response to his steely resolve, time itself seemed to stretch. Minado crouched low, preparing to face the masked man. Every breath felt heavier, the charged atmosphere crackling with tension as if the world itself was holding its breath. Above them, the Nine Tails let out an earth-shattering roar. Their colossal form towered over the battlefield like a force of nature, a looming shadow of destruction that threatened to engulf everything in its path. The stakes had never been higher. "I can't afford to hesitate," Minado thought, his heartbeat quickening but his mind sharp. "This isn't just about me. The entire village depends on what happens next." He glanced at the towering form of the Nine Tails, its fiery eyes blazing with hatred. Naruto, Kushina, their faces flickered through his mind. "I promise I will protect you both, no matter the cost." His gaze shifted back to the masked man, the figure's eerie calmness only amplifying the suffocating tension in the air. Minado's sharp eyes scanned him, noting the slight shift in stance, the way the masked figure's lone eye flickered with deadly intent. Who is this guy, and why does he hate the village so much? The questions raced through Minado's mind, but he couldn't afford to dwell on them. There was no time for questions, only action. Every breath, every heartbeat felt like a countdown. Minado's body coiled with tension as he calculated every possible angle for attack, reading the masked man's chakra flow, mapping out potential feints, counters, and defenses in an instant. He mentally marked the distance between them, noting how the masked man's chakra signature flared ominously with each passing second. Whatever his motives, I can't let him win. I have to be sharper, faster, Minado silently vowed, his mind locking onto a plan, his instincts screaming to take the offensive. A gust of wind swept through the clearing, sending leaves scattering across the ground, the world around them blurring in the anticipation of their impending clash. Thankfully, when it came to speed, the yellow flash was never in short supply. His fingers twitched, already itching to hurl his signature kunai, ready to teleport in an instant and strike before the masked man even had time to react. While Minado prepared himself for battle, the man with the lone visible eye stood unervingly still, his presence like a shadow that stretched over the battlefield, oppressive and cold. His silence was not one of hesitation or uncertainty, but of calculated menace, amplifying the already suffocating tension in the air. The Mangekyo Sharingan, that pulsed from the man's single visible eye, throbbed with dark energy, its distinctive swirling pattern a symbol of untold power. The red and black of the Sharingan spun slowly, almost hypnotically, as if drawing in the very light around it. Each curve of the design hinted at the devastating abilities contained within, abilities that Minado knew had the potential to bend space, control minds, or summon destructive forces beyond comprehension. Though his face was hidden behind the mask, the aura of malevolence surrounding him was palpable, like a coiled serpent waiting to strike. The Sharingan wasn't just a tool. It was a weapon of precision, capable of reading every movement, every intention before they even manifested. Every fiber of Minado's being screamed of the danger that lingered in that stillness, the calm before the storm. The masked man's unnerving stillness wasn't the absence of movement. It was the promise of something far worse. Devastation, delivered with lethal accuracy. He's waiting for me to make the first move, Minado realized, his instincts screaming at him to act before it was too late. Well, if that's the case, who am I to disappoint? In a split second, he was gone. Minado hyroshined, vanishing from sight and instantly reappearing in front of the Nine Tails. The shift was so fast, it was almost imperceptible. Then, the beast's crimson eyes immediately locked onto him, burning with a fierce, predatory gleam. Minado's heart pounded, but his mind remained calm, and his sharp gaze quickly assessed the situation. There, just out of reach, stood the masked man, his hand resting casually on the Nine Tails, as if controlling the monstrous creature with nothing more than a thought. He has too much control over it. I have to break his hold, and fast. The masked man's laughter echoed through the clearing. You're quicker than I thought, but it won't be enough. The Nine Tails is mine now, and you're powerless to stop me. Though he said that, his lone visible eye couldn't help but briefly widen at the sight of the yellow flash using his signature jutsu so effortlessly. Minado's eyes narrowed. I wouldn't be so sure of that, he warned, his voice low but resolute. He had to act quickly. Using his exceptional control over his chakra, his hands blurred as they formed multiple hand seals. The masked man's gaze flickered with surprise, but quickly turned to scorn. You still think you can fight me? The power of the Nine Tails will soon be mine, and with it, I'll bring your precious village to its knees. Oblivious to the man's words, but instinctively understanding their intent, Minado's hands moved with practiced speed, his chakra surging as he completed the final seal. Whatever your goals, I will not let you succeed, he declared. In a flash, he activated a new technique, one that would harness the full potential of his chakra and his will to protect the village. Wind Release, Fujin Retsumetsu, Wind God's Annihilation. The air around him vibrated with raw energy as a massive vortex of wind blades erupted from his position, spiraling outward with a ferocious roar. The blades shimmered with a silvery hue, slicing through the atmosphere and creating a deafening howl. The ground trembled beneath the force of the jutsu as the razor-sharp winds surged toward the masked man, who stood unmoving in his dark aura. As the vortex approached, Minado directed its path with a swift motion, honing in on the massive form of the Biju. The chaotic energy surrounding the Nine Tails pulsed, but the powerful wind blades cut through the darkness, creating a clear path. The masked man's eyes widened, and he realized the impending threat. What? In a desperate attempt to maintain control, he attempted to summon his own defenses, but the sheer force of Fujin Retsumetsu overwhelmed him. The vortex twisted and turned, slicing through shadows as it separated him from the Nine Tails, pushing him back and forcing him to stagger. Minado's heart raced as he saw the Biju's form destabilize under the onslaught of wind blades, creating a momentary disruption in the chaos. The swirling vortex encircled the Nine Tails, driving the malevolent chakra away and allowing a glimpse of the beast struggling against the binding energy. Now, Minado shouted, channeling more chakra to intensify the jutsu. The winds howled louder, and with a final surge of power, the vortex expanded, completely engulfing the masked man, pushing him further away from the Nine Tails. The masked man staggered back, caught off guard by the ferocity of the attack. "You think this will stop me, Hokage?" he snarled, his tone dripping with venom as he struggled against the winds. Instead of answering, Minado seized on his opponent's momentary distraction by hurling one of his three-pronged kunai toward the masked man, teleporting directly behind him in a heartbeat. With a precise strike, he aimed to incapacitate his foe, but the masked man was quick to react, dodging the attack with a twisted grin. "You're more determined than I gave you credit for," the masked man sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "But it won't be enough to save your village." With that, he darted forward with incredible speed, kunai flying from his hands. Each blade was aimed with deadly precision, but Minado was faster. He hira-shined, disappearing in a flash of yellow light, only to reappear right behind his opponent, kunai in hand, aiming for the masked man's back. But he was ready. The masked man's body flickered, phasing out of reality as Minado's blade passed harmlessly through him. Without missing a beat, he spun, his hand crackling with a swirling vortex of dark chakra. "Kamui," he muttered, the space around his one visible eye distorting into a spiraling void, threatening to pull Minado into another dimension. Minado's reflexes kicked in, and he twisted out of range just in time, his mind racing. Quickly, he formed a hand seal and slammed his palm into the ground. "Kuchiyose no Jutsu," summoning jutsu, he called, and in a puff of smoke, Gemabunta, the chief toad, appeared beneath him. The massive toad towered over the battlefield, unsheathing a blade large enough to cleave mountains. The masked man leaped back, his Sharingan eyes narrowing as he raised his hands. "Uchiha Kenjin, Uchiha Flame Circle," he shouted, and a massive wall of black flames erupted in front of him, roaring with intense heat and sinister chakra. Gamabunta hesitated, eyeing the menacing flames warily. Minato, atop the toad's head, furrowed his brow. This won't hold him off for long. Reaching into his pouch, he pulled out a handful of kunai marked with the Hiratian seal. In a smooth motion, he threw them, each one landing at precise locations across the battlefield. The masked man remained calm, his Sharingan tracking the movement of every kunai. Hiratian again, Sai. How predictable, he muttered. Minato smirked. Predictable? Let's see about that. In an instant, Minado Hirashined again, teleporting between each kunai so quickly that he became a blur, shifting from one position to another faster than even the Sharingan could follow. He moved like lightning. His afterimages had afterimages, and they all flickered around the battlefield, confusing his opponent. Frustrated, the masked man called out, Kamui. The space around him twisted once more, the vortex expanding as it sought to draw Minato in. But the fourth Hokage was already gone, Hira shining out of the vortex's reach. Purple eyes flashed with determination as he formed a single glowing orb of chakra in his palm. Raising Gan, he called, the swirling ball of energy humming with deadly intent. He dashed forward, aiming the Rasengan directly at the masked man. But once again, the masked man's body flickered, becoming intangible as the Rasengan passed through him harmlessly. But this time, Minato had anticipated the move. As his attack phased through his opponent, he released a Hiratian kunai, marking the masked man's body with the seal. The unknown man's lone eye widened beneath his mask as he realized his mistake. Damn it, he tagged me. In the blink of an eye, Minato Hirashined to the mark, appearing directly behind his opponent. It's over, he whispered, raising Gan blazing in his hand. Before the masked man could react, Minato drove the spinning orb of chakra into his back. The swirling mass tore through his defenses and sent him crashing into the ground. Before Minato could capitalize on his downed foe, the masked man phased through the ground, vanishing from sight. Moments later, he reappeared several feet away, his chest rising and falling heavily. A groan of pain escaped him as he clutched his side, but despite the apparent strain, he slowly rose to his feet. His breath came in shallow, labored gasps, yet behind his mask his eyes gleamed with malice. "You're fast, Hokage," he muttered, his voice dripping with frustration. "But speed alone won't save you. You won't win." He straightened, his tone darkening as his gaze burned with menace. "For I, Madara Uchiha, will destroy your petty resistance with a power your feeble mind cannot even begin to comprehend." Minato's heart plummeted the moment the attacker's identity reached his ears. "It can't be, Madara," his mind screamed, reeling from the impossibility of it. His pulse quickened, disbelief warring with the icy grip of dread tightening around his chest. Minato's heart sank as the newly revealed assailant began a series of rapid-fire hand signs. Dark clouds gathered overhead, swirling ominously as the air grew thick with malevolent chakra. "You'll need more than speed to stop this," Madara yelled, thrusting his hands skyward, calling forth his next jutsu. "Kuchios Gedomazo," summoning, demonic statue of the outer path, he roared. The ground beneath them cracked and trembled as a monstrous figure erupted from the earth. The ghetto statue, a nightmarish giant, loomed over the battlefield, its hollow eyes glowing with an eerie light. Its very presence exuded death, an overwhelming aura of despair. Minado's mind raced. This is bad. I've got to end this now, or everything is lost. With grim determination, he formed another Rasengan, but this time he channeled wind chakra into the swirling sphere, causing it to grow larger and sharper. Futon Rasengan, wind release, spiraling sphere, he shouted as the ball of chakra roared to life in his hand, the winds whipping around him with violent intensity. With a final burst of speed, Minado Hiroshined once more, teleporting directly in front of the masked man. The Sharingan flared in response, but Minado was too fast, driving the Futon Rasengan forward with all his strength. At that moment, the ghetto statue's massive arm shot out, its enormous hand aiming to crush Minado. But the yellow flash was quicker, teleporting out of harm's way and reappearing above the statue's head. With a determined cry, he slammed the Rasengan into the ghetto statue's skull. The impact sent shockwaves rippling across the battlefield, the sheer force of the attack reverberating through the air and shaking the very ground beneath them. Dust and debris flew in every direction, carried by the violent winds generated by the Rasengan. The ghetto statue, a towering monstrosity of immense power, let out a deafening roar of agony as the wind-infused Rasengan tore through its head, leaving cracks and fractures splintering across its grotesque form. Madara's control wavered, his grip on the statue faltering as the connection between them destabilized. The behemoth stumbled, its massive limbs struggling to maintain balance as it teetered on the brink of collapse. The ground quaked beneath its weight, sending tremors across the landscape. From a distance, Madara watched the scene unfold, his narrowed eyes betraying his growing frustration. He clenched his fists, and then, without a word, he stepped back, his body fading into the shadows, retreating from the battlefield like a specter disappearing into the night. The darkness swallowed him whole, leaving only the echoes of his presence behind. This isn't over, the masked intruder snarled with fury when he felt his connection to the ghetto statue and the nine tails sever. I will be back, and this village and the people you hold so dear will smolder beneath my feet when I do. This, I swear. Before Minado could respond, the masked man vanished into a swirling vortex, the space around him distorting and collapsing into itself until nothing remained but silence. The battlefield stilled for a brief moment, yet the tension in the air remained palpable. Meanwhile, far from the chaos of the fight, Kushina clung desperately to the last remnants of her willpower. Each breath was a painful, labored struggle, her body weakening as the life slowly drained from her. Yet, despite the searing pain that coursed through her, something more profound, something unbreakable, kept her grounded. She wasn't done. There was something she needed to say, words meant for Minado alone. Once Minado was certain Madara was gone, he rushed to his wife and focused on releasing her from her chains. He gently lifted her from the jagged rock, his movements tender and deliberate despite the urgency of their situation. The glowing chains fell away as he channeled his chakra, releasing the sealing technique that bound her. With careful hands, he lowered her to the ground, cradling her as if she were the most fragile thing in the world. Her fiery red hair lay in disarray around her pale face, and he could feel her shallow breaths against his chest, each one a reminder of just how close he had come to losing her. He adjusted her position, ensuring she was as comfortable, his eyes never leaving her pale face. Every motion was filled with an aching tenderness, reflecting the depth of his love for his wife. With a trembling effort, she turned her head slightly, her vision blurred and darkening at the edges. Her body felt heavy, almost foreign, but the fire within her spirit flickered just enough to push her through the haze of agony. Minado needed to hear her, and she refused to let the darkness take her until she'd said everything. "Minado," she rasped, her voice barely above a whisper, "I'm too weak from the forced extraction to have a nine-tails resealed in me, so you have to seal in our son instead." She winced, her body convulsing slightly from the sheer effort of speaking. "Seal all of my chakra and mana in him, and all my knowledge too. Kazue, the nine-tails, will protect him like she did for me. You must seal all of her power within him, not half. Here, use this seal." Her trembling hand reached for a folded paper tucked beneath the bloodied folds of her robe. This parchment had been prepared long ago in the event that she and Minado would ever have to face this nightmarish scenario. The sealing matrix on its unrolled surface was intricate and ancient, a design passed down through her family for generations, meant only for such dire moments. He also noticed that the ink that had once bound the nine tails to her stomach seemed to ripple faintly in harmony with the matrix on the scroll. She placed the fragile parchment in Minado's hand, her fingers brushing his for just a moment. At first, Minado stood frozen, stunned by both Kushina's condition and the enormity of what she had just asked him. His eyes widened, the words echoing in his mind, but the full weight of her request didn't immediately register. His breath caught in his throat, and his hands clenched at his sides as if trying to grasp the enormity of the situation. However, Minado was a genius, and it took only a few heartbeats for the pieces to click into place. "Wait, what?" he murmured, shaking his head slightly, his brows knitting together in confusion. He leaned closer, his voice faltering. "I understand you want me to transfer your chakra to Naruto." Minado's gaze dropped momentarily to the ground before snapping back to her face as he reflected on her request. Though in hindsight, that actually makes a lot of sense, especially since his chakra coils will be significantly enlarged and reinforced by becoming a Jinchuriki. But what the hell is mana? I've never heard of such a power before. Kushina's lips curled into a faint, sad smile, her hand trembling as she raised it to touch his chin. With a weak but insistent gesture, she tilted his head up, forcing his gaze to meet hers. I know what you're thinking, Minado," she rasped, her voice frail and strained as she fought against the pain. Her breath shuddered, and her body convulsed slightly as she held back a cough. "Mana is..." She paused again, her breath hitching, her chest rising and falling in labored movements. It's a form of energy my family discovered centuries ago. Seeing the strain on her face, Minato instinctively reached out, his hands gently encircling her shoulders. Kushina, wait, don't. She shook her head, the movement weak but resolute. Her fiery spirit flickered through her pain as she fixed him with a fierce, determined glare. Her grip on his hand tightened as much as her strength would allow. I need to explain this, and you need to shut up, listen, and understand. Her fingers loosened, falling to her side, but her eyes bore into his, the threat inherent in her message unmistakable. Mana, she continued, her voice gaining a fragile strength as she leaned slightly toward him, is unlike chakra. It's purely spiritual, drawn from the ethereal forces that flow through the world. Minato's fingers trembled as they gently brushed a strand of crimson hair away from her face. He could feel the weight of her words, the finality of this moment sinking in. His throat tightened, but he forced himself to remain still. Kushina's breaths were shallow, but she pressed on, determined. Mana harnesses the unseen, she explained, her voice barely more than a whisper as she leaned against him, resting her head lightly on his chest. The currents of nature, the pulse of the elements, even the forces of time and space itself. His mind whirled with possibilities, and, because of who he was, even more questions burst from his imagination. But one in particular pressed to the forefront. What will Naruto be able to do with this mana? He asked softly, his voice catching as he gently stroked her hair, trying to offer her some small comfort. Her lips parted in a faint smile, her voice fragile and faint. As he grows, she whispered, her hand weakly reaching up to touch his cheek. He'll be able to do anything. Anything. Asterisk, the word reverberated through Minato's mind as he gripped her hand, holding on to every ounce of her remaining warmth. His heart raced with possibilities, but he forced himself to stay grounded, to focus on her. His questions would have to wait. One glance at her fading strength told him that now was not the time to press. Maybe, just maybe, he'd find more answers in the scroll. With one hand cradling his wife's head, Minato carefully examined the elaborate sealing matrix that kept the scroll tightly closed. Intricate patterns drawn in chakra-infused ink glimmered faintly in the dim light, each symbol resonating with an ancient energy. This seal is complex, he thought, his curiosity rising, far more intricate than any I've encountered before. I think this must be in the ancient Uzumaki style. If that's the case, I wonder how old this thing is? It took him a full 30 seconds to run through everything he'd ever learned about the ancient Uzumaki script before he found solution. With his free hand, he sent a pulse of chakra at a specific frequency directly into the seal. Focus. It's all about precision, he reminded himself, feeling the familiar rush of energy course through him as he honed in on the patterns. The air crackled with energy as the Hokage's chakra flowed through the intricate designs, gradually activating the sealing matrix. The tension in the atmosphere was palpable, each pulse of energy heightening his focus. Come on, just a little more, the blonde urged through clenched teeth, willing the seal to respond. He could feel the weight of time pressing down on him, amplifying his desire to complete his task. Then finally, with one final burst of chakra, he heard a resonant crack, and the seal shattered. Brilliant arcs of light erupted from the broken patterns, illuminating the surrounding area in a dazzling display that momentarily blinded him. As the brilliant light gradually subsided, fragments of energy spiraled outward like shards of crystalline glass, each one bursting into motes of shimmering luminescence that danced gracefully through the air before fading into nothingness. The scroll unfurled with a soft, almost reverent flutter. There it is, Minado thought, a surge of hope intertwining with a knot of anxiety as the scroll's contents revealed themselves to his eager gaze. Ancient symbols and intricate diagrams glowed softly, pulsing with a rhythmic energy that seemed to resonate with the very essence of his being. This could hold the key to sealing the Nine Tails and saving both Kushina and Naruto. The very thought ignited a flame of hope within him, filling him with a fierce determination that quickened the beat of his heart. The possibility of resealing the Biju without sacrificing anyone was a glimmer of light in the encroaching darkness. However, as he examined the intricate seal matrix more closely, a sense of dread washed over him. His eyes widened in horror and sadness as he noticed a detail that sent a chill down his spine. There, etched into the edge of the parchment, was a stipulation that threatened to undermine what little hope he'd managed to grasp. If he followed through with his wife's request, the consequences for their son would be dire. The realization hit him hard. He had only just come to terms with the possibility of losing his wife, grappling with the thought of a future without her warmth and laughter. But now, to be faced with the nightmarish choice of willingly depriving their child of both parents in a single night felt catastrophic. The weight of that decision bore down on him, each heartbeat echoing with the profound implications of his impending choice. He leaned forward, pressing his lips gently to hers, his kiss filled with all the emotions he couldn't put into words. Tears welled in his eyes as she whispered her final, soft words. "I love you, Minado Namices." Her voice was barely audible, like the last breath of a breeze. "Cammy, please protect Naruto and his life. I beg you." Her hand fell limp, and Minado could feel the warmth of her touch fading, slipping away like sand through his fingers. The ache in his chest grew unbearable as the weight of her impending death settled deep within him, suffocating the air from his lungs. He held her hand for a moment longer, unwilling to release it, as though clinging to the last fragile thread of hope that she might somehow remain with him. Minado's sorrow-laden eyes lingered on her, searching for any sign of life, any flicker that could defy the inevitable. Her once vibrant crimson hair, now damp and tangled with sweat and streaked with blood, clung to her pallid face. The woman he loved, once so full of fire and fierce determination, was slipping away before his very eyes, leaving only the echoes of her warmth behind. He tore his gaze from her frail form and closed his eyes for a moment, drawing a shaky breath, before he finally opened them, his heart heavy but resolute. "Kushina," Minado began, his voice cracking with sorrow and unshed tears. My love, please hang on a little bit longer. There's something you need to know. Minado's hand still held hers, his grip tightening ever so slightly, as if by holding on, he could somehow tether her to the world just a little longer. His gaze remained fixed on their entwined fingers, watching the way her once strong hand now lay weak and fragile in his. His heart thundered in his chest, each beat a painful reminder of the time slipping away. He knew what he had to say would break Kushina's fragile heart, shatter the last bit of strength she was clinging to. But there was no turning back now. His hands trembled slightly as he held her close, already mourning what he had yet to tell her. The weight of the decision pressed heavily on him, more unbearable than the battlefield wounds he had suffered over the years. The words hovered on his lips like a bitter poison, each syllable a wound waiting to be inflicted. He struggled to find a right way to deliver such unbearable news, knowing that nothing could soften the blow. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself, his voice wavering between sorrow and resolve. Kushina, according to this scroll, to do what you want to be done and seal the Nine Tails, I'll need to place 2 additional seals on Naruto. He hesitated, the weight of his next words pressing down on him like an unbearable burden. And one of them will cost me my life. Kushina's eyes, though dimmed by pain and fatigue, flared with a fierce and desperate light. Her grip on his hand tightened, her voice strained but resolute. No, Minato, you can't do this. If you sacrifice yourself too, Naruto will be left completely alone. He'll have no one. I can't. I can't bear the thought of him growing up without either of us. Please. Her voice trailed off weakly. Minato's heart twisted at her words, but the crushing weight of their reality bore down on him, leaving no room for doubt or hesitation. He inhaled deeply, steadying his trembling voice, thick with sorrow. I'm sorry, my love, but there's no other way. His hand rose to the bridge of his nose, pinching it as he exhaled a long, tired sigh. To make the seal you gave me work alongside the 8 trigram seal, I must also invoke the Reaper Death Seal. Minato's voice wavered, his throat tightening as he forced himself to continue. I'll have to summon the Shinigami, the Death God. He paused, allowing the weight of those words to sink in, watching the flicker of confusion and dawning horror in Kushina's eyes. The finality of what he was saying settled between them like a heavy shroud, suffocating the small hope they had clung to. My soul will be the price required to seal the entirety of the Nine Tails chakra into Naruto. He swallowed hard, the gravity of his next words nearly choking him. If I don't, Naruto will be cursed with crippled chakra coils and stunted physical growth. His future, everything we wanted for him, would be stolen before it even begins. The silence that followed was suffocating, the weight of his decision looming like a dark shadow over them both. He could feel her tremble slightly in his arms, the heartbreaking realization crashing over her, and all he could do was hold her tighter, wishing for a miracle that would never come. He paused, choking back the flood of grief rising in his chest, his breath catching as the weight of his next words bore down on him. His hand trembled slightly as he held hers, the warmth of her touch slipping away with every second. The other seal, he continued, his voice barely above a whisper, is the 16-prong beast absorption seal. This seal is special and will do more than just keep Kazue, the nine tails, contained. He swallowed hard, fighting against the lump in his throat. It will also strengthen Naruto's bond with her. This will ensure that one day he will be able to harness her power as an ally instead of as a warden. His gaze dropped to their joined hands, the sadness etched deep in his features. I'm doing this, so he won't have to bear this burden alone. With these 3 seals, Kazue will be more than a simple protector. Without us there to protect and guide him, she'll be the friend and partner he will need to survive the trials life will throw at him. Kushina's lips trembled as she struggled to respond, but she was too weak. A tear slipped down her cheek as the reality of his words sunk in. Minado was planning to join her in death. Minado gently wiped the tear from her face, his thumb lingering against her cheek as he cradled her fragile form. This is the only way, he whispered, his voice thick with sorrow. The tremble in his hand betrayed the depth of his anguish, but his gaze remained steady, filled with the fierce love and duty that had always defined him. Kushina's tear-soaked eyes searched his face, clinging to every word, even as her heart shattered. I won't let our son bear this burden alone, he continued, his voice softening as he leaned closer, pressing his forehead against hers. But know this, Kushina, no matter what happens, even in death, our seals will be what protects him. We will be there with him, guarding him, guiding him. His thumb traced her cheek tenderly, as if trying to memorize every detail. The softness of her skin, the warmth of her touch, it was all slipping away too fast. His heart clenched with the weight of the moment, knowing this might be the last time he could hold her like this. His other hand gripped hers tightly, refusing to let go, as if by sheer will he could keep her with him. The warmth of her skin seemed to slip through his fingers like sand. His breath hitched, but he forced himself to stay calm for her sake. This is the only way, he whispered, his voice thick with sorrow yet firm with determination. The words were hard to say, but there was no turning back now. I won't let our son bear this burden alone. But know this. His voice softened, and he leaned closer, his forehead resting gently against hers. Our seals will protect him, Minado continued, his voice barely above a whisper. Our love, our strength, everything we are, it will live on through Naruto. His thumb moved softly over her cheek once more, committing every sensation to memory. He squeezed her hand, his final vow spilling from his lips with unwavering certainty. He'll never be alone, not truly. Kushina's hand gripped his weakly, her eyes filling with the silent plea that echoed in her soul. But Minado knew she understood. He could see it in her fading gaze. He leaned down, pressing his forehead gently to hers, his heart breaking with the finality of their choices. I'll always love you, Minado whispered, the weight of his sacrifice already upon him. But our son, he deserves a future, and I'll make sure he gets it. With one final glance at her peaceful face, Minado steeled himself for the irreversible path he was about to walk. He would do whatever it took to protect their son, even if it meant giving up everything. Kushina's eyes fluttered closed as she drew her final breath. Minado carefully lifted his wife's fragile body into his arms, her form limp and cold against his chest. His heart clenched painfully, but there was no time to grieve. Not yet. With a deep breath, he gathered his chakra, the familiar hum of power coursing through him. In an instant, he disappeared in a brilliant yellow flash, the space around him warping as the Haration transported them away. When Minado reappeared, the familiar walls of his home surrounded him. The soft glow of candlelight flickered against the darkened room, casting long shadows that danced along the walls. The air was filled with the loud, piercing cries of his newborn son. Naruto's wails echoed through the house, raw and insistent, pulling Minado from the whirlpool of grief threatening to consume him. His body trembled as he gently laid Kushina on their bed, her lifeless form looking so out of place in the warmth of their home. His hand lingered on her cheek for a moment, his thumb brushing against her skin one last time. But the sound of his son's cries cut through the haze. Minado turned his head toward the cradle, where Naruto lay, tiny fists flailing, his face red with distress. Minado's heart broke anew, knowing that this innocent child, his child, was already burdened by the cruel weight of destiny. He inhaled deeply, trying to steady his breath, before walking over to his son, his legs feeling heavy with the weight of what was to come. As he reached the cradle, Minado looked down at Naruto, his heart swelling with love and sorrow. He gently scooped the infant into his arms, cradling the tiny, fragile body close to his chest. Naruto's cries quieted slightly, the warmth of his father's embrace calming him, though his little body still shook with leftover sobs. Minado pressed a kiss to the top of Naruto's head, whispering softly, "I'm so sorry, my son. I wish things could be different." His voice cracked under the strain, but he quickly swallowed his grief. There was no more time for hesitation. There were still things he had to do, decisions that would shape Naruto's future, even if it meant his own end. Minado gave his wife one more mournful look, his eyes lingering on her still form. The weight of loss pressed heavily on his chest, but there was no time to properly grieve. His heart screamed for him to stay by her side, to cling to the fleeting moments they had left. But duty, his final duty, called him away. With Naruto cradled in his arms, Minado gave one last sorrowful look at Kushina. His heart ached, but he swallowed hard, knowing there was no time to linger. Holding his son close, he took a deep breath, and in a flash of yellow light, he vanished into the night, leaving her behind as Minado vanished in a burst of yellow lightning. The room fell into a heavy, expectant silence. The atmosphere shifted, becoming dense with an otherworldly weight as the goddess of death materialized, her form radiating an eerie yet serene glow. Shadows danced around her, swirling like mist as she arrived to claim Kushina's soul, the air charged with the gravity of the moment. As Kushina's essence began to separate from her mortal form, a shimmering light enveloped her, softly illuminating the room in a golden hue. She turned her gaze toward the divine being, drawn by an unexplainable pull. The goddess, with her mournful, ethereal eyes and an expression etched with sorrow, met Kushina's gaze with a profound understanding of the loss unfolding before her. A single tear slipped down the goddess's cheek, glistening like a crystal drop, and her voice emerged, soft and tinged with both compassion and solemnity, filling the space with a sense of both inevitability and grace. "Your sacrifice is not in vain," she whispered, her words reverberating with the weight of ages. Each syllable seemed to hang in the air, resonating with the bittersweet sense of loss. "Don't worry," the goddess continued, her voice steady yet gentle. "Though I will take your husband's soul, I will not claim it. That way, you two can watch from the heavens and be together as you deserve." There was a brief pause as Kushina took in those comforting words, a spark of hope flickering in her heart despite the sorrow. "I will also assist in sealing Kazeh," the goddess added, her tone imbued with reverence. "For your son carries the blessings of not just myself, but also my siblings through your blood. He will inherit gifts and summons long lost to this world, remnants of a legacy that has not been seen for over 10,000 years." The weight of this revelation wrapped around Kushina like a warm embrace, offering both comfort and a deeper understanding of her son's future. Yet, as the goddess's words sank in, Kushina's mind raced with questions. The notion of multiple summoning contracts went against everything she knew. Typically, a ninja could only form a contract with one clan of summons, a sacred pact forged in blood and bound by chakra. To summon more than one was unheard of, impossible even. Each contract was a lifelong bond, unique to the summoner. It was a fundamental law of nature, a limitation that all shinobi, including herself, had accepted without question. Her heartbeat quickened, and she took a step forward, her eyes wide with disbelief. "But that's not how it works," Kushina argued softly, her voice tinged with confusion. "A ninja can only have one summoning contract. That's the rule. How can Naruto? How can he have more than one?" The goddess's expression remained calm, her silver eyes shimmering with ancient knowledge and amusement. She tilted her head slightly, the corners of her lips curving into a soft smile as she watched Kushina grapple with what she believed to be universal truths. "As you should have guessed by now, your son has never been, nor will he ever be an ordinary child," she replied softly. "No child with even a hint of my lineage could ever hope to be anything resembling mundane. His blood carries a power that has been dormant for generations, a bond with the spirits of the old world. He will not be limited to a single summon. Instead, he will have access to multiple, each one tied to the legacy of his bloodline and the blessings of the gods. In time, he will awaken them, and they will serve him in ways even you cannot yet imagine. I have watched your blessings and tribulations, as well as your blessings and prosperity from afar with both pain and pride. Now, my daughter, it is time for you to come home to where you have always belonged." The finality of the statement hung in the air, both an invitation and a gentle farewell, as Kushina prepared to embrace her destiny in the divine realm. Kushina's spirit lingered, a wistful smile with a hint of sadness gracing her ethereal features as she responded, her voice barely above a whisper. "If you knew who and where I was all along, why couldn't you have helped before now?" Her words trembled, the weight of years of longing and pain pressing down on her. She had been strong for Minado, for Naruto, for the village, but this truth, this revelation that her mother had been watching her, cut her deeper than any battle ever could. The hurt of being so close, yet so far, unraveled her resolve. The goddess's gaze softened, as if she could sense the hurt, confusion, and sense of betrayal swirling in Kushina's heart. She took a step forward, her ethereal form shimmering faintly in the dim light, and spoke with a voice both tender and ancient, laced with the wisdom of countless ages. "There are laws, my daughter," she began, with words that carried both sadness and a weight that transcended the mortal world. "Even though I have always known who and where you were, I could not intervene. It is not that I did not wish to. My heart longed to reach out, to hold you, but the balance between realms must be upheld." Kushina's brow furrowed, her mind grappling with the concept, but she remained silent, allowing the goddess to continue. "I am bound by the laws that govern both the divine and mortal worlds," she explained. "To interfere directly in your life, before your time, would have shattered the delicate fabric that holds these realms together. Even gods must abide by the rules of fate. We cannot simply bend them to our will. To protect the natural order, I had to let you walk your own path, endure your trials, and find your own strength." She paused, her gaze full of both sorrow and pride as she looked upon Kushina. "Only now, at the end of your mortal journey, could I step forward, because your spirit is returning to where it belongs. This is why I can finally be with you. My presence here would have disrupted the balance had I come before." Kushina took in the explanation, feeling the ache in her heart ease as she began to understand what was happening. Although the pain of separation remained, she now saw the bigger picture. Knowing that her mother had been watching but unable to intervene softened some of the bitterness she had felt. In that moment of clarity, a brief, light smile crossed her lips, but it was fleeting. As the reality of her situation settled back in, a frown quickly clouded her ethereal face, her luminous features dimming under the weight of her worries. "I just wish I could be there for him," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly, each word wrapped in her sorrow. "He's destined for a path far more difficult than I could ever imagine, far more dangerous than anything I could prepare him for." The goddess's gaze softened as she stepped closer, her presence radiating warmth and understanding. "He will face trials, yes," she replied, her voice calm but laced with reverence. "But he will not walk that path alone. Your love will always be with him, even if you are not. And the gifts he will inherit from his parents and from those beyond will give him the strength he needs." Kushina's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she shook her head. "But he's just a child, my child. I don't want him to face such pain." Her voice cracked, and she looked away, the overwhelming sense of helplessness filling her spirit. "He deserves more than what this world will give him." The goddess placed a hand just above Kushina's shoulder, close enough to offer comfort, but bound by the same distance that had always separated them. "He is your son, Kushina, a child of destiny. Yes, but he is also a reflection of you. Your strength lives in him, and when the time comes, he will rise. I promise you, he will have what he needs. Kushina closed her eyes, the words settling deep in her soul, a mixture of hope and heartache blending within her. She knew the goddess was right, but the mother in her could not help but wish for more, for a world where her son didn't have to bear such a heavy burden. I just wish, she began, her voice a fragile whisper, I could hold him one more time. As she spoke, Kushina's divine mother embraced her, pulling her close into a warm, protective embrace. Her arms wrapped around her daughter, comforting her as only a mother could. Kushina felt the softness of her mother's touch, something she had longed for her entire life. And though it brought comfort, it also deepened the ache of knowing she couldn't be there for Naruto. I know, the goddess whispered gently, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in a quiet forest. I wish you could, too, but your love will be the arms that hold him, even if he cannot see them. It will guide him, protect him, and give him strength. Kushina clung to her mother, her spirit trembling with emotion, her tears falling silently. She knew her time was limited. Her presence in this form was fleeting, like the fading light of dusk, but the weight of her sorrow lingered. I wasn't ready to leave him, Kushina murmured, her words barely audible. I wasn't ready to leave either of them. Her mother tightened the embrace, her tone understanding. No one is ever ready to leave the ones they love. But know that your sacrifice is not the end of your story, nor theirs. Your love transcends this moment. It is eternal. It will live on in both of them. Kushina nodded against her mother's shoulder, her heart slowly finding peace within the sorrow. Thank you for being here, for everything. The goddess smiled softly, her divine light shimmering around them both. Always, my daughter, always. Kushina felt the gentle softness of her mother's divine presence, as if she were wrapped in a cocoon of light. Her mother's silken hair flowed like liquid silver, cascading over Kushina's shoulders, and the familiar scent of cherry blossoms filled the air, evoking memories she hadn't recalled until now. With each breath, Kushina drew in the essence of love that had been absent for so long, filling a void in her heart. Mother, I missed you so much, Kushina whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. Tears streamed down her cheeks, the weight of years spent apart melting away, leaving only the purity of their shared bond. Their embrace spoke volumes, conveying a love that transcended time and space, a bond that could never be severed, even in death. In her mother's arms, Kushina found solace, a sense of belonging that had eluded her for so long. It was a moment that felt eternal, as if the universe itself had paused to honor their connection, allowing them the gift of one final reunion. After a very unladylike sniffle, Kushina reluctantly released her mother, feeling the warmth of their connection dissipate like a soft breeze. Now free of her mortal body, Kushina allowed her newly heightened senses to expand outward, taking in everything with a clarity she had never known in life. The village she had once called home was engulfed in a fierce battle. Buildings that had stood for generations were reduced to rubble, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke, ash, and death. Her gaze instinctively found the massive form of Kazue, the nine-tailed fox's true name, its towering figure a living embodiment of both rage and sorrow. Kazue's fur bristled like the storm clouds gathering before a tempest, and she lashed out at everything in her path, a whirlpool of primal fury and grief. Kushina's heart ached at the sight. "Why is Kazue fighting Minado?" she asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. "I thought he wrested control of her from the man that kidnapped me." As she spoke, the memories of their bond flooded back. Kazue's playful spirit, the moments of warmth shared beneath the moonlit sky, and the protective instinct that had always existed between them. But now, all of that seemed lost in the whirlwind of violence. The Kubi's eyes, once filled with mischievous glints, were now wide with a mixture of defiance and despair. "Does she not understand?" The redhead's voice trembled, a sense of helplessness washing over her. "He's trying to help her." As the chaotic scene unfolded before her, Kushina felt the weight of the situation bearing down on her like an ethereal weight. Her heart raced as she sought answers, desperately wanting to understand the turmoil that had twisted their lives into such despair. The vibrant colors of the battle, the flashes of jutsu, the roaring flames, the cries of the villagers, blurred into a kaleidoscope of chaos that mirrored the turmoil within her soul. The goddess sighed softly, her gaze distant, as if she were peering through the veil of time and space. "He did," she said, her voice laced with a profound sadness that resonated in the air around them. "But Kazue, like all creatures of her kind, is driven by instincts that run deeper than loyalty. Regardless of how good your and Minado's intentions are, both of you are attempting to chain her within a new vessel moments after she was ripped from the seal of another." Her eyes flickered momentarily to the horizon, where ethereal wisps of light danced and twirled like restless spirits. The fox's very essence is freedom, wild and untamed. She cannot help herself. Even when bound, she will always fight for her freedom, no matter who holds the reins. As she spoke, Kushina could almost see the fierce spirit of the Nine Tails in her mind, flames of crimson and gold swirling with a chaotic beauty, a being whose strength was matched only by its desire to break free. The imagery stirred something within her, a mixture of empathy and sorrow. She understood the depths of Kazue's spirit. It echoed her own struggle for autonomy and the burdens that came with it. The goddess continued, her voice a soft murmur that carried the weight of countless stories. "Kazue is both a blessing and a curse. Her power can protect your son, but it also yearns to escape, to roam free across the endless skies. You must remember that even in the depths of her loyalty, there lies an unquenchable fire of independence." Kushina's heart tightened as she watched the scene below unfold, filled with a mix of anguish and helplessness. The intense emotions radiating from Kazue, the great beast, mirrored her own. Turmoil, rage, fear, and sorrow, each sentiment swirling around them and creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Each pulse of emotion resonated within her, making her feel as if she were part of the chaos enveloping the village. She watched, horrified, as suddenly, with a surge of power, the Nine Tails lunged forward, its massive claw slicing through the air with frightening speed. The sound was deafening, like a storm's roar, echoing in Kushina's ears as she flinched, her instincts screaming at her to take action in defense of the village she had come to love. "Stop!" Kushina shouted, trying to break through the chaos. Desperation gripped her as she reached out, hoping to calm the creature, but her plea fell on deaf ears, swallowed by the cacophony of fury that surrounded her. This battle was more than physical. It was a clash of wills, one she couldn't be part of. The moment left her feeling powerless and isolated, her spirit aching as she watched the chaos unfold. Lost in her own pain, Kushina was horrified when the anguished cry of her husband tore her from her musings. She looked up only to see the massive claw of the fox sticking clear through the back of Minado's white armor. As the fox moved the appendage, the sound it caused was sickening, a wet crunch that echoed in the stillness, sharp and jarring against the backdrop of chaos. Kushina's heart raced as the grotesque noise of her husband's pain cut through the air. It reverberated within her, each agonized cry twisting like a knife in her chest. She felt a visceral connection to Minado, their bond stretching across the distance, even in this moment of despair. Desperation clawed at her throat, and she fought against the overwhelming urge to scream, to rush in and protect him, knowing full well that she was powerless to intervene. The chaos around her faded into a blur, the world narrowing down to that single, heart-wrenching moment of pain. Kushina gasped, her breath catching in her throat as her beloved husband staggered, yet somehow remained upright, his body absorbing the brutal blow. Time seemed to slow in that moment, each heartbeat pounding in her ears like a distant drum, reverberating through her very being. She could see the blood pooling at the base of the wound, the crimson color stark against the white of his armor. The world around her was suspended in an agonizing silence, filled only with the heavy rhythm of her heart and the distant sound of Kazue's growls. Minado's face was set with fierce determination, a mix of pain and resolve etched into his features. His golden hair, normally so bright, seemed dulled by the shadow of the moment. "Kushina," he managed to gasp, as if he sensed her presence. His voice, though strained, held a steady conviction that cut through the chaos around them. "I'll protect Naruto and the village, no matter the cost." Kushina's heart clenched at his words, and she forced back the tears threatening to spill. "Minado, you've already given so much," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion, though she knew he couldn't hear her. "We were supposed to do this together, remember? Raise him, teach him, be there for him." Her ethereal form trembled as she reached out, her hand passing through the air, unable to reach his battered body. "You weren't supposed to bear it all alone." Minado, unaware of her silent plea, took another ragged breath. His face, though worn with pain, was resolute. The determination etched on his features told her everything she needed to know. Even in the midst of this chaos, even as he teetered on the edge of life, he was fighting for Naruto, fighting for their village, for the future they had dreamed of. The fervor in his words wrapped around Kushina like a lifeline, igniting a flicker of hope amid the dread gripping her soul. She could see the strength in him, the way his brow furrowed with resolve despite the agony that had to be racking his body. Each breath he took pulsed with unwavering will. At that moment, as the world crumbled around them, Kushina felt the unbreakable bond forged in their youth strengthen, even though they stood on opposite sides of life and death. Her spirit trembled with the intensity of their connection, a love that defied every boundary, every barrier, transcending the mortal coil that separated them. She realized that the battle unfolding wasn't just for survival. It was the culmination of their unwavering commitment to each other and the future they envisioned for Naruto. Though she could not reach him, could not hold him, she knew that her presence, her love, was with him in ways words could never express. Kushina's heart swelled with a fierce pride, mingled with sorrow. Memories of their shared laughter, whispered dreams, and countless promises filled her mind, each one a reminder of the love that had woven their lives together. She felt an overwhelming urge to reach out, to comfort him, but the ethereal barrier kept her confined to the realm of spirit, a spectator in this harrowing moment. Still, she summoned every ounce of her strength, sending warmth and encouragement through the bond they shared. "I believe in you, Minato," she whispered into the chaos, hoping her words would reach him and guide him through the darkness. In her heart, she knew that their love would transcend this battle, lighting the way for Naruto's future, no matter the trials ahead. However, in that fleeting moment of connection, something shifted in the air around them. The wild ferocity in the fox's eyes softened, a flicker of clarity breaking through the storm of rage and sorrow. As the realization of what it had done began to sink in, the great beast's expression twisted in agony. The Kubi regained control, its massive claw still buried in Minato's chest, but now with a profound regret that could not be undone. The change was palpable, a stillness settling over the chaotic battlefield, as if time itself held its breath. Kushina felt the weight of the moment pressing down on her, a heavy silence replacing the cacophony of battle. The once maddened creature now seemed almost human, grappling with the consequences of its actions, and in that shared silence, Kushina's heart ached for both her husband and the beast that had been driven to such depths of despair. Tears, bright as stars and heavy as the weight of ages, began to stream down the fox's face, flowing like waterfalls. It was as though the dam of its long-contained suffering had finally burst, and the floodgates of its emotions opened wide, the tears shimmering in the moonlight as they fell. The scene before her blurred, a tragic dance of fate and sorrow, and as Kushina hovered between this world and the next, she could only watch, helpless and grieving, as the world she had once known unraveled in front of her. Through the haze of her spirit form, Kushina watched as a flash of yellow lightning brought Naruto into Minato's arms. Her heart clenched, torn between wanting to hold her son and knowing she couldn't. Minato's face was set with determination as he prepared to carry out the sealing ritual. When the ritual began, the Nine-Tails chakra surged in the air, wild and fierce. The energy coiled and twisted, resisting the pull of the seal. Kazue roared, her power shaking the ground, but Minato's seal held firm, slowly drawing the chakra toward Naruto's tiny form. Kushina watched in silent anguish as the immense power was bound to their son, the glowing seal etched on his stomach. The plan was working, but the reality hit her hard. Naruto would carry this burden for the rest of his life. Her heart ached with both relief and sorrow. Minado's soft voice broke through the chaos. Though weak, it carried the weight of his love and devotion. He cradled Naruto in his arms, the infant's cries barely audible over the destruction around them. Naruto, he whispered, his breath shallow and strained. You'll grow up strong, stronger than I ever was. You'll be a light in this world. His voice faltered for a moment, but his resolve never wavered. Your life, it will be our legacy. Kushina's tears fell silently, invisible in her spirit form, but each one weighed heavily on her heart. She watched helplessly as her child, her precious Naruto, squirmed in Minado's weakening arms, blissfully unaware of the sacrifice unfolding around him. Her voice, though soft and ethereal, trembled with the pain she could no longer contain. Naruto, forgive us, she whispered, her heart breaking with every word. Forgive us for not being there to watch you grow, for leaving you to face the world alone. Her gaze lingered on the child's small face, his future uncertain, but her love for him unwavering. Meanwhile, the wind howled relentlessly across the battlefield, carrying with it the scent of destruction and despair. In the distance, the Nine Tails loomed, a towering force of fury barely contained. Minado's hands moved with the flawless precision that only a Kage of his caliber could command, crafting the final seal with a calm that belied the chaos surrounding him. Every stroke of the seal carried with it a silent vow, a plea for their child's survival and a desperate hope that one day Naruto would understand the depth of the love and sacrifice behind this final, heart-wrenching decision. With a trembling voice, Kushina whispered one final plea, her words fragile but filled with all the love she could muster. Live, Naruto! Live and be happy. We love you. The sentiment hung in the air, a mother's deepest wish for her child, reaching out across the veil of life and death. When the last of the Nine Tails chakra was sealed, a profound stillness settled over the battlefield. The storm had passed, but the weight of what had been done lingered like a heavy shroud. Their son was safe, protected, but at what cost? The future stretched out before them, uncertain and full of shadows, the echoes of their sacrifice reverberating in the silence. Her heart ached, torn between the relief that their plan was working and the sorrow of what it meant for her son's future. She could feel the weight of the Kubi's rage and sorrow merging with Naruto's innocent essence, a collision of two worlds, the primal fury of the beast and the pure potential of her child. The sealing symbol etched on his tiny body glowed brighter, absorbing the Kubi's chakra, the runes radiating with a fierce light as they struggled to contain the tumultuous energy within. As the energy funneled into Naruto, a whirlwind of sensations washed over Kushina, the bond between mother and child amplifying the intensity of the moment. She reached out, desperate to connect, to reassure her son amidst the chaos. Stay strong, my little Naruto, she thought, pouring every ounce of her love into that connection. even as the storm raged on around them. Then, with one final burst of chakra, the sealing was complete. The massive form of the QB slowly began to dissipate, its fierce presence fading into the air like a receding storm. The battlefield, once filled with chaos and violence, grew eerily quiet. Minado, drained of all strength, breathed his last. His body swayed before he slumped to his knees, his face pale and weary. Yet even in his final moments, he held Naruto protectively in his arms, cradling him as though shielding his son from the world's cruelty one last time. As the weight of loss settled heavily in the air, a sudden shift caught Kushina's attention. The death goddess stirred beside her. Without a word, the goddess reached out, her ethereal hand brushing against Kushina's, gently pulling her closer to the scene below. Moments later, she found herself kneeling beside her husband's still warm body, a haunting stillness surrounding them, broken only by the distant echoes of the battlefield. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and ash, remnants of the chaos that had just unfolded. As Kushina knelt in awe, Minado's radiant soul emerged, illuminating the battlefield with a warm, ethereal light. In that moment, the world around them faded away, leaving only the two of them in a sacred space suspended between life and death. As he drew closer, the familiar features she had cherished in life became clearer, and a sense of peace washed over her. "Minado," she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion as they embraced, the warmth of his spirit enveloping her. "You're here." Their reunion felt timeless, as if no chaos had ever threatened to tear them apart. Minado's gentle smile reassured her, his eyes sparkling with the love they had shared. "Kushina, I've missed you," he said with a hint of humor, ignoring the fact that they hadn't been separated long. "Shut up, you idiot," she laughed, punching him, immediately surprised that she made contact. Noticing Kushina's reaction, she smiled. "Why are you surprised? You are both spirits now." They stepped back, a deep sense of connection surged between them. But then, her gaze drifted to Naruto's stomach, and she noticed the intricate markings of the seal forming on his delicate skin. At first, it was as she had expected. The seal Minado had carefully crafted to protect their son. But then, something unexpected happened. An additional symbol appeared, the Uzumaki clan's spiral insignia, bold and unmistakable. Surrounding it were 8 distinct marks, each glowing with a faint light. Kushina's breath caught, her spiritual form trembling with both confusion and awe. "What is this?" she breathed, reaching out to touch the markings, her fingers hovering just above his skin. Minado looked down, his brow furrowing in thought. "I didn't expect this. This isn't the seal I saw on the scroll you gave me." Death Goddess waved her hand over Naruto's body, the light of her presence illuminating the intricate seal. "What you see before you are the end result of your combined destinies given form," she explained, her voice melodic yet profound. "The Uzumaki seal has been modified to reflect the strength of your bond and the legacy you wish to leave for Naruto." Kushina turned to the goddess, a mix of relief and curiosity flooding her heart. "But why these additional marks? What do they mean?" The 8 symbols represent the virtues you wish to impart to your son, the goddess replied, gesturing gracefully. Courage, wisdom, love, resilience, hope, honor, sacrifice, and unity. They will guide him on his journey, strengthening his connection to both of you and empowering him to face the challenges ahead. Kushina felt a surge of pride swell within her. He will carry our legacy, she murmured, glancing at Minato, who nodded in agreement. Yes, and with this seal, you will be protected in ways we could never have imagined, Minato said, his expression softening. Our love will guide him, even when we cannot. The goddess's gaze softened as she spoke, her voice resonating with a timeless quality, both ancient and eternal. Naruto is no ordinary child, Kushina. He carries more than just Kazue within him. He bears the legacy of Uzumaki and Namikaze, of your love and the blessings of powers that stretch beyond this realm. Her ethereal eyes settled on the glowing seal marking Naruto's fragile form. These marks will protect him, guide him. You have given him all that you can. Now, it is his journey to walk. Kushina's spirit trembled as the weight of the goddess's words sank in. She glanced at Minato, who stood silently beside her, the light of his soul flickering in the aftermath of his sacrifice. Tears welled in Kushina's eyes as she gazed down at her son one final time, her heart brimming with a mother's unyielding love. The end was drawing near, but the goddess's words had given her a fragile sliver of hope. Even in death, Naruto would never truly be alone. He would carry her, Minado, and the strength of their love within him always. Her tears flowed freely now, cascading down her cheeks. With a trembling hand, she leaned down, gently placing her palm above Naruto's tiny chest. Drawing on the last remnants of her chakra, she imbued it into her son, a piece of herself that would remain with him for when he needed her most. A lifeline between worlds, so that one day, when the time was right, she could stand by his side again. It was her final gift, a mother's last act of love and protection. As the last of her energy drained from her, Kushina and Minato felt the pull of the afterlife tugging on their spirit, drawing them toward the heavens. They ascended, weightless and ethereal, toward the new world that awaited them. They followed the death goddess, who stood tall and serene, leading them through the veil that separated life from death. Kushina now understood, in her final moments, that this goddess, this powerful being, had once walked the earth in search of true love. That love had brought Kushina into the world, and now, in death, she was returning to her mother's side, reunited in a way she had never expected. As they began their departure, a brilliant, blinding light engulfed the altar where Naruto lay. Kushina, her eyes wide in astonishment, watched as a magnificent suit of armor appeared around her son. Its shimmering form glinted for a brief moment before it vanished, invisible to the eye, but present nonetheless. It would protect him, serving as a shield until the day he was ready to wield it fully. A cloak followed, fluttering around him like a whisper of the wind before it, too, disappeared. Then, with a thunderous crash, a giant scroll landed beside Naruto, ancient and sealed with markings even Kushina didn't recognize. It was a gift, one that would remain hidden until the day Naruto was ready to open it, a time when he would be strong enough to understand its secrets and face the legacy left for him. The couple felt a surge of pride as they looked upon their son, wrapped in the protective gifts of powers beyond mortal understanding. Kushina's tears, once filled with sorrow, now held the quiet joy of a mother who knew that, while her child might not be safe, he would at least be well protected. And as she drifted toward her new home in the sky, hand in hand with Minato, she whispered softly into the wind, "Be strong, my son. We will always be with you." Hiruzen Tsurutobi, the Sandaime Hokage, stood amidst the wreckage of the night's chaos, his weathered face etched deeply with sorrow. The remnants of the once thriving village lay scattered around him, the echoes of destruction still ringing in his ears like a haunting melody. Charred buildings, broken debris, and the acrid scent of smoke filled the air, mingling with the faint cries of survivors as they searched for hope amidst the devastation. Cradled gently in his arms was the tiny, slumbering form of Naruto Uzumaki Namices, his blonde hair soft and wispy against Hiruzen's weathered hands. The delicate weight of the infant felt heavy in his grasp. His heart ached as his gaze shifted from the peaceful, unknowing face of the child to the lifeless body of Minado Namices, the former Yondaime Hokage. Minado's body, wrapped in ceremonial bindings, lay still and solemn, a preservation seal affixed to his chest. The seal shimmered faintly in the dim light, preserving his fallen form with a cold, unnatural stillness. It was a striking contrast to the chaos that had ravaged the village only hours before. A village left in ruins, buildings reduced to ash, and lives irrevocably changed. Minado's sacrifice was a reminder of the heroism that had saved them all and the immeasurable cost that came with it. As Hiruzen held the fragile life of Naruto in his arms, the weight of duty, sacrifice, and grief pressed down on him. The future of the village, uncertain and delicate, now rested in the hands of the tiny infant who slept, blissfully unaware of the immense burden he would one day carry. The enormity of it all weighed heavily on Hiruzen's heart. It was a burden no one man should endure. Minato had been more than a leader. He was a trusted successor and a beacon of hope for the entire village. And now, he was gone, leaving behind an unbearable void that no one could fill. The loss was profound, a gaping wound that stretched far beyond the battlefield and reached into the very soul of the village. Minado was a young, exceptional man, cut down in the prime of his life, his brilliance extinguished far too soon, leaving behind a legacy as bright and fleeting as a shooting star. In that quiet moment, surrounded by the remnants of destruction and the aftermath of battle, Hiruzen felt the crushing weight of responsibility. It wasn't just about rebuilding the village brick by brick. It was about carrying forward Minado's legacy, nurturing the hope his friend had sacrificed everything to protect, and ensuring that Naruto would someday understand the love and sacrifice that had brought him into this world. Minato, my friend, my successor, you have left us with so much to bear, Hiruzen whispered, his aged voice trembling under the weight of his grief. He closed his eyes, memories of their time together flooding back, laughing over cups of tea, strategizing late into the night, and sharing their dreams for a future where peace reigned. Now, those dreams felt fragile, like shards of glass scattered in the wind. As he gazed at Naruto's innocent face, Hiruzen felt a surge of protective instinct rise within him. This child, who bore the legacy of his parents, would need guidance and strength in a world that was both beautiful and cruel. I will ensure that you grow up knowing love, even in the absence of your parents, he vowed softly, brushing a finger against Naruto's soft cheek. The child stirred slightly, but remained asleep, blissfully unaware of the storm that had engulfed his life before he even took his first breath. Looking around, Hiruzen could see the remnants of despair etched on the faces of the villagers who had gathered, their eyes reflecting a mix of fear and hope. He understood their grief, the weight of loss that seemed to press down on everyone like a suffocating blanket. But he also knew that amidst this darkness, a new dawn would rise, and it was his duty to guide them into that light. Taking a deep breath, Hiruzen steeled himself. He would honor Minado's sacrifice and Kushina's legacy. Naruto would not grow up as an outcast. He would be embraced by the village, surrounded by those who would teach him, protect him, and ultimately help him become the man he was destined to be. The Sandaime Hokage opened his eyes, determination etched in his features. With Naruto cradled against his heart, he prepared to face the challenges ahead, resolute in his promise to safeguard the future of both the village and its newest hero. The ANBU operatives, silent and methodical, had already recovered Kushina's body from the shattered remains of the Namices estate. What had once been a sanctuary of love and laughter was now reduced to rubble, the air thick with the lingering scent of charred wood and scorched earth. The walls that had once echoed with joy and the warmth of family now stood as jagged ruins, casting long shadows over the desolation. Fragments of their life together, a fallen photograph, the uneaten remnants of a large breakfast, broken pieces of Naruto's unfinished crib, were strewn amidst the debris, silent and painful reminders of a family torn apart too soon. Even the air itself felt heavy with the loss, as though the house itself mourned its former occupants. Hiruzen's heart clenched at the thought of Kushina, her fierce spirit now extinguished, yet her sacrifice etched into the very fabric of the village's future. Her body, like Minado's, had been treated with the utmost respect, wrapped carefully in ceremonial cloth and preservation seals by the ANBU. It was a solemn act, a final tribute to a woman who had given everything. In the face of all they had lost, it seemed so small, yet it was all they could do to honor her now. He straightened and took a deep breath, feeling the weight of his duty settle upon him. "Yamato," he called, raising his voice to catch the attention of one of the nearby ANBU operatives who stepped forward, mask glinting in the dim light. "Yes, Hokage-sama," Yamato replied, in his usual steady tone. "As soon as it's feasible, I want the Namices compound rebuilt," Hiruzen instructed, his gaze sweeping over the destruction that lay before him. "And once Jiraiya drags his ass back to the village, scratch that. sent a summons. Tell him to get his perverted ass back here within 7 days, or I'll have him classified as a Ronin under the Accords. Yamato flinched behind his mask, clearly taken aback by the severity of Hiruzen's tone. What other message do you wish me to convey to the Sannin, Hokage-sama? Though he was stoic on the outside, internally, Yamato was deeply concerned. Jiraiya was more than just a legendary Sannin to him. He was a friend, a mentor, and more importantly, a vital military asset for the village. The stain of having one of the Sannins branded like a traitor would be such an embarrassment the other villages would pass out from laughter, moments before using every resource available to capture him for their own purposes. Being marked or classified as a Ronin meant far more than just being labeled an outsider. It was a death sentence in the shadows. It meant being without allies, cut off from vital resources, and vulnerable to enemies lurking both within and beyond the village. Jiraiya, a man revered as one of the strongest protectors of Konoha, would now find the very gates of the village closed to him. Without the support of the Hokage or the ANBU, life would become a dangerous game of survival. His vast network of contacts, carefully built over years of espionage, would likely turn their backs on him, knowing that association with a Ronin could bring severe consequences. Being marked as a Ronin under the Accords also came with another severe consequence, the dreaded Ninkyu mark. This mark represented a life or death situation. Not only would the hidden village place a significant bounty on the marked Ronin, but the feudal lord would match it, and then exceed it by half. For Jiraiya, this would mean that every bounty hunter, unmarked Ronin, and a bit mercenary across the continent would be gunning for him. The sheer size of the reward was an irresistible lure, enough to mobilize entire clans or criminal organizations. The Ninkyu mark transformed survival into a near-impossible gauntlet. It would signify that Jiraiya was a target, hunted not just for monetary gain, but for the honor of those seeking to claim fame and glory. Tell him I want him to place the Namices compound behind the strongest barrier seals he knows and to key them to Naruto only. Hiruzen's stern voice cut through Yamato's fretting and brought him back to the task at hand. He deserves a home that is safe and secure, just as his parents intended. Yes, Hokage-sama, Yamato said, nodding sharply. With a swift motion, he vanished in a swirl of leaves, leaving Hiruzen alone with his thoughts. Hiruzen paused to steady himself, his heart weighed down as he looked at the ruins of what was once a vibrant home, now just rubble and ash. We owe it to them, he murmured, the seriousness of his words echoing in the silence. He held the baby closer. We owe it to him. The village had lost so much, but he vowed to ensure that they honored Minado and Kushina's legacy through their sacrifices and the life they had entrusted to him. With that sense of purpose anchoring him, Hiruzen turned his gaze back to the child cradled in his arms. As he held Naruto close, his fingertips brushed against the letter resting on the infant's chest, Minado's final message. A wave of emotion washed over him as he wondered, what words could possibly convey the weight of your final moments, Minado? The letter was not just ink on paper. It was a testament to the love and hopes of a father, and Hiruzen felt the weight of that responsibility settle even more heavily upon his shoulders. Saratobi held the letter in his trembling hands, his mind a maelstrom of thoughts and emotions. Memories of Minado flooded his consciousness, his fallen successor, a bright light extinguished too soon. The weight of responsibility on Hiruzen felt overwhelming, like a storm pressing down on him. He had hoped his days as Hokage were over, and that he could finally enjoy the peace he had fought so hard for. But with Minato gone and chaos erupting in the wake of his death, the clan heads had demanded that he return, urging him to once again don the mantle of Hokage. They believe I'm the only one who can guide them through this turmoil. He reflected, frustration knotting in his gut. And it frustrates me that they may be right. He kicked a loose pebble absently as he thought. The only other viable candidate is Danzo, and nobody in their right mind wants him wearing the hat for any significant span of time. The image of Danzo's cold gaze flickered in his mind. They say they want my experience and wisdom in this time of crisis. He snorted dismissively. Those cowards are all just scared that Danzo will secretly declare war on the elemental nations once he has unfettered access to the forbidden scroll of seals, a second army of ANBU, and if he could even find it, the Jinchuriki. And again, everyone is probably right. An unsettling image of Danzo, in full Hokage regalia atop a mountain of skulls, the sky alight with flames hardened his resolve, but not his desire to be done with everything. He may wrestle, but the needs of the village outweigh the desires of one old man, with far too many years behind him. Duty. It always comes back to that, doesn't it, old friend? Hiruzen's voice was heavy with thought, his gaze resting on what appeared to be an empty corner of the ruined room. From the shadows, a figure emerged, silent and imposing. An ANBU with a dragon mask stepped forward, moving with the fluid precision of a trained killer. Yes, Hokage-sama, he replied, his voice steady. That's why the clan heads trust you to take up the hat again. You and I both know that's not true, Hiruzen replied, sarcastically. They chose me because they fear the alternative. His lips twitched, but it wasn't quite a smile. With a deep sigh, he shifted the weight in his arms and rubbed the back of his neck, feeling the tension settling in his bones. And they believe I'm a known variable they can easily manipulate. What do you think, Dragon? I would not presume to make assumptions. The ANBU began, his tone bland. Dragon, Hiruzen interrupted, knowing that if he didn't, he'd never get a straight answer out of the masked man. Seeing that the Hokage wasn't in the mood for their usual word games, Dragon gave the answer they both knew to be correct. I believe all your assessments of the Council's motivations are correct, the masked ANBU replied evenly. And judging by your demeanor, he continued, I believe the Council will find their assumptions to be erroneous. The ANBU's voice was steady, but the tension in the air was thick. Hiruzen frowned as he adjusted the baby in his arms. They may think they can manipulate you, but they underestimate your resolve. The dragon-masked figure paused, his eyes hidden but filled with understanding. They do not see how the burden you carry has changed you, Hokage-sama, and that will be their mistake. Hiruzen reflected on the ANBU's words, questioning whether he had truly changed as much as the commander believed in just one night. The nature of his responsibilities as the Hokage of Konohagakure remained the same. Yet if anything had shifted within him, It was because of the bundle he held protectively in his arms. The council would soon learn just how significant that change could be if they chose to press him. As Hiruzen's eyes fell on Dragon, standing watch beside him, he marveled at how easily his old friend hid their familiarity behind a stoic mask. You'd never guess they had spent the previous night playing cards and drinking together. "I'll do what needs to be done," Hiruzen said, more to himself than the ANBU. He straightened, bracing himself for what lay ahead. Yet, before moving on, two pressing concerns lingered in his mind. Questions that needed answers before he stepped 1 foot before the council. Turning fully to the EMBU, he said, "Dragon." The figure tilted his head slightly, a sign of acknowledgement. "Yes, Hokage-sama. I need you to assess our losses, both in people and resources," he instructed after taking a few moments to gather his thoughts. "We've lost so much tonight." He refused to look at the wrapped body lying on the ground. "I need to know where we stand." Dragon nodded silently. "The other villages are watching," Sarutobi continued. "I know we're strong enough to defend ourselves should they decide to test us. What I need to know is, given our losses, do we still have the numbers to be considered one of the 5 under the Accords?" At first, Dragon, as always, unless specifically told to do otherwise, remained silent. Though his face was hidden behind the mask, his body language conveyed an understanding that spoke of years of familiarity. "I'll compile the reports and get them to you as soon as possible," he said finally, his voice steady. "Our forces are weakened but not broken. We will endure." Hiruzen closed his eyes briefly, feeling a small sense of relief. It wasn't the complete reassurance he needed, but it was a glimmer of hope. "Good," he muttered, dismissing the commander with a nod. With an answering nod, Dragon disappeared into the shadows, vanishing in an instant swirl of darkness. As Dragon departed, leaving Hiruzen alone with his thoughts, the silence closed in around him, broken only by the soft gurgles of the newborn in his arms. The faint smell of smoke and ash lingered in the air, a haunting reminder of what had been lost. He stood there for a moment, letting the weight of the devastation settle over him, the wind gently tugging at the hem of his robes. Everything had changed in a single night, but the path forward was clear. There was no turning back, not now, not with so much left to protect and rebuild. His duty, ever present, had reemerged, just as inevitable as the dawn. With his heart set on the difficult path ahead, Hiruzen took one final look at the battlefield. The scattered remnants of the fight, the crumbling ruins, the bodies of those lost, were now permanent fixtures in his mind. As he stood amidst the devastation, each piece of shattered stone and every fallen comrade weighed heavily on his spirit. Yet despite the burden pressing down on him, he knew he couldn't afford to waver. Time was of the essence, and there were urgent tasks that needed to be tackled immediately. With that in mind, Hiruzen snapped his fingers, a sharp sound cutting through the heavy silence of the battlefield. Instantly, 2 ENBU emerged from the shadows like phantoms, kneeling before him with a precision that spoke of years of training. Judging by their blank, featureless masks, these were low-ranking operatives, but their top postures radiated a tense readiness that said they were still elite members of an ultra-elite organization, used to living on the razor's edge and ready to fulfill their Hokage's orders at a moment's notice. Yes, Hokage-sama, they replied in unison, their voices low and steady. Hiruzen's gaze softened slightly. Take Minado's body, he instructed, his voice somber. Place him next to his wife. In death, they should be together as they were in life. The A&BU nodded and moved quickly to carry out his orders. Hiruzen's heart ached as he watched them work. For a brief time, he lingered on the scene, bidding a silent farewell to the fallen heroes who had given everything for their village. "Farewell, my friend," he whispered finally before disappearing in a swirl of leaves, vanishing as swiftly as he had arrived. The wind carried the faint rustle of his departure, mingling with the remnants of the battlefield. Moments later, the two EMBU vanished with the body of the former Yondaime. Silence reclaimed the space once more, marking the end of one chapter and the beginning of another. In the dim light of his office within the Hokage Tower, shadows danced across the walls. Hiruzen held baby Naruto snugly in his arms, the warmth of the infant's small body contrasting sharply with the cold reality surrounding him. With a heavy heart, he pulled the letter from one of his robe's many pockets, unfolding the last will and testament of a man he never thought he'd outlive. The old shinobi's fingers trembled slightly as they brushed against the slightly crumpled paper, its edges worn but still intact. The scent of ink and paper filled the air as he carefully smoothed out the creases, each tug stirring a wave of memories. Laughter shared, sacrifices made. His hands shook not only with grief, but also with anticipation, a mixture of sorrow for the loss and hope for the future as he prepared to read Minado's final words. The flickering candlelight cast a warm glow, illuminating the letters as if trying to breathe life into the emotions they held, while outside, the village lay silent, unaware of the profound legacy left in the hands of one old man and the child he now cradled. Dear Hiruzen Tsurutobi, Sandaime Hokage of Konohagakure, and perverted old monkey. By the time you read this, I will have passed on. This letter concerns the child you probably hold in your arms even now, my son, Naruto Uzumaki Namices. As Hiruzen read the first few lines, his heart tightened in his chest. The ink felt heavy with grief, and he could almost hear Minado's voice in his mind, each word a painful reminder of a life lost too soon. Taking a deep breath, his nose caught the musty scent of the Hokage Tower as it mingled with the faint, comforting smell of baby powder. He looked down at the sleeping infant nestled against him, his delicate whisker-marked cheeks, shock of blonde hair, and soft pink lips offering an image so sweet his teeth ached just looking at the boy. Strangely craving sweets, Hiruzen returned to reading, his mind briefly flickering to better times. "And now I want some sweets," he mumbled, making a mental note to go out and get some. Scratch that. He was the Hokage, he'd send out his secretary to do it instead. With that important detail taken care of, he finally got back to his reading. I am acutely aware of how the hosts of the tailed beasts have been treated, both past and present. It is my fervent wish that he be regarded as a hero, though I am under no illusion that this will be the case. Regardless, his true parentage must be concealed until he is strong enough to protect himself. Until that time, he will carry the Uzumaki name. Do with that what you will. Hiruzen smiled at that sentiment, a flicker of warmth and determination igniting in him. Oh, he knew exactly what to do with that knowledge. The Uzumaki clan, nearly forgotten in the pages of history, was about to make its comeback into the complex web of clan politics. He could already envision the day when Naruto's full legacy would be revealed, unshackled from the weight of the stigma brought by tonight's tragic events. The boy's true heritage as the heir to both the Namices and Uzumaki lines would be undeniable. The thought of seeing the Uzumaki crest displayed proudly again stirred something deep within him, and he silently vowed to protect that future at all costs. This secrecy is vital to safeguard him from those who would wish him harm simply for being our child. As Hiruzen read, he had to admit that Minado was right. Jinchuriki always faced fear and prejudice. And if the villagers who had witnessed the destruction caused by the Nine Tails discovered that the Kyuubi was held within Naruto, it would be even worse for him. With a heavy sigh, he kept reading. I'm sure you can infer that IWA, Kyumo, and even the Sky Nation might harbor ill intentions, given Kushina's anger. Please ensure he is never seen as merely a weapon and that he is given the love and care he deserves. Originally, I had chosen my sensei, Jiraiya, the Toad Sannin, and Tsunade Senju, the Slug Queen and Elixir Master, to be his godparents. However, when Kushina found out, she punched me in the back of my head. When I eventually woke up and remember my name, I suddenly realized that their respective roles and lifestyles make this impossible. Jiraiya with his espionage duties and Tsunade with her gambling habits. Hiruzen chuckled softly, shaking his head at the memory. He could almost hear Kushina's playful anger and see her determination as she defended their son's future. The images of Jiraiya's mischievous grin and Tsunade's exasperated sighs brought back good memories. This time, he had to agree with Kushina. The two legendary figures were excellent shinobi, but not ideal guardians, given their unpredictable lifestyles. Hiruzen let out a wistful sigh, momentarily lost in the warmth of his memories. But he shook his head and refocused on the scroll in his hand. Thus, I have designated Kakashi Hitaki, my only surviving student, as his godfather. His godmother will be Anko Mitarashi, chosen by Kushina because their close friendship was born from my wife's past role in protecting the young Kunoichi after Orochimaru's betrayal. Anko will understand his pain and be a valuable presence in his life. As he read the names, he felt reassured by Minado's choices. Kakashi's laid-back attitude and loyalty would offer stability in Naruto's life, while Anko's fierce spirit and empathy from her own struggles would bring understanding and strength. Together, they would create a supportive environment for the boy to flourish. Emboldened by these thoughts, Hiruzen took a deep breath and returned his attention to the scroll, eager to uncover Minado's intentions and plans for Naruto's future. He has already unlocked his full chakra and mana potential. To clarify, mana refers to magic. This means that he possesses complete command over both his spiritual and magical energies from birth, which will allow him to access and utilize a vast array of abilities and techniques. Don't overthink it. It'll make sense eventually. Within the medium-sized, solid black storage scroll at the house, You will find several important scrolls and books that will help him understand and control his powers. The enormous white and gold scroll beside him is a divine gift from both the gods and us, containing ancient secrets and powerful spells that will further aid him in his journey. The weight of responsibility rested heavily on Hiruzen's shoulders. He was now the guardian of a child and an entire legacy, a burden he accepted fully. He would make sure Naruto had the resources he needed to turn his gifts into a source of strength instead of a curse. With this resolve in his heart, Hiruzen focused on the scroll again, ready to dive into Minado's carefully chosen words. The parchment called to him, offering insights into the future he wanted to create for the boy. Each line carried purpose, encouraging him to discover the wisdom that would guide Naruto's journey. As the grandson of the second Hokage and the death goddess, Kushina's parents, he possesses my Rinnegan. Didn't know I had that, did you, old friend? He will discover its nature on his own, but this heritage grants him access to every bloodline limit. He will learn to wield these abilities with proficiency. The implications of this revelation were overwhelming. Hiruzen felt disbelief and awe at the secret Minado had casually revealed in his letter. Kushina, the fiery woman he had known for years, was the daughter of the death goddess. His mind raced. He had always recognized the Uzumaki clan's extraordinary vitality and sealing techniques, but this was on another level. The death goddess, once thought to be a myth, was now revealed as Naruto's grandmother. Looking back, it all made sense. Kushina's incredible resilience and strength, her ability to endure what would break others. Yet, he had never considered her divine lineage. Was he hurt that Minado didn't trust him with such a significant secret? Absolutely. After years of working together and mentoring Minado, this truth felt like a betrayal. Still, deeper concerns took root in his heart. If Naruto inherited divine blood along with Minado's Rinnegan, what kind of power did he possess? Hiruzen's heart raced as he realized the immense potential resting within the infant in his arms. This child could one day surpass legends if he was properly guided. Hiruzen knew what needed to be done. He had to protect Naruto fiercely, more than he had ever protected anyone. The village's future rested on this boy's shoulders, and yet he was still just a child. It would be Hiruzen's responsibility to help Naruto understand and master his extraordinary abilities as they emerged. He needed to grow strong without being overwhelmed. Hiruzen's hands trembled as he held the baby closer, aware of the enormity of the task ahead. He couldn't allow this power to consume Naruto. The child needed nurturing, patience, and care, so he wouldn't be overwhelmed by the responsibility that came with his remarkable lineage. Hiruzen gazed at the peaceful face of the infant, the last legacy of two of the most powerful and beloved people he had known. The child's destiny would be difficult, but Hiruzen would ensure Naruto would not face it alone. The seal I use to contain the Nine Tails is designed to facilitate cooperation and chakra sharing between them without conflict. Remember, the Nine Tails was coerced into attacking the village by a man posing as Madara Uchiha. It was not an act of aggression from any of the Uchiha within the village, but rather from a rogue individual. Don't let those idiots in the council egg you into making any drastic decisions. A chill ran down Hiruzen's spine at the mention of the Nine Tails, recalling the destruction it had unleashed on the village. The screams of panicked citizens, the flames consuming buildings, and the anguished cries for help. But Minado's words finally answered one of his most urgent, lingering questions. Why had the Nine Tails attacked in the first place? With this knowledge, Hiruzen could counter the prejudices from the civilian council that would inevitably arise. It would also help to protect Naruto from becoming a scapegoat for the village's suspicion and fear. My time here is at an end. I trust you to honor my wishes, keep him safe, and remind him that we love him deeply. Also, I return the hat to you. Enjoy the office once more, old monkey. With respect and gratitude. Minado Namices, the fourth Hokage of the village and proud father of Naruto. As he reached the final lines, Hiruzen felt a flood of emotion crash over him. Sadness for the loss of a friend and mentor, but also a fierce determination to carry on Minado's legacy. He gently pressed the scroll to his chest, cradling Naruto close, and vowed to protect the child with every ounce of his being, to honor the love that had shaped this boy's destiny before he even took his first breath. This child would not be defined by fear. He would be celebrated for the light he would bring into the world. By the time the third Hokage finished reading the letter, tears streamed down his face, dripping onto the edge of the scroll. His shoulders trembled with the weight of his grief, clutching the letter as though it was all he had left of Minado. A sudden knock at the door broke the silence. Quickly, he wiped the tears from his cheeks, trying to pull himself together. "Come in," he called, his voice thick but steady as he straightened in his chair. The door creaked open. Two ENBU entered the room, their presence a stark contrast to the Hokage's grief. The one in a dog mask moved with calm confidence, while the younger one in a snake mask stood stiffly beside him, clearly nervous. "Lord Hokage-sama," the dog-masked ENBU reported, his voice steady. "The council has called an urgent meeting about the recent events. They're angry and demanding retribution, threatening to tarnish Sensei's legacy." Hiruzen clenched his jaw, wiping the last of his tears. The mention of Minado's legacy stung deeply. He looked down at baby Naruto, still asleep and unaware of the turmoil around him. The Hokage took a deep, shuddering breath and straightened his posture, though his eyes remained damp. His irritation with the council simmered just beneath the surface, his jaw tight as he thought of the same old faces, those who had never known the weight of real leadership, waiting to spout their short-sighted demands. "Once I get past the bullshit I know the council is waiting for me, I want the two of you back here in standard Jonin attire." "Understood." His voice was clipped, the annoyance seeping through. The two ANBU gave brief nods, their movements sharp and disciplined. Dog's eyes flickered in acknowledgement beneath his mask, while Snake seemed to tense even more, her body rigid as though bracing herself for the storm that lay ahead. Hiruzen stood up, adjusting his robe over his scarred battle armor, the fabric worn and frayed from countless battles fought in the name of the leaf, including the brutal battle this very night. Each scar on his armor told a story he'd have no problem telling the council, from the tip of his kunai, if need be. Then, with a practiced motion, he placed a large hat that symbolized his position atop his head, the kanji for fire glinting under the soft light of the room. He adjusted it firmly, feeling its familiar weight settle in place, a burden he had carried for too many years to falter now. In a quick burst of chakra, Hiruzen performed a leaf shunshin, his and his passengers' forms blurring into nothingness before reappearing in the dimly lit corridor outside the Fire Council chambers. The air was thick with tension, the stone walls echoing the quiet urgency of the moment. He landed softly, barely making a sound against the cool stone floor, though the tension in his shoulders was unmistakable. Now it begins. Chapter 5. The Council of Fools are not fixing this. Hiruzen stood before the doors, the weight of the coming confrontation pressing down like the force of a gathered storm, its winds howling just beneath the surface. For a moment, his old eyes traced the carvings, the battles they immortalized, and he found himself wondering which of those warriors had faced an enemy as insidious as the one he now approached. Not foreign, not distant, but right within his own walls. Koharu, Hamura, and Danzo, they were the shadows that danced in those torch-lit halls, shifting and scheming, their ambitions threading into the very fabric of the village. Hiruzen had fought wars, had commanded armies, but this was different. The weight of his Hokage hat had never felt so heavy. A hand reached for the cold handle of the door, hesitating for the briefest moment before pushing it open. The creaking of the grand doors seemed to echo into eternity as he stepped into the chamber, where the weight of unseen eyes fell on him at once. As the Hokage, he had the authority to summon any number of skilled shinobi to carry out this task on his behalf. Yet, there was a distinct satisfaction in the simple act of opening the large door himself. Each deliberate push of the heavy-wood brought a small thrill, a reminder of the tangible power he wielded. It was a quiet moment of control, a stark contrast to the chaotic forces brewing beyond these doors. For all the political games and shadowy intrigue, here was a simple truth. He, Hiruzen Sarutobi, could still move mountains, or in this case, doors, with his own hands. As the doors parted fully, the chamber opened before him, vast and ominous, like the maw of some ancient beast waiting to swallow him whole. This was it. The council awaited. The storm had begun. The doors swung open with a heavy creak, echoing through the oppressive silence like a thunderclap, and a flicker of light from the corridor spilled into the darkened hallway. This illumination charted Hiruzen Sarutobi's path, resembling the first glint of steel before a deadly strike, and promised the inevitability of confrontation. As he stepped forward into this sparse light, his gaze was sharp and steady, cradling Naruto gently in his arms. His senses were hyper-focused, the thrum of chakra beneath his skin barely restrained, sparking an instinctive awareness of every sound and every subtle shift in the air around him. As he crossed the threshold, his eyes narrowed, taking in the familiar layout of the council chamber. The raised dais loomed ahead, where the Hokage's large chair and desk sat like a throne overlooking the council, a seat that had borne the weight of countless decisions, some which shaped Konoha, others that fractured it. The desk's polished wood gleamed faintly in the dim light, a stark contrast to the deep shadows pooling around the chamber. His sandals echoed against the cold stone floor, each step deliberate, his body tense with barely contained anger. His chakra pulsed rhythmically, sending faint tremors through the floor. Jagged cracks spiderwebbed beneath his feet, as if the earth itself was reacting to the volatile force within him. The banners lining the walls trembled in response, as though they, too, feared what was to come. Ahead of him, the large U-shaped table dominated the center of the chamber, split into three distinct sections. In the center, Hiruzen's three advisors, Hamura, Koharu, and Danzo's empty chair sat. Hamura's stiff posture betrayed a mixture of anticipation and unease. Koharu, seated beside him, watched with calculating eyes, her fingers resting lightly on the table. Both looked like statues, frozen beneath the oppressive atmosphere. But Hiruzen knew better. Beneath their calm facades, tensions brewed. To the left, the civilian council members sat in neat rows, their presence conspicuous in the heavy silence. Their anxious gazes flitted between one another, darting nervously toward Hiruzen as if afraid to meet his eyes for too long. The right section, meant for the Shinobi Council, was noticeably empty. This absence twisted something deep inside him, a simmering anger at the blatant disrespect. His gaze shifted to Hamura, who remained rigid, eyes fixed forward, his hands clasped tightly before him. Hiruzen could sense the slight shift in his chakra, a ripple of unease, though his outward composure didn't falter. Hiruzen's lip curled, his anger simmering just beneath the surface. The floor beneath him cracked again, the sound loud enough to draw every eye in the room. Naruto stirred, but the gentle cocoon of Hiruzen's chakra kept him undisturbed, cradled against his chest. Quite the scene we have here, Hiruzen began, his tone dripping with sarcasm, though his voice was low and measured. He swept his gaze across the chamber. Danzo's missing, he added with mock surprise. How fortunate for him. His steps slowed as he reached the center of the room, his presence filling the space with an overwhelming, commanding force. Hamura's jaw tightened visibly, a subtle but telling reaction to Hiruzen's words. His fingers twitched slightly against the table, his body rigid as though bracing for impact. But he said nothing, his eyes merely flicking toward the empty seat next to him, a silent acknowledgement of the absence that hung like a shadow over the proceedings. Hiruzen came to a halt, planting his feet firmly as the room seemed to hold its breath. The cracks beneath him widened, tiny shards of stone crumbling as another pulse of chakra rippled outward. The council chamber, once so suffocating in its silence, now hummed with tension, the air vibrating with the barely contained storm brewing within Hiruzen Sarutobi. He tilted his head slightly, his smile darkening with angry amusement. Is this where we all pretend that everything is in order? His voice was colder now, the biting edge unmistakable. The oppressive atmosphere hung heavy in the room, but Hiruzen felt nothing but the steady rise of his own fury. Naruto shifted slightly in his arms, but remained calm, sleeping through the mounting storm, thanks to the protective barrier of Hiruzen's chakra that wrapped around him like a gentle cloak. As he advanced further into the room, His every step echoed loudly, each footfall like a drumbeat of authority amid the stifling silence. His robes swept the cracked floor, the subtle hiss of fabric barely audible over the thrum of tension in the air. The air itself rippled in response to the powerful force radiating from him, invisible yet undeniably present. Occasionally, his chakra flared, and the floor beneath him responded with jagged cracks spreading like fractures in ice. Hamura sat stiffly beside Koharu, feeling the tension like a vice around his throat. The chamber, usually imposing, now felt oppressive under the weight of Hiruzen's simmering fury. His fingers tapped against the table, a brief, unconscious movement, as if considering reaching for something. Beneath the table, he shifted his stance slightly, planting his feet more firmly on the stone floor, bracing himself against the heavy pressure of Hiruzen's chakra. His shoulders tensed, jaw tight, betraying the unease he fought to hide. Hiruzen's presence was impossible to ignore. Each of his steps was slow and deliberate, radiating command. His free hand curled into a fist behind his back, knuckles cracking audibly as his chakra pulsed through the air. His sharp eyes locked onto Hamura's with an unspoken challenge, the tension crackling like a gathering storm. The stone beneath Hamura's feet gave a sharp crack, thin fissures spreading out in jagged lines from where Hiruzen stood. Hamura's heart skipped a beat, his body instinctively shuddered. The very air seemed to tremble with each pulse of energy. Hiruzen's presence was overwhelming, his chakra like an unstoppable force bearing down on everything in the room. The Sandame's gaze never wavered, piercing straight through Hamura. His voice, when it came, was low and biting. Danzo's absence is curious, don't you think? The sarcasm in his tone cut like a blade, each word dripping with accusation. Naruto stirred slightly in Hiruzen's arms, but the protective flare of chakra around him calmed the child almost instantly. Hiruzen's grip on the infant was gentle, but everything else about him was on edge, ready to strike. Hamura fought to keep his composure, his fingers gripping the table's edge tightly. He couldn't meet Hiruzen's eyes for long, his thoughts spinning. What had Danzo done to provoke such wrath? He swallowed again, the dryness in his throat making it difficult, but he knew there was no avoiding the fallout that was coming. The silence stretched, heavy and suffocating, binding the room in a tense stillness until Hiruzen spoke again, his tone final and icy. Let's not waste any more time. The cracks in the floor deepened ominously as his chakra flared again, daring anyone to challenge him, and the room itself seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. Seeing that no one had anything to add, Hiruzen curled his lip and muttered, "Quite the gathering," his voice low but piercing through the silence like a blade. His gaze swept across the room, finally landing on Danzo's empty seat. Naruto stirred in his arms, letting out a soft whimper. Hiruzen's chakra softened protectively around the child, calming him. Hamura's eyes flicked nervously toward Danzo's vacant chair, but he said nothing, his fingers tightening around the table's edge. Hiruzen chuckled coldly. Strange. Danzo usually slithers in for these things. His voice cut through the silence, the stone beneath him cracking further as his chakra surged, causing the banners to shake and the lights to flicker. Hamura shifted in his seat, his lips parting to speak, but Hiruzen's sharp glare stopped him cold. The Hokage planted his feet firmly, his presence suffocating, eyes narrowed in warning. "I suggest we get to the point," Hiruzen said, his voice icy with finality. His words hung in the air, daring anyone to challenge him. His chakra swirled protectively around Naruto, even as the cracks in the floor deepened. As he, once again, moved forward, each stride was deliberate and purposeful, his footsteps echoing through the oppressive chamber like a crescendo. The sound resonated against the stone walls, creating a rhythm that both matched and defied the simmering anger beneath his composed exterior. Hiruzen stopped several steps before reaching the raised dais that held the Hokage's desk and chair. As he stood there, the undeniable force of his chakra vibrated ominously through the floor. Shadows danced erratically as an unseen wind rustled through the chamber, causing the heavy drapes hanging along the walls to sway. The tension was almost tangible, a silent testament to the formidable power the Hokage wielded. Hiruzen's eyes once again met Hamura's, the unspoken challenge clear in the stormy depths of his gaze. The sarcastic angle of his smile broadened slightly, adding an edge of sardonic humor to his expression as if daring Hamura to speak, challenging him with the sheer force of his silent resolve. The air was heavy with the scent of polished wood blended with the acrid bite of incense, creating an almost claustrophobic atmosphere that seemed designed to deter warmth or openness. Smiling down at the gurgling baby, Hiruzen resumed his steps toward the dais. He paused at the foot of it, his sharp gaze sweeping the room before ascending with unhurried purpose. The floor groaned beneath him, fissures widening as his presence filled the space. At the top of the dais, framed by the imposing Hokage chair, Hiruzen stood still for a moment, letting the weight of his authority settle over the room. The air grew heavier as his steely eyes locked onto the council below. He adjusted his hold on Naruto, cradling the infant securely, then turned to face the council. His sharp eyes flicked over the expansive interior, its high ceiling supported by dark wooden beams that seemed to drink in the dim light from the lanterns scattered throughout the room. Each flicker of flame cast jagged shadows that danced along the walls, the intricate murals of past battles and hard-won victories now cold and uncomforting in the thickened tension. The air was dense, as though it resisted every breath, and even the oppressive silence seemed to have a weight of its own. To his left, the civilian representatives occupied their seats, the finely polished wooden chairs betraying the anxiety of their occupants. Hiruzen's sharp gaze caught the subtle movements of those seated there, the nervous shifting in their seats, the constant flicker of their eyes as they exchanged furtive glances, the restless fidgeting of hands over stacks of documents. Papers crinkled under anxious fingers, pens tapped rhythmically against the table as they awaited the inevitable clash of wills. To the right, however, the shinobi's side stood ominously vacant. Hiruzen's jaw tightened as his gaze lingered on the empty chairs. The absence of Konoha's warriors, those who should have been his most trusted advisors, was like a gaping wound. His hands gripped the edge of his desk, knuckles whitening, and for a brief moment, his fingers twitched, betraying his simmering rage. This was no coincidence, no mere oversight. The absence was orchestrated, its emptiness hanging like a dark omen over the proceedings, deepening the tension in the room. His eyes, hard as steel, flicked toward Hamura, who sat with unnerving calm among the civilian council. The man was too composed, his stance too rigid, betraying the strain beneath the surface. Hiruzen could almost taste the quiet satisfaction Hamura took in the imbalance. This carefully orchestrated absence of the Shinobi Council taunting him from across the room. The Hokage's teeth clenched behind his tight-lipped scowl, the faintest hiss escaping between them as he exhaled. The tension between them was palpable. It grew thicker as Hiruzen allowed his chakra to flare, sending subtle ripples of power through the chamber. A faint tremor rattled the floor beneath him, and the very walls of the chamber seemed to groan in response, the dark wood creaking ominously. The stone tiles beneath his feet cracked with a sudden, sharp sound, thin fissures spider-webbing outward from where he stood. His chakra pulsed in time with his heartbeat, the air itself vibrating with the barely contained fury emanating from him. Dust sifted down from the rafters above, catching in the dim light of the lanterns like motes of ash from a smoldering fire, marking the weight of the discord that now defined the room's atmosphere. Hiruzen stood atop the dais, cradling baby Naruto in his arms. His voice, sharp and biting, cut through the room. Convenient, isn't it? His eyes, hard as steel, locked on a Hamura, who stiffened under the weight of the Hokage's gaze. Quite the coincidence that the entire Shinobi Council is absent for such an important discussion. Or did you have something to do with that? Hamura's face remained impassive, but his eyes flicked to the floor, now cracked under Hiruzen's feet. The tension in the room was palpable. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing, and his fingers curled into fists, the knuckles white with the effort of maintaining his composure. Hokage-sama, he began, his voice calm, but noticeably lacking its usual confidence. The Shinobi Council was preoccupied with pressing matters. This session was called for the civilian sector to address. Hiruzen's snort cut him off, dismissive and sharp. A pulse of chakra rippled through the room, causing the wooden beams above to groan under the weight of his power. The lanterns flickered, casting erratic shadows, while baby Naruto, undisturbed by the energy, squirmed slightly in Hiruzen's arms. Preoccupied, Hiruzen's voice dripped with venom. Is that what we're calling it now? His presence seemed to grow, his figure towering over the room as he straightened to his full height. His cold eyes bored into Hamura's, pinning him in place like a predator watching its prey. Or perhaps you thought their absence would make it easier to push your little schemes through without resistance. Hamura's mouth opened as if to respond, but no words came. His fists tightened further, his trembling fingers clutching at the fabric of his robes. His gaze darted nervously toward the civilians behind him, their shifting unease betraying the pressure they felt. Hiruzen let the silence stretch, the weight of his chakra pressing down on the room like an invisible vice. Naruto gurgled softly in his arms, completely unaware of the storm brewing around him. When Hiruzen finally spoke, his voice was low, dangerous. You would do well to remember, Hamura, that I am still the Hokage of this village. I will not be undermined by your cowardly attempts to manipulate the council. He struck the ground with his staff, the sharp crack echoing through the chamber. Do not mistake your political games for strength. The room trembled as another surge of chakra flared outward. The walls shuddered, and more dust fell from the ceiling as the cracks in the floor spread beneath Hiruzen's feet. Hamura instinctively took a step back, his face pale, eyes flickering to the baby in Hiruzen's arms before quickly darting away. He swallowed again, unable to meet Hiruzen's intense gaze. With a sharp exhale, Hiruzen's eyes once more settled on Hamura, who now sat with a forced calm at the smaller table. His posture was rigid, but the confidence that usually accompanied it had begun to falter. Seems like the walls have ears, but the Shinobi Council has no voices today, Hiruzen remarked, his voice dripping with irony. He stepped down from the dais, the weight of his authority palpable with each footstep. Or perhaps they are too busy to grace us with their esteemed presence? The weight of Hiruzen's presence was suffocating. Naruto shifted slightly, yawning, while Hiruzen continued toward the center of the room. Hamura, now visibly uncomfortable, began to drum his fingers nervously on the table. He opened his mouth to speak, but Hiruzen was quicker. What a lovely display of leadership! Hiruzen's voice rose, sarcasm thick in the air. He pointed to the empty chairs. I trust their absence is due to something far more pressing than the defense of our village. His words challenged the room, the weight of his authority pressing down on all of them. Hamura's expression soured. He crossed his arms defensively, feeling the room tighten under the tension. His eyes flickered between Hiruzen and the vacant chairs, his mind scrambling to regain control. His voice was strained as he cleared his throat. Hokage-sama, we arranged this meeting to discuss critical matters concerning the... Critical matters? Hiruzen's voice sliced through Hamura's like a blade. You mean to tell me that while our forces are risking their lives, the Shinobi Council finds it prudent to not participate? I would call that a dereliction of duty. With every word, Hiruzen's chakra flared, the floor groaning beneath him, more cracks spidering outward. The walls shuddered under the pressure of his aura, rattling the chamber like a distant storm. Hamura's once collected demeanor had all but vanished, his mask of calm slipping as the strain became visible in his eyes, darting nervously toward the cracks at Hiruzen's feet. Baby Naruto, however, remained undisturbed, his tiny form nestled against the looming figure of the Hokage, oblivious to the monumental power swirling around him. The air in the room grew thick with tension as Hiruzen leaned forward, palms pressed down on the wooden table, cracking the surface ever so slightly with the force of his chakra flaring beneath him. With every word he spoke, his body radiated an intensity that felt almost palpable. The very atmosphere seemed to shimmer around him, as if the heat of his energy was warping reality itself. The council members exchanged nervous glances, the weight of Hiruzen's presence pressing against them like an invisible wall. As Hiruzen's chakra surged, dark shadows flickered in the corners of the room, distorted by the sheer force of his will. The floor beneath his feet began to splinter, small cracks radiating outward, evidence of the turmoil churning within him. Sensing the escalating tension, Hamura attempted to regain control of the situation. Hiruzen, we're trying to address pressing issues concerning the village's future. The absence of the shinobi doesn't, he began, but his voice wavered, undercut by the tremor of Hiruzen's presence that filled the chamber. His words, though intended to assert stability, did the exact opposite. Oh, spare me your justifications. Hiruzen interjected, his voice sharp like a blade, each syllable punctuated by an eruptive flare of chakra that sent a shock wave through the room. His eyes gleamed with a fierce light, reflecting the profound disappointment and anger boiling just under the surface. As he straightened, every motion reverberated with authority, a reminder of the legendary Hokage he was, his presence overwhelming, like a storm gathering strength. If this meeting is meant to serve Konoha's interests, he continued, his tone thick with sarcasm, it's rather hard to see how that's possible when you willfully ignore the strongest voices in our ranks. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. Or are you simply looking to consolidate control while they're away? At that moment, a crack of thunder echoed outside, a fitting backdrop to the tension inside. Hiruzen's expression hardened, and he straightened to his full height, a titan looming over his peers. The flicker of lightning illuminated his face, casting deep shadows and emphasizing the wrath simmering just beneath his calm facade. The flickering light from the window mirrored the severity of Hiruzen's gaze, making it clear that he would not tolerate any further defiance. With every word he spoke, his body radiated an intensity that felt almost palpable. The very atmosphere shimmered around him, the heat of his energy warping reality itself. The council members exchanged nervous glances, their eyes flickering between Hiruzen and the empty chairs around the table. It was as if an invisible wall pressed against them, each heartbeat echoing the weight of Hiruzen's presence. As Hiruzen's penetrating gaze centered on him, Hamura instinctively leaned back, trying to create distance as if he could shield himself from the storm of Hiruzen's wrath. The muscles in his jaw tightened, the strain evident as he struggled to maintain his composure. Beads of sweat trickled down his brow, betraying the turmoil simmering just below the surface. Do you truly believe, Hiruzen continued, his voice a low growl, that Konoha can thrive when its leaders abandon their responsibilities? His body leaned slightly forward, amplifying the sense of danger that hung in the air, the ground beneath him quaking in response to his fury. The council members shifted in their seats, the tension palpable as they witnessed the showdown unfold before them. Hamura, now visibly sweating, shifted again, his hands resting awkwardly on the table as he struggled to find his voice. Hokage-sama, we must. Hiruzen cut him off again, his tone laced with irritation. Must what, Hamura? Hide behind the absence of the council? Ignore the dangers that threaten our village? You are playing a dangerous game, and I will not let Konoha fall to your machinations. The air around them thickened, charged with unspoken threats, and the chamber seemed to tremble under the weight of Hiruzen's resolve. Suddenly, a woman with vivid pink hair and a fierce expression sprang from her seat, cradling her infant tightly against her chest. Her body was tense, each muscle coiled as if prepared for battle. Hokage-sama, the fears and concerns we wish to bring forward have nothing to do with the Shinobi Council, Haruno declared, her voice slicing through the heavy silence like a sword. She bowed slightly in respect, but her unwavering gaze anchored itself firmly onto Hiruzen, unflinching in her determination. And what exactly is the nature of these supposed fears and concerns? Counselor Haruno, he spat, his typically calm demeanor giving way to an anger that reverberated in his voice. Each syllable was laced with authority, and the surrounding air seemed to vibrate with his emotional intensity, pushing back against those around him. Haruno bristled at the Hokage's dismissive tone, her resolve hardening with every passing second. The child you hold in your arms is dangerous. Sandaime-sama trapped that monster inside that child, so it would be easier to kill. We cannot waste his sacrifice by waiting any longer. The council demands that the demon child be executed at once. Her voice rang out defiantly. In response, the air thickened with mounting tension, heavy and unyielding. Hiruzen's expression darkened as he summoned his chakra, unleashing a vibrant blue flare that erupted around him like an impending storm. With a swift motion, as if to assert his dominance over the brewing conflict, Hiruzen flicked his wrist, dispersing the chakra into a swirling aura that danced around him. His voice dripped with sarcasm, each word cutting sharply through the tension. You really think you're in a position to make demands of me, Haruno? The low growl of his tone commanded respect and sought to subdue any rebellious thoughts that might linger in her mind. His narrowed gaze bore into her, as if trying to peer into her very soul, and he took a step forward, the floor creaking ominously under the strain of his power. The air around him crackled, reflecting the storm brewing in his eyes. Tell me, he leaned slightly, his tone softening momentarily, but still laced with indignation. Did anyone put you up to this? Caught off guard, Haruno felt her heart skip a beat. Before she could formulate a response, her gaze unconsciously flickered toward Hamura, a flash of uncertainty crossing her face. Hamura's expression darkened as he noticed the glance, an internal struggle etched on his face. Without a moment's hesitation, his hand clenched into a fist, his body taut with frustration. Don't look at him for answers, Hiruzen snapped, his voice laced with irritation. The chakra in the room seemed to fluctuate erratically, the environmental effects amplifying as shadows danced along the walls, mirroring Hamura's unease. With every pulse of energy, the atmosphere thickened, heavy with unspent aggression that felt as though it could explode at any moment. Damn you, Hiruzen, Hamura thought bitterly, his frustration simmering just beneath the surface. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. His narrowed eyes were fixed on the Hokage, burning with a hunger for power that ran deeper than mere political maneuvering. He was not there to negotiate. He was there to dominate, and that meant the little monster in Hiruzen's arms had to go. The shadows of the council chamber flickered ominously, as if they too sensed the rising tension and the dark intentions swirling within Hamura's heart. In this ruthless pursuit, Naruto Uzumaki, the vessel of the formidable Nine Tails, transformed from a mere child into a threat that loomed large in Hamura's ambitions. He was not just a potential risk to the village's stability. He was a living embodiment of chaos, a wrecking ball poised to shatter Hamura's carefully constructed plans. As he shifted in his seat, his fingers drummed impatiently against the table, an unmistakable telltale sign of his growing frustration that echoed the turbulent energy in the room. Meanwhile, Hiruzen, ever perceptive to the undercurrents of power and tension, felt the pressure mount as he caught the flicker of malice in Hamura's eyes. Do you think you can simply use the council as a pawn in your little game, Hamura? Hiruzen's voice dripped with sarcasm, each word laced with an authority that cut through the suffocating tension. He advanced a few purposeful steps toward Hamura, each stride deliberate and measured, as if he were a storm gathering its full might. His fierce gaze was filled with a protective fury, a stark contrast to the simmering ambition reflected in Hamura's eyes. Koharu Yuditane shifted uncomfortably in her seat next to Hamura, her fingers tightening instinctively around the armrest, a subconscious betrayal of the anxiety she struggled to mask. The palpable electricity in the air increased, charged by the stark contrast between Hiruzen's magnetic energy and Hamura's undercurrent of calculated malice. Koharu dared not lock eyes with Hiruzen, fully aware of the storm brewing between the two men. The indomitable Hokage, standing resolute for the spirit of Konoha against the treacherous currents represented by Hamura. In that moment, the room felt like a battleground, each participant poised for conflict. Hamura clenched his jaw, the muscles in his face twitching as Hiruzen's words rattled in his mind. He refocused his gaze on the Hokage, determination flaring within him. "You're too caught up in ideals, Hiruzen," he shot back, his voice dripping with derision. "The village is vulnerable, and you're protecting a threat. It's time to face reality. You can't coddle that demon any longer." The tension crackled between them, a dangerous dance of authority and ambition. Hiruzen turned slightly, glancing at the child nestled against him. "Naruto is not the threat you think he is, Hamura. That child represents hope and potential, something you seem to have forgotten in your quest for power." Hamura's eyes narrowed further, disbelief mingling with outrage. "Hope? Potential? Whatever you say doesn't change the fact that he carries the essence of destruction within him. Do you really believe that letting him live will protect the village?" "More than your thirst for control ever will," Hiruzen replied, his voice steady, unwavering. "You talk of sacrifices, yet what you're advocating is a monstrous crime cloaked in the guise of duty. I will not stand by and watch you turn the council into an instrument of fear and hatred." The tension in the room was almost unbearable, the air thick with the weight of unspoken threats. Hiruzen cradled the infant Naruto in his arms, his grip gentle but unwavering, in stark contrast to the barely contained storm of power that radiated from his body. Every breath he took seemed to carry a surge of energy, and the council chamber groaned under the pressure. Haruno felt it immediately, her own heartbeat pounding in her ears as the overwhelming presence of the Hokage bore down on her. The very walls seemed to tremble as Hiruzen's chakra flared, and though she realized now that Hamura had set her up to bear the brunt of this confrontation, it was too late to retreat. Pride and fear for her own newborn child kept her rooted to the spot, chin raised defiantly. She stood firm, but she could feel the invisible weight pressing her down, each second more oppressive than the last. Hiruzen's eyes burned with contempt as they locked onto hers, his gaze searing through her resolve. His chakra continued to flare violently, and the floor beneath him cracked again, deep fissures spidering out from his feet like veins of rage embedded in the stone. Naruto stirred slightly in his arms, but the Hokage's grip on the boy never wavered, even as the raw force of his energy shook the room. Without taking his eyes off Haruno, Hiruzen descended from his raised platform, every slow, deliberate step sending tremors through the council chamber. His body was tense, like a tightly coiled spring ready to explode, his fingers twitching with barely restrained fury. His robes billowed around him as if caught in an unseen wind, making him seem even larger, more fearsome. The flickering lights above cast long shadows across his face, emphasizing the lines of age and power that had shaped him into the man standing before them. He spoke, his voice dripping with sarcasm, each word a carefully placed dagger. "Counselor Haruno," he began, his tone mocking, so willing to stand in the line of fire for him. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes narrowing as he shot a sideways glance at Hamura. "Tell me, does it feel noble playing the pawn in Hamura's petty game? Or is it that you simply have no idea what game you're playing?" Haruno clenched her fists at her sides, fighting the instinct to step back, to turn away from the furious gaze bearing down on her. She forced herself to speak, her voice shaking only slightly. "You're mistaken if you think this is about Hamura, Hokage-sama. The council." Hiruzen's derisive laughter sliced through her words, silencing her instantly. "The council," he repeated, his voice cold and biting, his chakra flaring again, causing another sharp crack in the stone at his feet. "The council is a pack of scared fools, clinging to shadows they don't understand." His gaze slid to Hamura, who had remained seated in calculated silence, though his fingers had tightened on the armrests of his chair. The flickering lights above seemed to dim slightly as Hiruzen's energy spiked, casting sharp, jagged shadows across Hamura's face, making his calm expression look strained, more brittle than before. With Naruto nestled safely in the crook of one arm, Hiruzen moved forward again, each step purposeful, each movement radiating barely controlled wrath. His robes swirled behind him, brushing over the cracked floor, and his eyes never left Haruno as he approached. "You speak of protecting this village, but you don't even understand the sacrifice it demands. You're all too quick to abandon reason for fear." He paused, his tone sharpening as his gaze flicked to Hamura again, or to abandon honor for the sake of ambition. Hamura, who had remained still thus far, shifted ever so slightly in his seat, his expression remaining neutral, though there was a faint tension around his eyes. He met Hiruzen's gaze, unflinching, but the weight between them was palpable. Hiruzen's chakra pulsed in time with his footsteps the oppressive force of it causing the walls to tremble, and the lights above flickered once more. You would let the fear of what you don't understand dictate the future of this village. Hiruzen's voice was low now, dangerously quiet, the calm before the storm. He stepped closer to Haruno, and the floor beneath his feet cracked again, the sound sharp in the silence. And you, Haruno, standing there, thinking that by aligning yourself with him, he gestured subtly toward Hamura without looking. You'll come out of this clean? Haruno's resolve faltered as the full weight of Hiruzen's words hit her. Her defiance wavered, her lips parting as if to speak, but no sound came. The pressure in the room was crushing, and even her defiance was struggling to hold under the weight of Hiruzen's presence. Hiruzen shifted Naruto slightly in his arms, his gaze turning to Hamura, cold and unforgiving. Hamura, he said, his voice cutting through the room like ice. You've plotted and schemed long enough, thinking I wouldn't notice. Your manipulation ends here. I won't let you tear this village apart with your petty ambitions. Hamura's fingers drummed lightly against the armrest, betraying his growing unease, though his face remained neutral. The tension between him and Hiruzen was thick enough to choke on, their silent battle raging beneath the surface of their words. Hiruzen's chakra pulsed one final time, a massive surge that sent another tremor through the room, shaking the very foundations of the council chamber. He stepped forward, lowering his voice to a deadly whisper, his face mere inches from Haruno's now. If any of you, speak of sacrificing this child again. His voice dropped lower, colder. You'll wish the cracks in this floor were the only thing broken in this chamber. The room fell deathly silent. Haruno lowered her gaze, trembling now, unable to bear the weight of Hiruzen's fury any longer. Even Hamura shifted in his seat, his calm mass cracking ever so slightly under the oppressive atmosphere. The Hokage's chakra slowly receded, the crackling energy in the air fading, though the cracks in the stone and the tension in the room remained. Hiruzen's hold on Naruto tightened protectively as he turned, his back to the council. Let this be the last time I hear such talk, he said, his voice firm and final. Because the next time, I won't be so merciful. The other council members exchanged nervous glances, their growing anxiety palpable as they fidgeted in their seats, the anticipation pressing down on them like a vice. Hiruzen, still cradling Naruto securely in his arms, walked with deliberate, measured steps up the dais. His sandals ground against the cracked stone, the sound harsh and grating in the otherwise silent chamber. His robes billowed slightly, rustling with each step, and the sheer force of his chakra sent tremors through the floor, widening the fissures with every footfall. The infant in his arms stirred, but remained calm, as if sensing the power radiating from the man holding him. Reaching his seat, Hiruzen lowered himself slowly, his body moving with an almost predatory grace. His gaze shifted to Hamura, eyes narrowing with barely concealed contempt. His tone, when he finally spoke, was more irritated than angry, but it cut through the thick silence like a blade. You thought your little scheme was clever, didn't you? He began, his voice laced with sarcasm, but it was always destined to fail. Hamura remained still, his face expressionless, though the tension in his posture betrayed his discomfort. His fingers twitched slightly, gripping the arms of his chair with a quiet intensity as he met Hiruzen's piercing gaze. The council members around him looked on, some wide-eyed with confusion, others darting glances toward the advisors, hoping for a clue to the significance of Hiruzen's words. The Hokage's lips curled into a bitter smile as he continued, his voice growing colder. You may have thought you had the upper hand because the shinobis were not here. But there's one thing you overlooked. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity. The Daimyo-S ambassador isn't here. A murmur rippled through the council, the civilian members glancing at one another in confusion. Most didn't fully grasp the weight of what Hiruzen had just revealed. But the advisors, Hamura included, stiffened, their faces betraying a flicker of realization. The room seemed to grow colder, the tension thickening as the implications of the absent ambassador sank in. Any decision as monumental as executing a Jinchuriki would require his vote, Hiruzen said, his voice dropping lower, more menacing. Without it, your little coup would have amounted to nothing. And by stopping this madness, his eyes darkened as he scanned the room, letting his words hang ominously in the air. I've saved not just the child's life, but your own. The reactions were immediate. Some council members visibly paled, their faces turning ashen as the weight of Hiruzen's words crashed over them. One man audibly gulped, his hand trembling as he grasped the edge of the table. Others shifted uncomfortably, their earlier confidence shattered, and a nervous murmur spread across the room. Hamura, though outwardly calm, clenched his jaw, his stoic mask slipping just enough to reveal the underlying tension. Smiling faintly, Hiruzen raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The sound echoed sharply in the chamber, and almost instantly, a bare-masked ANBU operative appeared at his side, kneeling with practiced precision, his head bowed in deference. The swiftness of the movement left the council members stunned, their heads whipping around to the sudden presence of the masked figure. Yes, Hokage-sama. What are your orders? The ANBU operative asked, his voice steady and devoid of emotion. Hiruzen's tone was calm, but his anger still simmered beneath the surface. Send word to the Shinobi Council. Have them meet here immediately, he commanded, his voice firm and resolute. Without hesitation, the ANBU operative responded. At once, Hokage-sama. In a swirl of leaves, the ANBU vanished just as quickly as he had appeared, leaving the council chamber steeped in silence once more. The remaining council members sat frozen in their seats, still reeling from the Hokage's words and the sudden shift in power. The gravity of the situation had sunk in fully, leaving them to grapple with the realization that they had underestimated Hiruzen's reach and influence. And as the Hokage sat in his seat, still holding Naruto close, it was clear to all present that any future attempts at such treachery would not be met with mercy. Chapter 6: Shadows of Power. The Gathering or Beneath the Surface. Secrets, Suspicions, and Slander. Hamura Mido Kato stepped forward, irritation flashing across his face as he locked eyes with the Hokage. Hiruzen, Do you really think it's necessary to call in the Shinobi Council for this? It seems excessive. We can handle this without stirring the entire village. He knew he was pushing a boundary, which was why his manners were slipping, but he couldn't let the clan elders get involved. Not now. Once they became entangled, Hiruzen would have the backing to block any further attempts to eliminate the boy. The brat's survival meant everything was at risk. Hamura's hand twitched at his side, fingers curling as if they could somehow grasp control of the situation slipping away. No, the elders would ruin everything. But Hiruzen wasn't swayed by the plea. He turned slowly to face Hamura, his dark eyes narrowing with a steely, measured calm that was far more dangerous than any outburst. His voice, though soft, carried a deadly edge. Hamura, the next time I have to remind you, or anyone in this room, to use my title or honorifics, it will not be with words. It will be at the edge of a kunai. Have I made myself clear? A collective silence fell across the room, more oppressive than a sudden gale. The weight of Hiruzen's ki surged through the chamber, crashing into everyone present. Even the air itself seemed to bend under the force of his chakra, the wood beneath his feet creaking as though it would give way. A low hum reverberated through the space, an ominous undercurrent that made even the most hardened council members stiffen, their breaths suddenly shallow, as though each inhalation carried a danger of its own. And let me remind all of you, Hiruzen continued, his voice cutting through the tension with the authority of an executioner's axe, this is not a matter of choice. As signatories of the Shinobi Accords, we are bound by its tenets, by law. That means summoning all three sides of the council when decisions of this magnitude arise. Hamura's jaw tightened, his fingernails biting into his palm. He couldn't let this escalate. If the clan elders were summoned, the whole plan would unravel. The Shinobi clans were too closely tied to Hiruzen's ideals, too loyal to the boy's legacy. Damn it, this isn't going to work, he thought as he clenched his hands tighter. He needed to keep Hiruzen contained, keep the control within the civilian council. The others in the room shifted uncomfortably, likely feeling the same unbearable weight of Sarutobi's chakra that Hamura did. Hiruzen's gaze swept across the room, his presence growing, filling the chamber until there was nowhere to hide. We are at an elevated threat level, and during times of war or any comparable situation, the Accords demand full council input on critical decisions. Hamura's heart raced, pounding like war drums in his chest. He opened his mouth to object, to find some small opening to maneuver, but Hiruzen's words slammed into him like a wall. You would know this, Hamura, if you had consulted with the Fire Lord's ambassador, who, I notice, is also conspicuously absent from these proceedings. How odd! A decision of this weight, and the representative of the daimyo isn't here. The floor seemed to sway beneath him. Hamura couldn't afford any more missteps. If Hiruzen involved the Fire Lord, it would be over. He tried to wet his lips, but his mouth had gone dry. The Hokage's gaze pinned him in place, cold and unrelenting. Hiruzen's chakra flared once more, and the room seemed to tighten, as though the very walls pressed inward. Let me also remind you that by trying to circumvent this law, you've all committed a serious offense. Had I chosen to enforce it to the letter, each of you would already be under arrest, facing execution for treason against the village. You knowingly attempted to bypass the very laws that have protected us for decades. I could have every one of you taken away in chains. Hamura's pulse roared in his ears. His limbs felt heavy, leaden under the suffocating weight of Hiruzen's presence. The crushing force of his chakra constricted his chest, as if a giant hand were squeezing the very air from his lungs. Too far, I've gone too far, Hamura thought, a bead of sweat slipping down his temple. But he couldn't retreat now. He couldn't show weakness. Not with Koharu watching. But the pressure was unbearable. Hamura's knees threatened to buckle beneath him, his vision dimming at the edges as if the world itself were collapsing around him. His hands, once so steady and firm from years of leadership, now trembled uncontrollably at his sides. The once confident fingers twitched, betraying his internal battle for control. His pride screamed at him to stand tall, to hold on to whatever dignity he had left, but every instinct, every primal urge in his body, begged him to kneel, to submit, to beg for mercy. Self-preservation, in the end, won out. Hokage-sama. His voice cracked, the brittle edge of it slicing through the suffocating silence. His usual confidence, so carefully cultivated over the years, dissolved into a quivering plea, a man teetering on the edge of breaking. The pressure around him was relentless, pressing down on him like the weight of the world. He swallowed hard, his throat tight, forcing the words out in a rush. I didn't mean to question the protocol. It's just. The rest of his sentence died on his lips, smothered by the overwhelming presence of Hiruzen's killing intent, which still lingered like an oppressive shadow in the room. Hamura's knees buckled slightly as his pride shattered, leaving only fear and regret in its place. His legs wobbled, threatening to give out completely as he stood there, exposed and vulnerable before the third Hokage. Never had he felt so small, so utterly powerless. He dared a glance at Hiruzen, but quickly regretted it. The Hokage's eyes were like daggers, unyielding, piercing through him with unspoken condemnation. Hamura's voice faltered, then broke entirely under the weight of that gaze. I only thought we should be cautious, he stammered, his voice barely a whisper now. We didn't mean any disrespect to the Accords, Hokage-sama. Of course you're right. He felt the shame of his words, each one dragging him lower. His back hunched under the unseen weight of Hiruzen's presence, and as the silence stretched out unbearably, he could feel every eye in the room on him. He risked another glance at Koharu, desperate for some signal, some lifeline, but she sat stone still beside him, her face unreadable, lips pressed into a thin, grim line. Not even she would speak now. With a final sigh of defeat, Hamura sank heavily into his seat beside her, shoulders sagging as the last remnants of his resolve crumbled. His once proud posture was now bent, his spirit ground down under the crushing reality of Sarutobi's authority. Koharu, still silent, cast a fleeting glance in Hamura's direction, her sharp eyes now dull with resignation. They had miscalculated, and the weight of that mistake pressed down on them both, suffocating and relentless. Hiruzen sat at his desk, Naruto nestled securely in his arms, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed the U-shaped table below. His muscles tensed slightly beneath his robes, a barely perceptible flex as he shifted his grip on the infant, ensuring the child remained cradled against his chest. The baby slept soundly, unaware of the silent war raging in the hearts and minds of the people in the room. Unaware of the dangers that infested, a world awaited him. Hiruzen's gaze drifted toward the center section, where his advisors were seated. He paused, noting once again the conspicuous absence of Danzo. The chair that should have held the head of Root stood empty, cold, and untouched, its vacancy gnawing at the back of Hiruzen's mind. Still not here. Now that I think about it, where was Danzo's precious Root during the Biju attack? The thought gnawed at him, bitter and sharp. He shifted slightly in his seat, his fingers brushing Naruto's soft cheek. His face remained a picture of stoic leadership, but beneath the calm facade, questions stirred. Not a single one of his operatives showed up until after the Biju was sealed. How convenient. His eyes lingered on the empty chair, his thoughts darkening. Danzo, you always seem to disappear when the village is at its most vulnerable. It was a pattern Hiruzen had observed too many times to dismiss. For all of Danzo's posturing about protecting the village at any cost, his actions were far too opportunistic, too self-serving. And now, just when decisions needed to be made about Naruto's future, Danzo's absence felt more calculated than ever. Hiruzen's brow furrowed, suspicion blooming like a poisonous weed in the back of his mind. His gaze flickered back to the rest of the room, his voice steady as he prepared to address the council. But his thoughts remained focused on Danzo. You weren't at the front lines. You didn't lend your strength when it mattered most. And now, you slink in the shadows, no doubt plotting your next move. Naruto stirred softly against his chest, a small sigh escaping the infant as he snuggled closer. The warmth of the child grounded Hiruzen, reminding him of the immense responsibility that now rested in his hands. His grip on the boy tightened slightly, a wave of protectiveness washing over him. The child's future and the village's future were intertwined, and Hiruzen wouldn't let Danzo, or anyone else, manipulate either for their gain. He was the Hokage again, and he refused to let his guard down this time around. Hiruzen's eyes returned to the council, his tone unwavering as the weight of his authority filled the room. Yet in the back of his mind, he kept thinking of Danzo, the empty chair standing as a silent accusation. The room was heavy with silence, broken only by the soft rustle of paper, his chakra flaring ever so slightly, causing the documents on the desk to tremble in response. The wooden legs of the furniture creaked under the pressure of his fluctuating energy. He made no effort to suppress it, allowing the council to feel his irritation as it rippled through the air. Now that slight misunderstanding has been corrected, Hiruzen's voice was deceptively mild, but it cut through the room like a kunai through butter. Would any of you like to tell me where the hell my esteemed advisor, Danzo, is? His eyes moved slowly across the council, gauging their expressions before settling briefly on Hamura. Then Koharu. Koharu looked, if Hiruzen had to give a word, uncomfortable, not guilty, just really uncomfortable. Your partner Hamura left out a few details. Kaharu. Next to her, Said partner avoided his gaze like the plague, fidgeting slightly, adjusting his glasses with a stiff, deliberate movement. The creases of his face twitched, the only visible sign of the old advisor's unease. Hiruzen's fingers drummed against his desk, his expression thoughtful. He's nervous, he noted through narrowed eyes, but that's probably because Hamura considers Danzo's absence an unknown, and he can't accurately factor it into his plans. There was a subtle intake of breath from several council members. They exchanged uneasy glances, but no one dared meet his gaze directly. The Hokage's chakra flared again, and more papers on the table fluttered, scattering slightly. Hiruzen allowed his scorn to settle heavily over the room, his tone razor-edged. I have some questions I would like to ask him. The silence that followed was deafening. Hamura shifted once more, glancing sideways at Koharu. His thoughts swirled, though he kept his expression unreadable. What game is Danzo playing? After an awkward moment, the council members all shook their heads in unison. Hiruzen's lips curled into a thin smile devoid of warmth. Pity, he muttered, almost to himself, but I'm sure he will turn up eventually. He allowed the silence to settle again, this time heavier and more oppressive. His gaze lingered on Hamura, watching the subtle body language of his old comrade, noting every slight twitch and every minute attempt to mask discomfort. Enemies everywhere. Hiruzen lowered his head, so the hat hid his expression and sighed. Asterisk, even you can't hide your unease, Hamura. This isn't just about Danzo, is it? What else are you hiding from me, old friend? Asterisk. This last thought was a bit bittersweet because he couldn't recall the last time he considered Hamura a friend. As he continued to wait, Hiruzen's posture was deceptively relaxed, though his fingers continued their rhythmic drumming. The sound echoed like a countdown to what? No one was sure, yet everyone was confident they didn't want to be here when it reached 0. While the council fidgeted nervously, Hiruzen's suspicions continued to churn. Danzo, you always think you're one step ahead, but this time, I will not let you slither out of my sight. 20 minutes passed, and the tension in the room thickened like a coiling snake. Naruto stirred slightly in his arms, but Hiruzen remained steady, unyielding, waiting, his sharp eyes scanning the half-filled council chamber. His fingers tightened around the tiny bundle in his arms, Naruto's warm weight grounding him amid the chaos swirling in his mind. The Shinobi Council's absence was glaring, as was the empty seat that should have been occupied by Danzo. The man had always thrived on stirring trouble behind the scenes, but today, even in his absence, Hiruzen could feel his shadow lurking. His lips pressed into a thin line, irritation prickling his skin like nettles. Hiruzen adjusted the brim of his hat, the shadow covering his stern features. He exhaled slowly through his nose, attempting to mask his growing frustration. His fingers tightened around the soft fabric of the swaddling blanket, the warmth of Naruto's small form grounding him against the rising storm within. A storm that threatened to erupt at the thought of individuals attempting to twist the tragedy of the Biju attack for personal gain. His gaze drifted sharply toward Hamura, who sat at the advisor table, arms crossed and face set in impassive concentration. Yet, Hiruzen didn't miss the fleeting glances Hamura kept stealing toward Naruto. Quick flickers of interest that sparked suspicion in the old Hokage's chest. Hiruzen's grip tightened imperceptibly. Hamura's calculating expression, paired with his silent watchfulness, sent a cold tendril of unease winding through Hiruzen's resolve. Hamura shifted, lips pursing as though mulling over something, his eyes flicking back to the bundle in Hiruzen's arms as if weighing a decision. It was subtle, but to the Hokage, painfully obvious. As if he felt the malicious thoughts, the baby began to fuss. With a soft murmur, Hiruzen reassured Naruto, drawing his chakra around him like a warm blanket. His grip on the boy tightened slightly, the familiar weight calming his irritation as he turned back to the council. The Hokage sat there, calm and unmoving, but Hamura could feel the weight of his presence pressing down on him. The room felt too quiet, too exposed. Hamura shifted, his fingers fidgeting at his sides as he forced a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. The AMBU had left, and it was only a matter of time before the first of the clan heads entered. He clenched his hands to steady them, forcing his thoughts to remain clear, but the desperation was hard to suppress. He had to tread carefully now. Hiruzen had always been too perceptive, and at this moment, it felt like the old Hokage could smell the desperation clinging to him like a scent in the air. Of course, it had been a long time since Hiruzen truly trusted him as anything other than an advisor in name only, so it was no surprise that he was watching him. No, it was the weight behind that stare that made remaining outwardly calm so damn hard. To distract himself, Hamura focused on his thoughts, calculating every possible move, every potential outcome. The boy, no, the demon brat, needed to be dealt with, but how? His mind raced, searching for an opportunity, a method that wouldn't expose him. Hiruzen gave nothing away, as always, but Hamura sensed a shift, a flicker in his eyes. He'd struck a nerve. Good. It meant he still had some leverage, some space to maneuver. All he needed was patience. Hamura's body language betrayed him even before the clan heads arrived. His movements were too controlled, too deliberate, as if rehearsed to maintain an air of calm. But Hiruzen saw through it. He could almost hear the gears turning in Hamura's mind, the way he was already calculating, already searching for weaknesses he might exploit once the elders arrived. Hamura's eyes would be on each of them, weighing their strengths, their perceived weaknesses, and or any potential alliances. Hiruzen knew what he was planning, but it wouldn't matter. Not today. Not while he was here, holding Naruto, the future of Konoha, securely in his arms. Even without the clan heads present, the power dynamic was clear, and Hiruzen had no intention of letting Hamura's schemes, whatever they were, come to fruition. The door creaked open, pulling Hiruzen's attention. His posture straightened, and he glanced toward the entrance as Katsuro Renjuro, the daimyo's ambassador to Konohagakure, entered the room. The faint scent of incense clung to the man's robes as he stepped in with the grace of someone who knew his presence commanded respect. Hamura's lips parted as if to speak, but Katsuhiro barely spared him a glance. The ambassador's steps were measured, purposeful, as he bypassed Hamura entirely, heading straight for Hiruzen. It was a slight, no doubt intentional. Hiruzen's eyes met Katsuhiro's, and a small, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. The two exchanged hushed words, their conversation too low for the rest of the council to hear. For Hiruzen, it was a relief to talk to someone he could mostly trust finally. Whatever Katsuro asked, it led Hiruzen to adjust Naruto in his arms, peeling back the blanket that shielded the boy from view. Naruto squirmed slightly, his tiny face scrunched in a way that made Katsuhiro pause. There was something about the child, an innocence, a raw potential, that caught the ambassador off guard. His breath hitched, and for a moment, the noise of the chamber fell away. He saw something in the boy's wide, unfocused gaze that stirred something deep within him. Despite the burden of the situation, a flicker of warmth blossomed in his chest, softening his scowl. With a silent nod, Hiruzen responded to Katsuhiro's question, his eyes lingering on Naruto a second longer than necessary. He carefully covered the boy once again, feeling a wave of protectiveness surge through him. The ambassador inclined his head and made his way to his seat, located on the right side of Hiruzen's dais, but slightly lower. The movement was fluid, practiced, and deliberate. Katsuhiro knew exactly the power he wielded in the room. As the ambassador took his place, Hiruzen's gaze shifted back to Hamura, his eyes narrowing. The papers on the council's table rattled once more, a subtle reminder of the Hokage's displeasure. Hamura stilled, the tension in his shoulders visible as he realized his maneuvering had been undercut before it even began. Hiruzen's tone, when he spoke, was sharp, cutting through the silence like the crack of a whip. "I suggest, Hamura," he began, his voice cold and scathing, "that whatever schemes you're plotting are abandoned immediately. There will be no further discussion of the child." Hamura stiffened, his hands flexing at his sides, but he said nothing, his frustration evident in the tightening of his jaw. Hiruzen, noticing the subtle gesture, merely shifted Naruto slightly in his arms, the infant's soft weight grounding him amidst the mounting tension. Even in the face of betrayal and politics, Hiruzen knew there were things more precious than power. Naruto was a reminder of that. The room remained heavy with silence for what felt like an eternity. Minutes ticked by, each one dragging the tension tighter, until finally the air shifted. The door at the far end of the chamber slid open with a quiet thud, the sound pulling all eyes toward it. The first to arrive was Shinobi Accords. His tall, imposing figure was wrapped in the signature gray trench coat of the Aburame clan, his visor concealing his eyes behind four thin slits, giving him an eerie, insect-like appearance, cold and detached. The long, muted cloak billowed slightly as he entered, its fabric brushing against the ground like a whisper. His movements were precise and silent, much like the swarms of insects that resided within him. Hiruzen's gaze followed the clan head as he moved to his seat, the contrast between Shibi's calm demeanor and the crackling tension in the room only amplifying the unease. The Aburame elder was known for his calculating nature, his presence often unnerving those unaccustomed to the stillness that seemed to envelop him. Shibi gave no greeting, no acknowledgement to anyone, simply taking his place as if the weight of the room's tension was of no concern to him. Reliable as ever, Hiruzen mused, noting how Shibi's quiet authority seemed to bring a strange sense of balance to the room. Still, the question remained, where was Danzo? Shibi's appearance signaled the arrival of the Shinobi Council, but the absence of the root leader lingered, a shadow that refused to dissipate. Hiruzen kept his expression calm, though internally his thoughts raced. Danzo, my old friend, you can't hide forever. Eventually, his motives will come to light, and when they do, Hiruzen pulled Naruto closer, feeling the weight of the infant against his chest, a stark reminder that the battles he faced were not just against visible enemies, but against those who operated in the shadows. The Aburame clan's reputation for their unnerving use of insects was well known. These symbiotic insects, which lived inside their bodies, were more than weapons. They were living defense systems, bred to siphon chakra from enemies and return it to their host. Stealthy, adaptable, and lethal, they could scout, attack, and defend, all while remaining invisible to the naked eye. Yet their presence was always felt, a quiet, crawling sensation that left an unsettling aura in the room. As Shibi Aburame entered the chamber, the temperature seemed to drop. His movements were fluid and controlled, as though every step had been calculated for efficiency. The faint rustling of insects beneath his cloak added to the eerie atmosphere he brought with him. Though the room was already tense, his entrance thickened it, a chill that reassured the Hokage but unnerved others. Shibi sat, his presence lingering like a cold mist. The atmosphere shifted once more as the door opened again, and Choza Akimichi stepped in, his large frame exuding strength. A stark contrast to Shibi's ghostly quiet, Choza's confident stride reflected the Akimichi clan's pride and power. The Akimichi were renowned for their ability to enlarge their bodies with yang release, a symbol of their raw physical dominance in battle. Yet, they were also known for their teamwork, especially the legendary Ino Shikacho formation. Choza's eyes scanned the room before he took his seat, his presence adding weight to the assembly. His appearance alone reminded the room of the Akimichi's towering strength and fierce loyalty, a fact that no one dared challenge. Following closely behind was Inoichi Yamanaka, the head of the Yamanaka clan. He moved with quiet confidence, his demeanor calm but sharp. The Yamanaka were famous for their mind-based techniques, telepathy, interrogation, and even the ability to control mind from afar. Inoichi's subtlety was a counterbalance to the Akimichi's brute strength, but it was no less intimidating. He greeted the Hokage with a respectful nod before quietly taking his place. The door slid open once more, revealing Shikaka Nara, the ever-calm strategist of the Nara clan. His perpetually tired expression belied the brilliance of his mind. Shikaku's reputation for tactical genius was well-earned, and Hiruzen had often relied on his counsel during the most trying times. He moved lazily to his seat, though Hiruzen knew better. Every move Shikaku made, no matter how languid, was deliberate. With the heads of Ino Shikicho now seated, the presence of their long-standing alliance was felt heavily within the room, a reminder of the balance of power that had shaped the village for decades. The next arrival was Sum Inuzuka, the wild head of the Inuzuka clan. Her spiky brown hair and his sharp, Wolfish features reflected the animalistic nature of her clan. She walked with a predatory grace, the sharpened nails on her hands giving her the appearance of a predator ready to pounce. The Inuzuka were known for their close bonds with their ninkin, ferocious dogs who fought alongside them as equals, not pets. Tsum's demeanor carried a constant sense of danger, though today there was a noticeable grief beneath her fierce exterior. The loss of her husband in the QB attack had cast a shadow over her spirit, a weight that she bore silently but was palpable to those who knew her. Next, the door opened with a soft creak, and Fugaku Uchiha entered. His arrogance was almost tangible, his sharp black eyes sweeping the room with a sense of entitlement. The Uchiha were famous for their Sharingan, the feared eye technique that allowed them to copy jutsus and anticipate movements. Fugaku's presence reminded the room of the Uchiha's proud history and their role as the village's police force. His posture was rigid, his expression unyielding, a reflection of his belief in the Uchiha's superiority. The Uchiha were rivaled only by one clan in both power and influence, the Hyuga. Hayashi Hyuga entered next, his pale, opalescent eyes sweeping across the room with quiet judgment. The Hyuga, with their Byakugan, could see the chakra points of any opponent, making them a terrifying force on the battlefield. Hayashi's movements were precise, his demeanor a reflection of the Hyuga's strict adherence to tradition and discipline. With his arrival, the Shinobi Council was complete, and the weight of the gathered power settled over the room like a heavy shroud. Each clan head represented not only their own strength, but also the complex web of alliances and rivalries that shaped Konoha's political landscape. As Hiruzen sat at the head of the room, Naruto cradled in his arms, he once again glanced at the advisor's table. Danzo's seat remained conspicuously empty. His absence, though not unexpected, gnawed at Hiruzen like a thorn buried deep in the flesh. Danzo's silence was always unnerving, but today it felt especially significant. "Where are you, Danzo?" The question lingered in his mind, unanswered. Naruto stirred slightly in his arms, reminding Hiruzen of what was at stake. This child represented the future of the village, and that future would not be dictated by the likes of Danzo. The room was now full, but the real battle for Konoha's future was only just beginning. Chapter 7 of Gods and Parents or the Weight of Fear. Here's the scene rewritten in the third person, focusing on Tsum's perspective and emotions. The ANBU lined the walls of the expansive council chamber, their masked visages unreadable, arms crossed or resting lightly at their sides. Each stood with quiet vigilance, their eyes sharp and focused, ready to act at a moment's notice. Yet beneath their stillness, tension crackled in the air, a palpable electricity that made the hairs on some Inuzuka's arms stand on end. From her vantage point, some noted with a sense of pride the operatives guarding the chamber. Each one represented some of the deadliest shinobi in the Leaf, their cold, unmoving demeanor a facade for the vigilance honed through years of elite training. But Tsum, with her keen instincts, could read the subtle signs they displayed, the faint tremors of tiredness and nervousness beneath layers of stubbornness and training. Even the most hardened shinobi couldn't escape the shadow of fear that hung over them, a darkness that loomed large after surviving the Nine-Tails onslaught. Her gaze drifted to the imposing council table at the heart of the chamber. Crafted from rich, dark mahogany, its polished surface gleamed under the ambient lighting, reflecting the anxious faces of the gathered clan heads. The U-shaped table was a symbol of unity, yet it exuded an air of hierarchy that felt suffocating. Ornate, swirling patterns adorned its surface, nodding to Konoha's storied history, blending art and authority in a silent assertion of power. As the last of the clan heads entered, murmurs faded into an uneasy silence. That silence pressed down on the room, broken only by the soft, distressed cries of a pale-faced infant. Each wail echoed through the chamber like a haunting reminder of the loss and devastation that lingered in the hearts of those who survived. Some felt the air grow thick with tension, each second dragging painfully as unease deepened. The boy's face scrunched up, sensing the taint in the air. His cries grew louder, a stark contrast to the tense stillness, reverberating like a mournful lament. Dark brown hair fell messily around Tsum's face, and the jagged scar on her cheek, once a point of pride, felt like a raw wound now, a visible representation of the pain carved into her very soul. Her amber eyes, once fierce and full of life, had dulled as they stared into the distance, unfocused, searching for something that was lost forever. The intensity that had defined her gaze faded, replaced by a quiet, lingering grief visible to anyone unwise enough to notice. Though she remained strong, the wild energy that once defined her had given way to a deep, aching sense of loss. The fierceness within her softened, opening her to vulnerabilities she had thought long dead and buried. Suddenly, her keen animal instincts flared to life. She looked up, locking eyes with Hiruzen before her gaze settled on the bundle he cradled. Hokage-sama, the child. He smells. Why does he smell like foxes and blood? She whispered, her voice raspy and strained. Her nostrils flared as she inhaled deeply, the scent intensifying the storm of emotions churning inside her. Her hands clenched tightly at her sides, the tension evident in her trembling fingers as she fought to keep her voice steady. Since the Nine-Tails attack had taken her husband and left her mourning the loss of Minado and Kushina, Tsum's ironclad self-control shattered, revealing a depth of grief that left her feeling vulnerable and exposed. In this tumultuous moment, her desire for vengeance warred against her responsibilities as the head of her clan. The headache that throbbed relentlessly served as a cruel reminder of her losses, each pulse a reminder that her husband was gone and that a child would grow up never knowing the love of his parents. Some pinched the bridge of her nose, a sharp breath escaping through gritted teeth. She couldn't afford to lose focus now, not when everything depended on her clarity. If she wanted to protect the legacy left behind by her two closest friends, she needed to summon every ounce of strength she had, regardless of how much it threatened to unravel her. Why did this happen? She wondered, sorrow creeping in like a shadow. This night should have been the greatest of their lives. Newly married, with a healthy child in their arms. How had it all gone so wrong? As these thoughts swirled within her, a feral protective instinct ignited. Asterisk, I have to protect their child. I know the civilian council wants him dead. They don't see him for who he is, only what he contains. Asterisk. Her anger flared as she eyed the civilians with barely restrained hostility. Asterisk, I refuse to let those fools harm a child out of sheer ignorance. Minado and Kushina died for this village, and I won't stand by while their son is treated like a threat. If they want to fight, they'll get one. Asterisk. Standing at the head of the chamber, Hiruzen noted the pain in Tsum's visage and released a heavy sigh, the air thick with the weight of impending conflict. He knew he had to get this meeting over with, no matter the cost. His expression hardened as he prepared to speak, his chakra flaring, causing the floor beneath him to crack slightly, fissures snaking out like veins in the polished wood. Before I answer your question, Inuzuka-san, all civilian members of the council will leave, he commanded, his voice edged with steel. The identity of this child is an S-rank secret. If any of you refuse to comply, the ANBU will be forced to carry out an immediate execution. His words sliced through the air like a blade, silencing the civilians. Outrage erupted, but the sound of unsheathing swords swiftly choked off their protests. Pale faces filled with fear, the civilians were herded toward the doors by the massed ANBU, their murmurs of dissent cut short by the resounding slam of the chamber doors. In the silence that followed, Hiruzen took a steadying breath, feeling the weight of the village pressing down on him. He turned to the remaining clan heads, their eyes locked on him, waiting for the bombshell they knew was coming. Now that the civilian council has been removed, Hiruzen began, his voice low but commanding, I can speak freely. His gaze fell upon the infant in his arms, his heart tightening. The child before you is Naruto Uzumaki, son of Kushina Uzumaki and the Yondaime Hokage, Minado Namices. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The clan heads exchanged shocked glances, caught between disbelief and sorrow. One of them opened their mouth to speak, but all that came out was a confused cough. It broke the silence, and for a brief second, some nearly laughed at the absurdity, until reality hit her again, hard and cold. To protect him, Hiruzen continued, his voice sounding older than his years. I believe we should keep his heritage a secret. He will be known as Naruto Uzumaki to shield him from those who would seek vengeance for his father's actions during the Third Great Ninja War. He took a deep breath, mentally preparing for what was to come. Subconsciously, he cradled the child closer. This child carries within him the Kyubi, sealed at the cost of both his parents' lives. They died protecting this village, entrusting its future, and he motioned toward the baby, to us. His voice cracked slightly as he spoke the final words. The image of Kushina's broken and bloodied body chained to the rock flashing in his mind, a scene that would haunt him until his dying day. As Hiruzen finished speaking, the weight of his words hung heavily in the room. A collective gasp escaped the lips of the clan heads, their shock palpable. Tsum, unable to contain her grief any longer, openly wept, her tears a rare and raw display of vulnerability among shinobi. No one in the room faulted her for her display. Who among them could say they didn't know Kushina and Minado when they had been snot-nosed genin? Several council members have been comrades who fought and bled alongside the power couple as they matured into the lethal shinobi they became. They had all risen through the ranks together, transitioning from Genin to Chunin and then to Jonin, now standing as the heads of their respective clans, forever bound by those shared memories. Tsum, her usual fiery demeanor tempered by the deep grief in her eyes, couldn't hold back the tears sliding down her cheeks. Next to her, Mikoto Uchiha, Sasuke's mother and one of Kushina's closest friends, stood in silent agony. Her chest rose and fell with quiet sobs, her hands trembling at the news of Kushina's passing. They had shared so much together. Missions, laughter, the bond of sisterhood. Now, that bond had been irrevocably severed. On the other side of the room, Hayashi Hyuga and Fugaku Uchiha, who had served alongside Minado as elite jonin during the war, exchanged troubled glances. The burden of knowing their former friend's legacy now fell on their shoulders, leaving them paralyzed, caught between memories of the past and the harsh reality of the present. Hiruzen took in the scene, sensing the collective grief and anger simmering beneath the surface. He understood the toll this revelation would take on each clan, and it weighed heavily on his heart. The memories of shared battles and laughter haunted him, intertwining with the pain of loss that permeated the room. Yet, despite the emotional upheaval, he steeled himself for what was to come, knowing that their duty to protect the future of the village lay heavily upon him. Tsum's fury flared in stark contrast to the solemn atmosphere. It infuriated her. Their petty politics, their fear of power imbalances, all of it. She couldn't shake the bitter realization that Naruto deserved to be raised by people who truly cared for him, not shuffled around like some dangerous burden. The thought ignited a fire within her, pushing her resolve to the forefront as she vowed to fight against the tide of ignorance that threatened the child's future. But here she was, forced to sit in silence while the future of her friend's child was determined by the actions of cowards too weak to face her on the battlefield. Some shifted in her seat, her hands curling into fists beneath the table. The steady thrum of her heartbeat echoed in her ears as she scanned the room. They hid behind politics and schemes, whispering in dark corners, too afraid to confront her directly. It took every ounce of willpower to suppress the growl that rose in her throat. Her foot tapped restlessly against the polished floor, a wild energy she couldn't dispel in the sterile confines of the council chamber. Some was used to solving problems with tooth and claw, not diplomacy and patience. She could tear them apart in a heartbeat. But here, in this room lined with protocols and the weight of tradition, she was shackled by rules and decorum. It was infuriating, and yet, for Naruto's sake, she had to bite her tongue and wait, forced to watch as those who had no right to decide his fate made their moves. Hiruzen noticed her tense posture and met her gaze. His eyes were sharp, but there was an unspoken sympathy behind them. He swallowed his own frustration, fighting to maintain a calm exterior despite the storms swirling inside him. He knew Tsum's pain and anger. They mirrored his own in many ways, but he had long since learned to temper them. He needed control, especially now. Tsum, Hiruzen spoke gently, but his tone held a quiet firmness. I understand how hard this is, and I respect your feelings. But the safety of the boy and the stability of the village must remain our priority. He leaned forward slightly, one hand gripping the edge of the table as he tried to meet her halfway, offering not just authority, but understanding. I need your cooperation, not just your frustration. Sum's jaw tightened, her nails digging into her palms until she felt the sting. She exhaled slowly, forcing her shoulders to relax. She wanted to lash out, to challenge him, but she knew it wouldn't help Naruto. Not here, not now. Her eyes flickered to the sleeping infant cradled in Hiruzen's arms. Her heart clenched. Hiruzen took a deep breath, his gaze softening as he looked down at Naruto and then back at the council. I've given this much thought, he began, his voice now steady. Naruto has two godparents, Kakashi Hitaki and Anko Mitarashi. One question we must address is whether they should take on his care directly or protect him from a distance, ensuring his safety from the shadows. The room was still, but the tension was palpable. Shikako, Nara, leaning lazily in his chair, raised an eyebrow and drawled. And the other? Hiruzen turned to him, concern etched deep in his brow. We need to decide, he said, his voice carrying the weight of the village's future, whether Naruto should be trained as a shinobi or restricted to a life as a civilian. The unspoken tension hung in the air. Everyone in the room understood the actual reason behind the second option. A child like Naruto, carrying the QB, the very beast that had brought Konoha to its knees, was a threat in the eyes of many, particularly the civilian council. The idea of him gaining power, mastering chakra, and becoming a force they couldn't control was a terrifying prospect to them. A thick silence followed Hiruzen's words, lingering like a weight pressing down on every shoulder. Sum's amber eyes swept the room, narrowing as they met the rigid expressions of the clan elders. She could read them as quickly as a scroll. The idea of Naruto living a civilian life, untouched by training, civilian council be damned, was laughable. He was the son of a Yondaime Hokage, after all. There was no question. Naruto would be trained and shaped into the weapon Konoha needed, whether he liked it or not. Hiruzen, sensing the silent consensus, closed his eyes for a moment, letting out a slow breath. The weight of what they were about to decide bore down on him. When he spoke again, his voice was low, almost resigned. Very well, he said, meeting the eyes of each council member in turn. Naruto will be trained, but I will not allow him to become just a tool for this village. His gaze hardened. He is still a child, and we must not forget that. Sum's lips twitched into a slight, knowing smirk, but she said nothing. Others shifted uncomfortably, the tension palpable. They all knew Hiruzen's words were an attempt to soften the reality of the situation, but the die had already been cast. Naruto's fate was sealed. Hiruzen turned away, staring at the portrait of the Yondaime Hokage hanging on the wall, his mind racing. He had promised to protect the boy, but the village had its own demands that would soon test the boundaries of that promise. As the Hokage gathered his thoughts, an ANBU appeared silently beside each of the clan heads, presenting two thick dossiers. The sudden movement caused a ripple of surprise, though no one made a sound. Sum straightened in her seat, eyes narrowing as she accepted the folder with a sharp glance at the masked operative. The folders were marked Top Secret in bold red ink. The mere sight of the stamp sent a wave of unease through the council. Sum's pulse quickened as her fingers brushed against the glossy surface, and the air in the room seemed to thicken with anticipation. This was no longer a simple discussion about Naruto's future. The stakes had just been raised. Without hesitation, Sum flipped open the first dossier, Kakashi Hitaki. Her brows furrowed as her eyes scanned the contents. She knew of Kakashi, of course. Everyone did. The famed copy ninja is a prodigy trained by Minado Namices himself. The details in the report were thorough, listing his accomplishments, his reputation, and his undeniable loyalty to the village. Yet there was an undercurrent of tragedy woven into his life, a man forged in war, shaped by loss. Across the table, Shikaku whistled low as he read Kakashi's file. "Well, he certainly has the credentials," he remarked, though his voice was devoid of any genuine enthusiasm. The weight of the moment hung too heavily on his usual casual demeanor. What surprised everyone as they read through Kakashi's assessment was the revelation that behind the Hittite that perpetually covered his right eye lay a Sharingan, a powerful dojutsu typically exclusive to the Uchiha clan. They also noted with interest and some frustration that the reason Kakashi possessed the Sharingan was conspicuously absent from the report. One glance at the Hokage's impassive face told them that he was well aware of their unspoken thoughts and had no intention of offering further clarification. The steely glint in the old man's eyes screamed louder than words that any attempts to pry for more information would be dismissed with extreme prejudice. Some turned to the next dossier, Anko Mitarashi. Her lips pressed into a thin line as she scanned the report. Anko's background was more controversial. While she was undeniably skilled, her history with Orochimaru cast a long shadow over her reputation. Known for her fierce and unconventional approach as a kunoichi, her wild demeanor and unyielding spirit had earned her both fear and respect from her peers. The Hokage remained silent, watching as the clan heads reviewed the files. His hands rested on the table now, fingers lightly drumming in a slow, steady rhythm. He had his own opinions on Kakashi and Anko, but he needed the council to come to their conclusions first. It was their duty to debate and weigh the risks and rewards. But ultimately, the decision would fall to him. Some closed the folder and leaned back, her eyes narrowing as she caught Hiruzen's gaze. "Are you seriously considering Anko?" she asked bluntly, her voice low but edged with disbelief. "Understand, Kakashi, but Anko, after everything." Hiruzen met her stare evenly. "I am," he replied. His tone was calm, but there was steel behind his words. "Anko has her demons, but she's fiercely loyal, and her bond with Kushina is genuine. Don't underestimate her." The room fell silent again as the weight of the decision loomed over them all. Sum's hand clenched into a fist on her lap. She didn't trust Anko fully, but she trusted Hiruzen, and she would do whatever it took to protect Naruto, just as his parents would have wanted. Hiruzen nodded, sensing the shift in the room. "He must be trained," he said with finality, his hands clasped tightly in front of him, his tone resolute and unwavering. "Has it been decided that Kakashi and Anko will be his guardians?" The clan elders exchanged knowing glances before each gave a small, deliberate nod of agreement. Their expressions carried the weight of the village's future. "It is settled, then," one of the elders said, their voice firm. "For the good of the village, Naruto will be trained." Some glanced at the tiny bundle in the bassinet, her expression softening. "He's barely a day old," she said quietly, her voice protective. "The civilian council won't take this well. They're already afraid of him, and the fact they didn't have a say will only make it worse. He's just a baby. He doesn't deserve to carry the weight of their fears." Hiruzen's eyes followed hers to Naruto, a deep sigh escaping him. "Understand," he said, his voice gentle. "But this is a decision the council cannot make. Their fear will blind them, and we must do what is necessary for the village's future. His training will remain secret, and he will be shielded from the public eye until the time is right." Sum's lips tightened, but her gaze remained protective as she nodded. "Just make sure he's safe, Hiruzen. He's going to have enough challenges without the village turning against him." Hiruzen met her gaze, his own heavy with the weight of his responsibility. "I will ensure it," he promised. "He will be protected. We'll guide him, and when the time comes, the village will see him as more than just the vessel of the QB." Some gave a slight, approving nod. Despite the weight of their decision, her concern for the child was apparent. Hiruzen looked once more at the sleeping Naruto, barely a day old, yet already burdened with the village's expectations. He paused, allowing the weight of his words settle in the room, his gaze steady on the gathered council. After a moment, he leaned slightly forward, emphasizing his point. As the child of two powerful shinobi, he carries not just their legacy, but also the burden of their enemies. It is our responsibility to ensure he is prepared for whatever challenges may arise. The Shinobi Council agreed wholeheartedly. Naruto, as the son of Minado and Kushina, deserved every opportunity to develop his potential, not just as their child, but as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. They knew the weight of that burden and the enemies that would indeed seek him out because of it. Allowing him to grow up unprepared would be a disservice to both the boy and the village he would one day protect. With that, Hiruzen determined that the secret portion of the meeting had concluded. Reluctantly, he signaled for one of the ANBU to inform the civilian members of the council that they could return if they so desired. The council chamber hummed with tension, a storm of emotions roiling among the members. As the civilian council took their seats, Hiruzen's gaze zeroed in on Danzo, who had just entered with them. He leaned against the doorframe, relaxed yet radiating an unsettling calm. "Danzo," Hiruzen began, his low growl cutting through the murmurings like a knife. "Where were you and Root during the attack? Your absence was conspicuous." Danzo's lips curled into a thin, practiced smile, his eyes revealing nothing of his intentions. "I was coordinating a response with my operatives. We had intel on potential threats, but could not arrive in time to engage." His tone was smooth, yet it dripped with an arrogance that suggested he expected the council to swallow his words whole. The council members shifted uncomfortably in their seats, exchanging skeptical glances. They all sensed the lie, but none had the evidence to challenge it. Hiruzen's jaw tightened, frustration simmering just beneath the surface. "You expect us to believe you were simply coordinating from the shadows while the village was under siege?" Everything I do is for the protection of Konoha, Danzo replied, his voice steady and unyielding, resonating like the echo of a distant storm. He leaned forward slightly, his one visible eye narrowing with a fierce intensity that seemed to pierce through the room's tension. You must understand that the weight of such decisions is immense. The flickering light from the oil lamps cast deep shadows on his weathered face, emphasizing the scars of past battles. If we do not train Naruto as a weapon, he continued, his tone dropping to a near whisper, we risk letting him become a liability. He carries the burden of the nine tails within him, a force that could tip the balance of power in our favor or against us. Danzo paused, his mind racing with thoughts of past conflicts and the countless sacrifices he had made for the village. Imagine harnessing that power, he said, his voice low and conspiratorial. A Jinchuriki with control over the nine tails could be Konoha's greatest asset. We would no longer be vulnerable to outside threats. Enemies would think twice before attacking, knowing we possess a living weapon capable of unrivaled destruction. His gaze swept over the council members, lingering on Hiruzen, who sat stiffly behind the raised dais, a frown creasing his brow. But this requires discipline, training, and absolute loyalty. I cannot allow sentimentality to cloud my judgment. We need Naruto to be molded into a tool for the village, one who will follow orders without hesitation. Only then can we. Absolutely not, Hiruzen interrupted, his voice laced with authority and a hint of rising anger. The air in the council chamber thickened, crackling with the tension between them, as if the very chakra of the room recoiled from Danzo's proposition. Hiruzen stood, the Hokage robes billowing slightly around him, giving him an imposing presence against the backdrop of the dimly lit chamber. His hand gripped the edge of the dais, knuckles whitening, channeling a surge of chakra to emphasize his resolve. That child will not be a tool for your machinations. His voice boomed, reverberating off the stone walls like a thunderclap. Hiruzen's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing, reflecting the flickering light from the oil lamps, which cast long shadows across the table where council members sat in rapt attention. The tension in the room felt palpable, a thick fog of unease that pressed against the skin. Danzo remained seated, a thin smile creeping across his lips, though his body remained coiled like spring. He leaned back, arms crossed, his posture exuding a calm confidence that clashed with Hiruzen's fiery intensity. You're naive to believe that emotions can guide us in these times. The world outside Konoha is filled with threats, and the Nine Tails' power is a resource we cannot afford to ignore, he replied, his voice cold and calculating, resonating with a chilling calm that only heightened the atmosphere. Hiruzen took a step forward, chakra flaring subtly around him, a golden aura that shimmered faintly as he drew on his power to convey his unwavering determination. Naruto is not a weapon, he asserted, his voice steady but edged with desperation. He is a child, one who deserves to grow up free from the burdens of our past. You would turn him into a pawn in your twisted game of control. The ground beneath them felt as though it trembled in response to his fervor, the weight of his conviction vibrating through the air like an unseen force. The tension in the room crackled like lightning, and some Inuzuka slammed her fist onto the table, her voice rising in a fierce crescendo. How dare you suggest that? He's a child, not some weapon to be molded into your twisted vision. Expressions of shock and outrage rippled through the other clan heads, their disbelief palpable like a dark cloud settling over the chamber. Sum's hand trembled with barely contained fury, the knuckles white as she clenched her fists. Her heart raced, a drumbeat of indignation echoing in her ears, and she surged forward, nearly leaping at Danzo. I'll. Inuzuka, an AMBU member, stepped forward from the shadows, his masked face betraying no emotion, but the urgency in his grip was unmistakable. He grasped her arm with a firm yet respectful hold, his chakra flaring subtly as he aimed to ground her in the face of her rising anger. Tsum's eyes blazed with indignation, flickering like the flames of a wildfire, and her breath quickened as her instincts to protect ignited. She felt the surge of her canine lineage within her, an innate desire to defend her kin and her village. "Let go of me," she snapped, shaking off the AMBU's grasp, her voice sharp as a blade. The air around her seemed to crackle with her latent chakra, the tension rising like the oppressive heat before a storm. He's talking about turning a child into a weapon. How can you all sit here and let this happen? Around the table, the other clan heads exchanged covert glances, their expressions reflecting a shared sense of outrage. The tension in the air thickened as they subtly shifted into position to back Tsum up, a united front forming against the weight of Danzo's chilling words. Danzo remained unflinching, his calm demeanor unsettling amidst the growing storm of emotions surrounding him. While he appeared composed on the surface, inside, he seethed with rage at Tsum's outburst, the heat of her indignation striking a nerve. Silently, he vowed to twist this moment to his advantage, his mind racing with strategies to regain control of the narrative. "Perhaps it's time we considered the broader picture," Mabuki Haruno interjected, a calculating glint in her eyes. "Why should we raise the boy? He carries the very beast that nearly obliterated our village. Wouldn't it be better for the village and for our peace to eliminate him? After all, we're hardly equipped to raise him properly. He's a potential threat." Her words hung in the air, thick with dread. A ripple of shock coursed through the shinobi present. Hiruzen's gaze darkened, his fists clenched on the table until his knuckles turned white. "You would suggest killing an innocent child? A child who had no part in the destruction?" he demanded, his voice simmering with controlled fury. "Why not give him to Danzo?" Another council member chimed in, desperation bleeding into their tone. "He has the means to control him. Let it be trained as a weapon. If we can't kill him, at least we can keep him under control." Danzo's eyes gleamed at the opening, his voice deceptively soft as he seized the moment. "Exactly. Under my guidance, he will become a powerful asset for Konoha. He can learn to wield the strength of the Nine Tails rather than letting it consume him." Despite his serene expression, the glint in his eye promised more manipulation than mentorship. "No." Hiruzen slammed his palms against the table, the sound reverberating through the chamber. Several members flinched. "You will not turn that boy into another pawn in your game. Danzo, we must protect him, not weaponize him." The room exploded into chaos, voices clashing in an uproar. Amid the turmoil, some Inuzuka's anger boiled over. Her protective instincts ignited as she stood defiantly, her fists clenched. You think you can control him? Do you think you're any better than the beast inside him? I will not let you harm him. Danzo's calm facade cracked ever so slightly, irritation flickering in his one visible eye. And what do you propose, Tsum? Allow him to grow up untrained and vulnerable? He'll be a target for our enemies, an easy tool for them to exploit. Better a target than a monster. Tsum shot back, her voice ringing through the chamber with raw emotion. Hiruzen raised a hand, commanding silence. Enough! His voice boomed with authority, quelling the rising storm. The room fell still, the weight of his presence undeniable. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself before speaking again. Naruto will be raised with love and purpose, not as a weapon. He'll be trained by those who understand the importance of compassion. Like Kakashi and Anko, Mabuki Haruno sneered, her arms crossed defiantly. The very same who are forever linked to the man responsible for the murder of so many children and Leaf Shinobi? You trust them to raise the orphan, demon-possessed child. Hiruzen's eyes darkened with indignation. They are not the demons you portray them to be. Mabuki, you speak of the boy as if he caused the destruction, yet you forget who the real enemy was. Naruto is just a child, not a weapon, not a threat. And have you ever considered if treating the boy like a pariah would turn him against the village? You claim to protect Konoha, yet your actions may lead him down a far darker path. Fear and hatred are the quickest ways to create enemies. Mabuki faltered, the weight of his words landing heavy, but she wasn't ready to relent. Her face flushed with frustration, and she squared her shoulders, glaring back at the Hokage. You say he's just a child, but how long will he remain that way? The Nine-Tails chakra is inside him, growing stronger every day. What if he can't control it? What if he becomes like the beast that nearly tore our village apart? Or worse, what if he resents us for what we've done and unleashes that power on all of us? Then don't give him a reason to resent us. The Hokage snapped back, his frustrations boiling over. Do they not understand? He lamented silently. Their actions would create the very thing they fear the most. As the words left his mouth, Hiruzen's breath felt heavy, weighed down by the gravity of the situation. His gaze swept over the faces before him, trying to gauge if any of them had honestly heard him. The civilians fear him already, though he has done nothing to warrant it, he thought, bitterness gnawing at his core. They see only the Nine-Tails, not the innocent child burdened with a fate none of them could endure. Have they forgotten the sacrifices made to keep the village safe? The death of Minado and Kushina still hung over him like a dark cloud. Minado gave everything, trusting me to protect his son, and yet here I am, defending the boy from those meant to care for him. His fingers curled slightly, nails pressing into his palms as he fought to keep his emotions in check. If we continue down this path, we'll make him an enemy, not a protector. He could see it all too clearly. The loneliness, the mistrust, the isolation that could turn even the brightest soul cold. They cannot see beyond their fear, he realized, the burden on his shoulders growing heavier with every passing second. Undeterred, Mabuki's voice grew sharper as she continued, her fears spilling into the open. We cannot be naive, Hokage-sama. This isn't about punishing him for something he didn't do. It's about protecting ourselves from what he might do. We've already lost too much. What happens when he reaches an age where he realizes he holds the power to destroy everything? Do you really think compassion will be enough to rein him in? He's carrying a monster inside him, and we can't afford to wait for it to awaken. The chamber fell into a heavy silence as Mabuki's words echoed, her desperation raw and exposed. The civilians seated beside her nodded in grim agreement, their faces betraying their shared anxieties. They saw Naruto as a ticking time bomb, a potential threat wrapped in innocence. But Hiruzen, undeterred, met her gaze with a calm, yet unyielding resolve. The what-ifs you speak of come from fear, not wisdom. If we treat him with suspicion, if we isolate him and push him away, we will only prove the Nine-Tails legacy is stronger than the will of fire. I refuse to let that happen. We will not create another enemy within our walls by giving into the fear of what he might become. The voices in the chamber grew heated, rising like a storm as Mabuki's words fanned the flames of fear and doubt. Civilian council members leaned forward, their voices intertwining in a cacophony of concerns. Enough! Hiruzen's voice cracked through the room again, leaving no room for argument. Any further discussion of killing the boy is unacceptable and will not be tolerated. I will not allow hatred to cloud our judgment. The tension in the room thickened, a palpable weight pressing on everyone. Hiruzen's piercing gaze locked onto Danzo's, the silent clash of wills between them heavier than words. And I will not let you use this council to further your agenda, Danzo. Naruto is under my protection. For a moment, the chamber was filled with nothing but silence, the weight of Hiruzen's words hanging over the council like a storm cloud. A chair scraped as a clan elder rose to his feet, his face etched with concern. Hokage-sama, if the council feels so strongly, perhaps we could discuss alternative options. Surely, we can reach an agreement. An agreement? Hiruzen's voice thundered, the raw power of his authority rippling through the room. There is no agreement to be made over the life of an innocent child. The matter is settled. Naruto will not be handed over to Root or anyone else. He will be trained by those who embody the values we uphold as a village: compassion, honor, and the will of fire. A murmur of unrest rippled through the chamber, but was subdued beneath Hiruzen's unyielding gaze. He had spoken, and the decision was final. At that moment, the room fell into a reluctant silence, with Danzo's ambition momentarily checked, but not extinguished. The battle lines were drawn, but Hiruzen's resolve stood firm. Naruto's fate, along with Konoha's, was now set. Meanwhile, Shikaka Nara leaned back in his chair, contemplating the myriad dynamics surrounding the two proposed guardians. Asterisk interesting, he mused, snapping the dossier shut with a quiet thud. Kakashi is the obvious choice, though it's surprising the Hokage permitted the mention of his hidden Sharingan. His brow furrowed as his fingers traced the edges of the folder. As the Jonin commander, Kakashi's secret was no revelation. It was a calculated risk to include such sensitive information in this report. Yet it wasn't Kakashi that concerned him. It was the Kunoichi. Anko. The commander's lips pressed into a thin line. She could quickly become a wild card, a dangerous liability if not carefully controlled. There was an unpredictability simmering beneath her surface, a potential for chaos that could disrupt the Hokage's plans. Many would refuse to trust the seasoned Kunoichi due to the heinous crimes of her former master. However, the shinobi portion of the council had long ago decided that she had repeatedly proven herself as a powerful and trustworthy asset to the Leaf. Their ideal, Some muttered under her breath, nodding as other clan heads exchanged approving glances. If anyone can protect the boy, it's them. They'll raise him to be a strong shinobi. Hayashi added, a flicker of rare approval breaking through his usual stoicism. Hiruzen nodded, sensing the shift in the room. He must be trained, he agreed, his hands clasped tightly in front of him, his tone resolute and unwavering. It is essential that he possesses the ability to protect himself, particularly given the nature of what is sealed within him. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle over the gathered council. After a moment, he leaned slightly forward, emphasizing his point. As the child of two powerful shinobi, he carries not just their legacy, but also the burden of their enemies. It is our responsibility to ensure he is prepared for whatever challenges may arise. The Shinobi Council murmured their agreement. Naruto, as the son of Minado and Kushina, deserved every opportunity to develop his potential, not just as their child, but as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. They knew the weight of that burden and the enemies that would indeed seek him out because of it. Allowing him to grow up unprepared would be a disservice to both the boy and the village he would one day protect. With that, Hiruzen signaled that the secret portion of the meeting had concluded. Reluctantly, he gestured for one of the ANBU to inform the civilian members of the council that they could return if they so desired. As expected, and to the chagrin of every shinobi present, every member of the civilian council returned, muttering darkly among themselves as they settled back into their seats. With a heavy heart, Hiruzen began again. We must form a plan to support Naruto and prepare him for the future. As a village, it is our duty to see him grow strong, both as a shinobi and as a person. We cannot allow fear to dictate our actions. Slowly, the tension began to dissipate. Each council member reflected on Hiruzen's words, a faint glimmer of hope emerging from the tumult. We must meet again, Hiruzen continued, his voice more tempered now. I want everyone to consider how we can best provide for Naruto's training and upbringing in a way that honors both Minado and Kushina. Let's think of ways to build a support network around him. With that, Hiruzen stood, his authority reestablished, and turned to leave the chamber. Meeting adjourned. As the members began to file out, Danzo lingered, his expression shrouded in shadows. This isn't over, Hiruzen, he warned, his voice low and menacing. You may think you've won, but there are greater forces at play. Be careful where you tread. Hiruzen's expression hardened, but he didn't respond. He simply walked away, resolute in his mission to protect the child who was the hope of Konoha, even if it meant standing against those who would seek to manipulate him.